Good morning for those joining us online. I'm trying to identify somebody who has signed in as iPhone. Unfortunately, we're not able to identify you. Can you please email us with your first and last name or send us a message in the chat? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy New Year. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday, January 3rd Board of Forestry Hybrid Public Meeting. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. The board will be having a two-day meeting and plan to live stream our proceedings on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings, I'll go over some meeting housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noise. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so those listening online can track our commentary for the meeting record. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF host during this event. As a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. Board members, if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open the floor for the board discussion and additional questions. We have a decision item in front of the board, but in block form, i.e. the consent agenda. And so after I complete the roll call, we'll move on to voting. Any questions? Okay. Our two-day agenda is filled with items that will inform and update the board on the range of department and committee work, and we'll close out tomorrow, Thursday, with a work session for the board in our agency leadership on the engagement and outreach input gathered by Oregon Kitchen Table. Last year, the board shifted to a quarterly two-day meeting model. We've adapted while attempting to find a balance between conducting business, hearing from the public, and better understanding community issues. Just know we are striving for continuous improvement, and we hope we will strike this balance in 2024. So thank you all for hanging in there with us. Okay, to ensure the board can conduct all the items on the agenda in a timely manner, the public comment provisions are available under agenda item 2. The public can comment on items on or off the agenda, but we ask that when you provide your name, additionally, you identify the agenda item number or the subject that you are speaking on. The board received a high level of interest in this week's meeting, so we are asking all testimony providers to limit their comments to 2 minutes. We understand that this is not a lot of time, but if you would like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending in written testimony for this meeting. To enter it into the record, please send in your comments by January 17th. Again, any questions? Okay. In that case, I will perform a roll call to confirm quorum can be met for today's items. Liz Akpawa.
Happy New Year, Chair Kelly. Liz Agpao is present.
Carla Chambers,
Here.
Ben Doimling,
Here.
Shonda Ferrari,
Here.
Joe Justice,
Here.
Brenda McComb,
Here.
and myself, Jim Kelly. Moving on to the consent agenda items. Would anyone like to present a motion?
Chair Kelly, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, Ben Doimling has moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Brenda McComb with a second. So the proposed motion is to accept the consent agenda as presented. And with that, I will move to a vote. Liz Agpao,
Aye.
Carla Chambers,
Aye.
Ben Doimling,
Aye.
Shonda Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well. Okay, so the motion to accept the consent agenda was made by Ben Doimling, seconded by Brenda McComb, and has passed unanimously. Okay, we're just buzzing through all of this. We're doing a great job, I think. All right, we're going to move to item 1, which is State Forester and Board Member comments. And I'll welcome State Forester Cal Mukamoto to begin with your opening comments, Cal.
Oh, thank you, Chair Kelly. For the record, my name is Cal Mukamoto. I am the State Forester for the state of Oregon. Happy New Year to everyone. This is going to be a great year, I can just tell. The year of the dragon, Chinese New Year. In 2023, ODF continued to persevere through change, in particular to work we do and how we do it. There have been particularly heavy lifts in planning work and program development. Some key planning efforts included continued work on the Habitat Conservation Plan and Forest Management Plans for Western State Forests within the State Forest Division, the ODF and board partnership on updates to our shared strategic plan, and the 20-year landscape resiliency strategy with our state, federal, and stakeholder partners. ODF staff have also worked to stand up several new programs this past year, including those for burn manager certification, small forest owner assistance, and adaptive management. We've also significantly expanded the work of our urban and community forestry program, thanks to substantial federal and state investments. ODF staff have done an incredible job carrying this load of new work in addition to successfully delivering our core services to Oregonians on ongoing legislative implementation efforts related to Private Forest Accord and Senate Bill 762. You know, we've all heard this, and I've said it too. The only constant in life is change, and that holds true for ODF in 2024. For example, with the completion of our shared strategic plan with the board, implementation will begin, which will include the development of the associated action plans to achieve the goals that are provided in the plan. We'll also be continuing to assess and refine our organization structure to increase our administrative and operational effectiveness. My direction to ODF is in the coming years to remember that with change comes opportunity. And we will be approaching this new year with an eye towards continuous improvement and taking advantage of the opportunities that present themselves. And I'd like to close with two quick reminders and one. I wanted to transfer an email that was given to me by our Forest Division Chief, State Forest Division Chief Mike Wilson. First off, let me give you the two reminders. The board policy manual, which is the board's governance framework, is open for public comment with January 15th. If you'd like to take a look at the draft manual or find out how to provide comment, that's all available on the board's webpage. Also, we'll be hosting 3 listening sessions where I'll be gathering input from the public about the new HCP timber harvest and revenue projections that were shared with the board on December 14th. We're currently working to finalize dates and locations for later this month. Keep an eye on ODF's website and social media for listening session details. We'll also be sending it out to those who subscribe to our agency or board news emails. If you haven't subscribed yet, you can do that through our website. Finally, I'd like to read a message from Casina Lee. This is in relation to what we discussed on December 14th with the timber harvest coming out of the HCP. She's the state supervisor of the Oregon office of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Her message to Mike was, it sounds like there was some misunderstanding of what the dashed line on the graph you shared represents. If the dashed line is considered minimum habitat commitment, it creates a misperception that the difference between the dashed line and the model habitat quantities represents by bars on the graph represents excess habitat. In fact, the Fish and Wildlife Service has not negotiated or evaluated the proposed HCP using the habitat represented by the dashed line as a target goal or objective. The primary performance standards we are using to assess the HCP are: one, the currently proposed network of habitat conservation areas will be established. Two, ODF would manage the HCAs with the goal of producing all habitat you are capable of producing, and most of that capability will be realized. Three, general forest management outside of the HCs will produce additional, but not necessarily protected habitat. The dashed line represents the amount of habitat ODF is highly confident will exist in HCAs despite uncertainties related to modeling, responses to management prescriptions, growth and yield projections, climate, fires, and other natural events. The FWS, or Fish and Wildlife Service, believes that still allow the HCAs to provide some conservation value to the covered species. The dashed line is the floor below which the network will not provide meaningful conservation. It's a failure point rather than a target for success or for measuring adequacy with respect to Section 10 incidental take permit issuance criteria. What it comes down to is ODF's minimum habitat commitment is not the primary performance standard for the HCP, and any difference between this amount and the model habitat amounts is not excess habitat. I read that just because I thought it might add some more clarity to the discussion we had on December 14th. With that, I will hand it back to you, Jim, and wish the board and everyone in this room and everybody in Zoom land a happy and merry 2024.
Thank you, Cal. Would like to now open this up to any opening comments from any of our board members? Liz?
Chair Kelly, I don't have a comment in general, but I do have, I'm still confused, Cal. We just got that email and I read it. I drove up and I read it when I got to the hotel. And I feel like there's this sort of fog and filter between what U.S. Fish and Wildlife says to the staff, to Mike, and to the staff that work for him, and then what we get from the director. And I'm not even sure if it's the right, answer to the question that we have. So I'm just, I don't know if there's a question in that, but I just want you to know that this is one more thing, piece of information that gets sent to us. And I think it took time to get a response. But I'm, as a board member, I don't know. I feel like, how can I make a informed decision on things as we go along when we get this information from U.S. Fish and Wildlife? I almost feel like I wish I could speak directly to them instead of this going through, we ask them a question, it goes through staff, then it goes through you, then we get it. So, and maybe that's just the process, but I guess I'm asking for more of a direct line to U.S. Fish and Wildlife if we truly are going to try to get through this most complicated decision making. So I don't know if there's a question. It's just I'm a little bit rambling, but I just didn't have time between yesterday when I read it to you just reiterating it.
No, I think there's a good question there, Liz, and I think this issue's come up a little bit before, and I think maybe we can address it with Mike in our wrap-up tomorrow. Whether there is what opportunities there are, because I think there might be. One was offered to me at one point for some one-on-one with Fish and Wildlife, and I don't know what they're willing to do, but Mike can probably research that and get back to us. But I think it's a entirely fair question.
Or Cal, I mean, you're the leader in this process. Leader to leader would be good.
Chair Kelly, Cal Mukamoto, State Forester for the record. Board member Powell, I hear your question, and I don't think it's just up to us to say that. I think we need to also confer with our partners at the service to see how they
Yeah.
one-on-one.
Right.
But I do hear that you need more discussion about that, what
I
that
would
means.
like it
Yeah.
for myself.
Yeah, okay. And I don't think you're alone.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I don't think so. Other questions, comments from board members? Kick off here. Great. I got a few comments. You know, we're gonna have more testimony today, and something tells me a lot of it is going to be about our state habitat conservation plan. And as I mentioned in our last meeting, you know, officially we've at this point prior to today had 23 and a half hours of public meeting testimony and discussion on this topic. And for many of us, probably multiples of that in other meetings, Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee meetings and others. So, and I think sometimes it gets lost a bit about, you know, why we're doing this and what authority the board has and does not have. And so I want to remind everybody, this is all about the Endangered Species Act. This is all about a federal law. And our, you know, our operating room is pretty limited because we have to follow the law. If we don't follow the law, we will get sued. You know, worst case is that a federal judge ends up, you know, managing our state forest, and we know how well that has worked out or not worked out, depending on your perspective, in federal forests. So it's, and I know, you know, some of it is really tough stuff to hear from the industry side, you know, particularly around the owl and what's happening with the barred owls and the spotted owl and all that acreage and everything. But I gotta remind everybody, we've got to follow the law. And if you have a problem with the Endangered Species Act, you should be talking to your federal representatives about that, because we can't change it. We're boxed in, and everybody needs to understand that what our sort of narrow place is there. So, any other comments from board members? Just wanted to remind everybody of that. Okay, and I think we're ready to. Sure. All right. Well, that's better? Okay. We're ready to move on to the public comment section of the meeting. We ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, to not exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. I ask that before you start, you state your full name, the topic or agenda item number you are commenting on, and any associated affiliation that you might have if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. And so before we begin, I want to offer a few suggestions. Please try to endorse or support rather than repeat the testimony of others. Submit written testimony to accompany your statements or information, and that can be sent up until January 17th. Try to honor your your own time and your neighbor's time. Please be prepared to deliver your remarks within the time allotted. Okay, and let's just all try to have some grace and understanding as we make it through today's testimony. And with all that, Hillary, are we ready to engage with public comment?
Yes, Chair Kelly, we are ready to begin.
Great, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and remind our public affairs representative to get a timer prepared. I hope we shall have that up shortly. For everyone else, thank you very much for joining us today. We have quite a few folks in the queue, whether joining us online or in person. If I am talking too quickly or too slowly, please let me know, or if I'm too quiet. But everyone in the queue for item 2, thank you for joining us today. To help us stay on track, I will list you names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. As some testimony providers are in person and others are online, just be prepared to engage when your name is called. When you begin, a timer will be displayed for 2 minutes. When you see that timer run out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. To start us off, we will have the individuals joining in person. Please proceed to the front 2 tables with microphones located near the board. I will announce them in sets of 4, and then just make sure to give those, we'll give you guys a little time to organize and settle in. Those in person, when you're done, please return to your seat and just allow another group to come up. So we're going to start off with actually a mishmash. We had a few requests to start first thing this morning, online and in person. So we're going to accommodate that request. So the first set we'll start with is Commissioner Courtney Bangs, Shailene Bangs, Matt Phillips, Scott Killips. So I believe Matt and Scott, you are in person if you want to proceed to the front. And Yarrow, if you can get that timer ready for our first. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Banks, you're up first.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Courtney Bangs, Clatsop County Commissioner. During the December Board of Forestry meeting, a concern was echoed among board members regarding the perceived risk associated with taking additional time to refine and right-size the HCP. The articulated risks were twofold. First, the Coho lawsuit loomed as a deadline, and fortunately, as per the settlement agreement, Oregon has until 2028 to obtain a Coho HCP before the lawsuit could restart. The second risk underscored the challenge of right-sizing the plan in the face of climate change and natural disasters. Fortunately, Chapter 7 of the HCP delineates how unforeseen or changed circumstances will be addressed. It does not require ODF to front-load the plan with 100,000 acres of high-quality timber. In fact, it specifically covers circumstances where habitat is not met. As board member Brenda McComb stated, the purpose of the HCP is not species recovery. Unfortunately, ODF staff has taken a recovery standpoint when writing this HCP in regards to the spotted owl, according to staff testimony at the last meeting. Personally, I contend the greater risk lies in not dedicating additional time to right-size the plan. A prudent approach could involve meeting habitat commitments by term 7, or strategically targeting non-operable habitat acres outside of the HCAs and swap for production acres. Failure to optimize the plan poses a substantial threat to Oregon's multi-billion-dollar industry, impacting only a small handful of counties directly, and eventually the entire state. The financial losses over the plan's term will reach into the billions, and finding alternative revenue sources for the department and counties appears challenging considering the state's economic landscape. I appreciate your time, and thank you for letting us go first today. I'm gonna pause and allow my daughter to speak.
Thank you. We'll reset the timer.
Dear Chair and board members, my name is Shailene Bangs, and good morning. I consistently attend these meetings to ensure I've done everything I can to prevent the negative impacts of this HCP. Many community leaders, including my mom and the sheriff, continue to show up for the same reason. However, our voices lack decision-making authority. In fact, my community was never allowed even a voice until after the plan was built. You, as decision makers, have the vote. Have you exhausted all avenues to minimize job loss and negative impacts in my community? If you can't say a strong yes, I ask you to improve the plan until you can confidently answer yes to my question, because current models show that we could have a better balance between environment and economics. I love math, so I've calculated that meeting habitat goals halfway through the plan could release over 50,000 production acres, which equals over 200 full-time family wage salaries for over 70 years. At the end of this process, I hope that Clatsop County isn't still shouldering the burden of an entire state's environmental goals, costing us hundreds of jobs and our critical emergency response programs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Matt?
All right. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. My name is Matt Phillips. I'm the Sheriff of Clatsop County. It's my belief that government must do two things really well. And the first is that you must be able to gauge and interpret public interest, because we're a government by the people and for the people. Services you provide must be relevant to the constituents, including those in the rural communities like the one most impacted by this HCP. And I know that doing this can be tough. Advocates rule the landscape. Often they're the most persistent and loudest in the room. And sometimes they can cancel you if you don't agree with what their opinions are. And I'm not an advocate for anything but sound and balanced public policy that treats rural communities equitably and fairly while balancing the environmental, economic, and social factors. Oversubscribing habitat areas doesn't look like balanced public policy to me, and serves to harm a community whose median income trails Oregon's average by more than 10% and has the highest per capita homeless rate in the state. I think that there's a lot of room to revise the plan and to protect the family wage and industry jobs. And second, government must build and maintain public trust. Trust is a cornerstone of any relationship, but is exquisitely important for those of us that are given position of power and authority. I think for many in this room, the trust is a bit thin. And when I first heard about this plan, I think the harvest levels were projected to be 220 to 250 million board feet, and now we're at 168 to 187. And so minimally that could be reckless in developing data, and I pray that it wasn't deliberate or intentional to be misleading. I know that serving on a board is not easy. No doubt this HCP has been no cakewalk. But serving the public comes with great responsibility. If you have any questions, the proposed plan doesn't strike the right balance. If you believe your board and the agency you direct can do better to serve the rural communities, I hope that you find the courage to be a leader and direct staff to revise the plan so as to better serve our small communities and to mitigate the economic and social impacts of the proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Scott Killips. And then while Scott is approaching the table, I'm going to announce the second set. That's Representative Court Boyce, Darlene Sherman, Ronnie Daniels, Stacy Detweiler.
Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to provide a public comment. My name is Scott Killips. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I'm here representing 350 PDX, which is a climate justice organization. My comment today is a request for an ODF update on the implementation of the Climate Change and Carbon Plan in an upcoming board meeting in 2024. We recently reached the 2-year anniversary of the board's approval of the Climate Change and Carbon Plan in November of 2021. However, since that approval, no timeline for implementation or progress updates have been posted to the ODF Climate Change webpage, and it appears that no progress reports have been presented at Board of Forestry meetings. In the revision timeline section of the Climate Change and Carbon Plan, it states, quote, "To achieve adaptive management and the goals in this plan, agency staff will periodically bring progress assessments to the board," end quote. We believe that 2 years after approval of this plan is a good time for an ODF update on its implementation. For comparison, Oregon Senate Bill 762 was signed into law in July of 2021, and ODF published a detailed land resiliency strategy progress report in June of 2023, so 2 years later. We believe that the climate change and carbon plan warrants a similar priority and attention. Thanks for your time today and for all the work that all of you and all of ODF do on behalf of all Oregonians.
Thank you. Up next, Representative Court Boyce.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, Forester, Okamoto, and distinguished board. Yes, Happy New Year 2024 to all of you. For the record, my name is Cord Boyce, State Representative, District 1, Curry, Coos, part of Douglas County. As a state representative I don't normally read my statement, but I can't afford to mess this up. It is so important. So I have shortened it considerable to the written comment I will submit to our board here. As a state representative, being elected by the people is a tremendous honor, but also a huge responsibility. It's humbling. As you see, I have 75,000 rural Oregon losses. Born in Gold Beach as a nearly 70-year lifetime resident of Southwest Oregon, I raised my family and employed hundreds of people in my 30 years of duty in our side of Southern Oregon, the deep forested. So I do come to you again today with some authority and empirical experience. I've been very fortunate over the years to learn considerable about best practices, public lands management. I've also learned the facade of the late successional reserves often set aside, study areas, road decommissioning, and the poor results often of our wilderness areas. I understand what works, and I've learned what most often does not work. Then consistently, sooner or later, ultimately ending in fire, disaster, destruction, incalculable waste. The Forest Service has a plan, and I'm concerned the Oregon Department of Forestry does not follow that. And the two, frankly, are the environmental radicals that have got us in this position of 40 years. Please note the Curry, Josephine County backcountry has suffered 16 major fires in 35 years, combining for burned and continual reburns of over 2 million acres. In fact, 95% still has not been reforested. In fact, just in Curry County alone, thank you, ma'am. In those 4 decades, it has cost the Oregon and American taxpayers, glad you're all sitting down, I want you to realize, almost $600 million just in those 2 counties to fight these fires. Can you imagine what our 36 Oregon counties could have done with even just 10% of those funds for public services, schools, tourism, of course, law enforcement? I was a county commissioner for 6 years. I know most of our Oregon commissioners and certainly agree with their long-term assessments. The HCP is a horribly bad plan. So I ask you to dramatically amend this current proposal. As an added side note, and I think it's what probably galls me the most with the fires that we've had, after our watersheds, wildlife, rivers, and fish habitat have been destroyed or altered, the U.S. government, and again, the radical preservationists, they will not let us harvest the burned timber. The latter consistently assures wanton waste through the legal litigation and thus the squandering of millions of dollars, valuable public resource assets. You see, with no harvest, there's no rehab, no reforestation, breaking both state and federal laws. 2 to 3 years later, after the fires, each dead tree then becomes a stick of dynamite for the next nuclear fire. And there's more, topping it off again with no harvest revenue circulating, and the Oregon Department of Forestry on the budget is going to have to deal with this. I'll help any way I can. We can. We don't have adequate funding for our firefighters, all levels. Back to the public safety crisis. How many houses, even lives, will we lose in 2024? Only 4 months to our next fire season. Let's begin. Renew rational and proven policies that work. The principle of habitat reserve setbacks blocking the best forest harvest practices cannot be sustained unless it is managed. Simply put, the failure of removing ground fuels, our Oregon forests, left alone, sooner or later will incinerate, and everything in its path of the fires becomes fire. Everything. Millions and millions of our wildlife suffer torturous deaths. Concluding, all Oregon citizens, police officers, schools, and firefighters are depending on all of us and you to balance, even display some courage. Again, please reverse this HCP momentum in the reverse opposite direction. You can stop present and future, you can prevent present and future poverty cycles in our rural communities, rebuild our healthy forests for healthy communities, put our people back to work. Please do your part. Close those gaps between our rural and urban Oregons. Help us teach our youth what our Native Americans and old-time Oregon foresters have known for a long time. Care for and manage the forest through wise and proven good stewardship principles. Our great Oregon history, the great Oregon gift, the great Oregon advantage, our great Oregon heritage, the magic of the Douglas fir evergreen.
Representative Corr.
Questions? Thank you. Right in the.
Appreciate it.
Representative, you benefited from the fact that our timer seems to not be beeping, but, so you were the lucky one today.
However, yeah, we'll have to limit, sign-in testimony.
Oh, yeah. No, please don't.
So we have next up, Ms. Sherman, Daniels, Detweiler. That was that second set. So the third set will be Michael Lang, Nadine, John, and Scott Loomer. So be ready and on deck. Darlene, whenever you're ready.
Hello, I'm Darlene Sherman. I represent Riddle Broads for Wilderness, the Cascade Volcanoes chapter, speaking on agenda item 2. Here to support the habitat conservation plan. So we would like to see expanded riparian buffers to protect the listed aquatic species downstream of the tributaries. We'd like to see co-management of the conservation areas for endangered species habitat and for carbon storage and sequestration. So this would be an excellent way to address the climate change and carbon plan with minimal impact to production stands. The performance measures for the FMP, I understand, will be a separate document, but we would like to see that incorporated by reference into the forest management plan so that we keep up to date with the science as the FMP is implemented. As far as the adaptive management plan, I'd like to see make sure that the barred owl management plan that's under development with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is incorporated, and that the Department of Forestry partner with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to implement that plan on the state forest. Thank you very much for all your work on protecting our state forest for all our. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Ronnie.
My name is Ronnie Daniels, and I'm going to get right to the point here. The point is this. Number one, I live in Polk County. I've been locked out of some of the lands I used to hunt 30 years ago. Number two, as we got all the situation going on, we are letting criminality by the cartels of the Sinaloa and in California youth generation, Jalisco young generation group infiltrate our forests. With your policies of this habitat conservation plan, in my opinion, my state, my county will be affected very heavily. And other counties like Douglas, Coos, Curry, Clatsop, Marion, or even up in San Diego Canyon area. And we got to get the old wood out, because I'm tired of seeing 17-year-old wood from 2004 plus up in the San Diego Canyon, all up to outside of Sisters, with maybe on some levels, maybe federal, but there are some state lands. We need to capitalize on it, because the benefits that I see will affect me as a citizen. I rent. I take my godchildren or mentor kids hunting, teach them how to chop trees, everything else. For a habitat conservation plan that really, we're going on assumptions We are going on a worldly situation while 82% of the planet here will go beyond fourfold and don't give a damn about, with all due respect, habitat conservation plan or carbon credits. Okay? Without carbon, you don't have oxygen. Let's get that to the facts. So when we go through and we burn these trees, we don't harvest that wood, there's no income from my county. That means my rent goes up. That means instead of the state, they're going to say, pass down the money to our counties. That means they're going to raise my property taxes, which includes my rent and my way of life as a beekeeper, because without bees, you don't have food. And the point is, on that situation, you have locked a lot of beekeepers out from the coastal range on our state lands in the last 30 years. We used to produce almost 500,000 pounds. But because of the mites and the various mitigations and extra fees that right now, if you're a beekeeper, $300 in the almonds, you're barely making it through. It costs about $325 a year for a hive to keep it alive. My closing statement is this. I respectfully request that you reevaluate this habitat conservation plan and get it around 225 to 325 a year. So that way we take care of the bad woods that get caught on fire and everything else and keep my rent down. Thank you.
Stacy?
Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments today. For the record, my name is Stacy Detweiler, and I'm the Oregon Policy Director at the Wild Salmon Center. As we kick off 2024, I wanted to focus my brief comments on some key deadlines and commitments related to the Private Forest Accord and the Private Forest Accord Habitat Conservation Plan over the next year. First, I'd like to thank the board, ODF, ODF&W staff for keeping multiple processes moving forward to hit these key deadlines. As of Monday, January 1st, the full suite of Private Forest Accord rule changes are now in effect, and this has been a huge effort by agency staff as well as the Private Forest Accord author groups to draft, finalize, approve, and now fully implement the rule changes negotiated under the Accord. Second, as the new rules are implemented, we encourage ODF to continue to refine the technical guidance process to establish clear opportunities to review and update those documents as the new rules are implemented. Third, and most critically, the state is on a very tight timeline to complete and submit the Private Forest Accord Habitat Conservation Plan to the services by June of 2024, which is less than 6 months away. A foundational goal of the Private Forest Accord is to, quote, modify Oregon forest practice laws and regulations to craft a habitat conservation plan that will achieve the issuance criteria of an incidental take permit under Section 10 of the Endangered Species Act, unquote. It's a programmatic habitat conservation plan, meaning that the plan itself is the newly updated Oregon Forest Practices Act and associated rules. If the Private Forest Accord HCP is not finalized and approved by 2027, Private Forest Accord changes roll back to the previous Oregon Forest Practices Act standards. Support for ODF staff and the resources they need to develop the Private Forest Accord Habitat Conservation Plan is critical, as is support for federal agencies to meaningfully engage in the process and provide their review. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today.
Thank you. All right, if you want to return to your seats, we'll bring up the next set. Thank you. Appreciate you coming out. So while the set is Michael Lang, Nadine, John Livingston, and Scott Loomer approaches to the tables, let's put on deck Trace Hahn, Jay Halliday, Casey Kula, Mike McKibben. Michael, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Lang. I'm with the Wild Salmon Center. Happy New Year to all of you. Last week, he received 560 petition signatures in favor of the HCP, and that makes a total of over 7,000 signatures in 2023, along with many thousands of emails sent from Oregonians supporting the HCP. After decades of overharvesting state forests, a new modeling report shows that the HCP will begin to restore some balance to state forest management. And as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recently clarified, the HCP may result in just enough habitat to comply with ESA. So there's no excess habitat in this plan. However, the modeling excluded the effects of climate change, And this means that the resulting habitat may be considerably less than the habitat estimates produced by this model. We support the considering the effects of climate change in all future decisions made by the ODF and this board. We also have analyzed age class of forest stands in state forest and determined that 30% of mature forests are excluded from the HCAs and RCAs, while recent clear cuts were actually included in the boundaries of the HCAs. Including non-habitat within habitat conservation areas and excluding current habitat is likely inconsistent with the best science available. We support retaining existing mature stands that are adjacent to these HCAs. Also, the RCA stream buffers are inconsistent with the best available science. A recently peer-reviewed study concluded that clear-cut logging along the Trask River adversely affects amphibians and downstream amphibians, and increasing the buffer size to 12 meters or 39 feet did not diminish those adverse effects. We recommend increasing these stream buffers to 50 feet at a minimum. Lastly, we ask that you protect Cook Creek watershed from clear-cut logging and road building. Thank you.
Up next, Nadine.
Good morning. My name is Nadine Lesheminat. I'm a board member of the Cascadia Wildlands, and I want to thank you for all your work on the Habitat Conservation Plan. I'm here to support Alternative 3. I'm from Salem, and the Cascade Mountains and the Coast Range are the primary reason that I live here. The majority of people in Oregon overwhelmingly support strong protection of our state forests. Alternative 3 will provide more protection for wildlife habitat and threatened rivers. It will help address growing public concerns about our vulnerable drinking water supplies, and it will help protect scenic and recreational values, which are increasingly important to Oregonians. Recreation brings millions and millions of dollars into our state economy, including into the adjacent communities where timber is harvested. Alternative 3 is balanced. It puts protections in place while ensuring a steady supply of timber to rural communities. Oregon forests face numerous threats right now, including climate change, drought, heat, wildfire, and invasive pests. Research shows that healthy, mature forests are the best defense against these threats. I urge you to listen to climate scientists, forest ecologists, and thousands of your constituents. Oregon State Forest should be managed strongly to protect public water supplies, old-growth forest, wildlife habitat, and the recreational and scenic values of this place that we love. Our state lands belong to all of us, and we have an obligation. Could you hear all the, okay. We have an obligation to offer them our highest protection. And again, I really thank you. I don't know if you're volunteers. Yeah, I really appreciate all of the work that you put into this. I can't imagine the number of hours you've spent, but thank you so much.
Up next, John.
Mayor Kelly and members of the board, I'm John Livingston. I live in Salem, Oregon. Today I'm commenting to support the Habitat Conservation Plan. I have lived in my entire life of 73 years in Northern California and Oregon, and have children and grandchildren to leave my legacy to. I ask the board to support a strong habitat conservation plan that is grounded in science. Clear-cut timber harvest is the greatest limiting factor to the survival of covered, threatened, and endangered species and carbon sequestration of mature and old-growth forest areas. Please oppose any efforts to open up the HCP and reduce habitat protections and allow for clear-cutting thousands of additional acres. The board must follow state law that requires you to make their decisions based on the best available science. Any changes to the HCP that would reduce protected areas would not be supported by science. You must not make your decisions based on political pressure. Oregon needs to diversify funding for county services to take the pressure off of logging our state forests. The HCP protects an adequate amount of habitat for threatened species, especially considering future uncertainties such as fire, disease, and climate change. Any less habitat would likely doom these species to extinction. Please support HCP Alternative 3, which provides better protection for salmon habitat by preventing logging along tributary stream and around landside problem areas. A strong HCP is supported by the best available science and is the minimum of what we should be doing to provide our children and grandchildren with valuable state forests. Thank you.
Up next, Scott.
Good morning. My name is Scott Loomer, Vice President for Walsh Trucking. We are a family-owned, Oregon-based company that has specialized in the transportation of wood residual products for over 63 years. Our blue and white trucks with the big Ws are seen all over Oregon, and in every single one of those, there's a person that's counting on you. We are responsible for over 400 employees. We provide high-wage jobs and excellent benefits in small communities like Willamina, Warrenton, Lakeview, and Gilcrest, just to name a few. It's not easy to find a job with the potential to make over $90,000 a year in small-town Oregon, but that's what we offer. Truck driving jobs are the smartest, fastest track for many individuals to provide for themselves and their families. These jobs are crucial to the economies of many small Oregon communities. But most importantly, these jobs are crucial to people, to families, and to children. I'm speaking for all our people when I ask you to fix the HCP. Our drivers can't be here because they're out working hard today to take care of their loved ones. Walsh Trucking employees rely on a thriving forest products industry. These families count on the most environmentally friendly and sustainable building material industry that Oregon has the means to deliver, and I think that the Board of Forestry has the responsibility to protect. You're protecting people and children, make no mistake. The HCP is fine, but not if it goes too far. There's a safety slogan in my industry, the trucking industry, that says, get out and look. Probably seen it in the little mirrors, go, get out and look. Drivers are trained to stop what they're doing when they get in a difficult situation, get out of the truck and make sure that they're on the right track, that there are no hazards to deal with. They make sure they aren't going too far too fast. I'm asking the board to get out and look at this point. Stop, evaluate HCP, and don't go too far too fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Feel free to return to your seats. Next set with Trace, Jay, Casey, and Mike. Please come forward. And on deck will be Senator David Brock Smith, Amanda Sullivan, Laura Wilkerson, and Commissioner Jerry White. And Trace, whenever you're ready, feel free to proceed.
Hello, my name's Trace Hahn, Oregon Board of Forestry. I'll be commenting on the HCP today. I'm a mechanical engineer who has worked in research and development for the past 11 years, and I represent B&G Logging. As part of the HCP, the terrestrial conservation strategy estimates an increase in habitat to 134,000 acres for the northern spotted owl and 0% for the coastal martin. The habitat commitment for the Oregon slender salamander is 19,000 acres. A recent article in the Outlook noted that the salamander, once thought to only exist in old growth forests, was found thriving in abundance inside the city of Gresham, Oregon. This discovery left wildlife experts scratching their heads. USGS and partner scientists recently published the results of 3 studies of northern spotted owl populations. It was proven that the removal of barred owls had a strong positive effect on the survival of northern spotted owls, stopping their long-term population declines. The single largest mortality of the marbled murrelet was 8,400 in 1989 as a result of the Exxon Valdez oil spill. This immensely contributed to their decline. Scientists and wildlife biologists have stated that one of the largest threats to the murrelet population are oil spills and climate change. Oregon wildfires burned 1.1 million acres in 2020 alone, killing an unimaginable number of species outlined in HCP. Let's focus HCP on wildfire prevention, pollution, and climate change. HCPs often focus on individual species or specific habitats, potentially overlooking the interconnectedness of ecosystems. Oregon cannot afford to have scientists scratching their heads while coming up with an HCP that costs $241 million with an uncertain outcome in 70 years. A broader ecological context must be considered. Thank you.
Up next, Jay.
Thank you very much. Chairman Kelly, State Forester, board members, Happy New Year's. Best for the new year. My name is Jay Halliday. You've seen me before. Our family owns a home in Arch Cape. And I've been here to testify. There we go. Thank you very much for the assistance. I've been here to testify for an HCP that supports adequate drinking water for our community, frankly. It's very simple. The years of dialogue about the Western Forest Management Plan and Habitat Conservation Plan have clouded whether or not the 75 acres that we use to harvest our water is protected from clear cutting. Protection is important to us because, like many other Oregonians, we don't have a water supply. We don't have water supply alternatives. This point gets lost in a lot of the noise level that's going on, and we hope you can tune that down a little bit and understand how some of the HCP implications and some of the dialogue would really damage those of us that use public watersheds for our only source of water. When I was running my business, I had a lot of employees, and I always tried to remember that I was never going to make a perfect decision. But the one thing that I could do is make sure that the decisions I made, if I made them, I had a good course of action if we found we went down the wrong path. I would encourage you, and I've submitted this testimony in writing so you can read it. But as you think about this, think about, how long does it take to reestablish watersheds? How long does it take to reestablish habitat versus plugging the gap on some public funding? It's important, but the money's out there. And with creativity, we can solve some of those problems. Thank you very much for your attention to this. Change is hard, and I hope you come to a successful resolution.
Thank you. Up next, Casey.
Yeah, good morning, Chair, members, State Forester, and staff. For the record, my name is Casey Kula, and I work for Oregon Wild. First, I want to say on a side note, on a recent foggy morning in the valley, I pedaled up Monument Peak Road in the Sandiam State Forest to that sun-drenched summit up there, and I noticed stand after stand of really beautiful, healthy conifers that were spaced out with a really lovely understory, and some of those actually got burned in the Labor Day 2020 fires and are coming back really strong. I also saw very dense, homogeneous stands of conifers that burned really, really hot during that fire. So just a little picture for you. Second, I applaud the State Forest Division for their work on the Forest Management Plan. I want to draw your attention to it's page 104, which is the key performance measures, or it's actually performance measures, and then there's an appendix that goes into more detail about the components and the metrics and the targets and the data sources for each of those measures. I just want to note that work is really unfinished, but with staff, it needs to be fleshed out with actual specific measures and targets. And then there's something that you as the Board of Forestry need to do, is just to direct staff to include the path to achieving that measure if the forests are coming up short. It's the accountability component that's really missing right now. You should insist on goals that are clear, unambiguous, and have numbers or a range, and to know that your role in all this work. All right, finally, I want to draw your attention to one legacy feature of the OFPA that still troubles me, and that's PFAPs. So PFAPs are designed for operators to have flexibility in meeting the ecological goals while not following the rules specifically. And I've worked with staff on this, and I think we've made progress, but there's one thing that really needs to be done still, and that PFAPs represent a large loophole. And I want to work with you to make sure that the PFAPs have like a clear staff biologist review, a broad public disclosure, and the ability for the public and you to understand how many PFAPs are happening and who's approving them. Thank you.
Thank you. Before Mike goes, I'll remind it'll be Senators Smith, Sullivan, Wilkinson, and Wiley will be up after. Mike, proceed.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mokomoto, and fellow board members. My name is Mike McKibben, and I'm the Director of Western Resources for Stimson Lumber Company. We're a family-owned company that has been in business for over 100 years. We own 176,000 acres in Western Oregon and operate 3 sawmills in Tillamook, Gaston, and Clascanine, employing roughly 250 people. Logs generated from ODF timber sales are very important to Stimson and the communities in which they operate. I'm here to express my concern about the proposed habitat conservation plan and forest management plan. I've followed this process very closely for the last 4 years and slowly watched the proposed harvest levels go down. The most recent projections, which were the 4th set of modeling numbers released, revealed the lowest numbers yet. This, as you know, will have a devastating impact on our small rural communities like those in Tillamook and Clatsop counties. Tillamook County alone receives about $18 million annually from ODF timber sales. The new plan also sets aside too many acres for northern spotted owl habitat, over 100,000 acres more than is required by the federal agencies. This alone is a good reason to slow the process down and reconsider the HCP. In closing, I would remind the board that wood is the most environmentally friendly building material that we have, and demand for it is only going to increase. A decision to reduce timber harvest in Oregon by 80 million board feet will only increase timber harvest by a similar amount in another location, likely without the protection and best management practices that we have here. So let's keep those jobs here and products here by allowing the talented and professional staff at the Oregon Department of Forestry to continue to produce them in a sustainable way. Thank you.
To return to your seats. You're very welcome. Okay, will Senator David Brock Smith please come forward, Amanda Sullivan, Laura Wilkeson, and Commissioner Jerry Wiley on. Okay, we'll reset that. So Senator Brock Smith, Amanda Sullivan, Laura Wilkeson, Commissioner Jerry Wiley, please proceed to the front. On deck after them will be Fred Yates, Joseph Uren, Pam Birmingham, and Mark Crosby. Thank you. Senator, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Kelly, Board. Senator David Brock Smith, representing Senate District 1, which includes Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today in your work. I also appreciate the work of the ODF and W within the constraints that they have. As a former county commissioner, you've heard some of the testimony of the socioeconomic impacts of this, and I want to remind you and admonish you, Chair Kelly, as your comments in the beginning of this meeting with regards to the ESA. There's opportunities to move forward with plans in the HCP that have an opportunity to make sure that you follow Oregon law with regards to the greatest permanent value. I also want to tell you that since being in the legislature since 2017, I'm everything natural resources, environment, and energy in the legislature, and have been in the House and now in the Senate. We've been working on legislation, and I would like to say that some of the environmental for-profit, nonprofit hypocrisy that's been testified today and also within the submitted comments goes against actually best practices with regards to the Fremont-Wyoming National Forest in Klamath County. We know that the partnerships with regards to thinning, ladder fuels reduction, and prescribed burning saved those forests in regards to the bootleg wildfire. So we can move forward with science that clearly shows that we can have a plan that protects the environment, protects the natural resource, and also protects our communities and the socioeconomic welfare of those coastal communities, especially in the North Coast. And this is not it. I'll just close to you, sir, and the board, that Oregon passed Senate Bill 872 last session that I drafted, and I would encourage you to look at it. And it clearly states that the position of Oregon on the national forest is that we want increased forest thinning, reduced ladder fuels and hazardous fuel loading, restoring of meadowlands, increased biomass utilization, and increased post-disturbance recovery and restoration activities or salvage logging. That is what we're telling the federal government we want them to do. And certainly, any plan that is presented right now goes against that and is actually opposite of the direction that we've already wanted the feds to partner with. Thank you.
Next, Amanda.
Morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor. I'm the Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers, a certified forester, and have a degree in forest ecology. It's undeniable that the Habitat Conservation Plan holds noble intentions in protecting our diverse ecosystems. Yet we implore you to consider the profound impacts this plan has on the very heartbeat of our communities, the hardworking individuals and families who have dedicated their lives to sustainably managing our forests. Abraham Lincoln once said, "I like to see a man proud of the place in which he lives. I like to see a man live so that his place will be proud of him." Forest workers embody this sentiment wholeheartedly. The looming threat to their existence posed by an unamended HCP bears the potential to erode the vibrant tapestry of our society. It is the crucible of this pivotal moment that our character and moral fiber as a society is tested. Environmental justice means ensuring the burden of environmental decisions doesn't fall disproportionately on the shoulders of rural communities and small businesses. It means finding solutions that protect both the ecosystem and the people who rely on them for survival. Thus, our message is crystal clear. If the draft HCP is approved without essential amendments we advocate for, the repercussions shall be nothing short of devastating. The urgency of this matter cannot be overstated. The reductions in timber volume and revenues has already begun. ODF has chosen to implement the HCP even before its finalization, resulting in a staggering 17% reduction in volume and a 24% reduction in revenue in 2023 compared to 2022. We implore you to use the extended timeline provided by the revised IPs, the Coho settlement, and the stewardship agreement to conduct thorough impact assessments that consider the well-being of all stakeholders. Thank you, and please see our written comments for more specifics about our identified issues and recommended solutions.
Thank you, Amanda. Up next, Laura.
Morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Laura Wilkeson, and I work for Hampton Lumber. By now, you have repeatedly heard our concerns about this draft HCP. The new modeling from ODF confirms what our worst fears. This plan overcommits tens of thousands of acres to habitat at the expense of rural communities. The proposed HCP will drastically reduce timber supply and cost billions of dollars over the next 70 years. And that's premised on a harvest rate that is not guaranteed. ODF has suggested the potential for even lower harvest volumes going forward, meaning the impacts may be more devastating. There is still a lack of transparency and accountability and no certainty for surrounding communities. In our view, this HCP is not good public policy. It doubles down on failed federal forest management strategies, which, after decimating rural communities, have failed to improve outcomes for sensitive species like the spotted owl. Without sustainable timber harvests, rural communities will suffer. These forests have enabled local economic opportunities for generations. As we've seen at the federal level, public cash subsidies are terrible band-aids and even worse substitutes for good local jobs and value-added manufacturing. This HCP as drafted will put people out of work, plain and simple. It will increase the need for public services while simultaneously reducing the funds to pay for those services. ODF now plans to hold meetings in a couple of communities to get feedback on the HCP. And frankly, this should have been done years ago. The needs and values of those local communities should have been considered throughout the agency's negotiations with the federal services. We hope that those meetings and the people that have already become before this board are not just part of a numbers game. By now, you should fully understand the bigger picture here. There are real-life consequences to this plan, and to continue as is would be reckless. Now is the time to fix this HCP.
Next, Commissioner.
Good morning, Board and Chair Jerry Woolley, Washington County Commissioner, and I've heard the amount of testimony that you've already listened to. Truly is a labor of love, and I can certainly appreciate what it is that you do. Now that we have the most latest modeling numbers and information, we have the ability to more closely evaluate the concerns and the potential unintended consequences of this HCP. I've sent you a document this morning. You have not had a chance to look at it yet, but it's my evaluation in detail of the impact of this harvest. I have testified 3 times before you, and the message has been and continues to be, we support the creation of an HCP, just not this one because of these consequences. I talked about the tyranny of the or, which is the enemy of and. We need to get to and. I use the analogy of the 3-legged stool, an equally balanced stool with recreation, habitat, and harvest as the 3 legs. All 3 have equal importance. The new modeling detail reflects significant further reductions of harvest than the previous model and expansion of the HCA's reducing timber available for harvest. The intent of the HCA's is to ensure compliance with federal guidelines protecting fish and wildlife and providing sufficient acreage for their protection. As the new modeling tables reflect, the protected species acreage is excessive in that it will exceed the federal guidelines by nearly double in 70 years at the cost of special districts and counties' financial health. The unintended consequences will be the special districts and the domino effect. Using Washington County information as an example, we allocate 68% of our timber money to school districts. Our harvest is projected to be reduced by nearly 60% during this 70-year period of time. This reduction will require the state fund to backfill this loss. This means every school district in the state of Oregon will share in this reduction. This will only exacerbate the impact. We can reduce the HCA's and still be within federal guidelines. Let's consider harvest and reduce significant harm to counties and special districts. Solutions are still available. We ask that you consider them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please return your seats. Appreciate you coming out. Hot mic there. Sorry, everyone. Okay, so next up was Fred Yates, Pam Birmingham, Joseph Urin, and Mark Cosby. And then after that, we're going to be shifting to those who are online. I've been getting messages they would like to do their turn, and then we'll shift to those who signed up today. Fred, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, ODF board members. My name is Fred Yates, and I'm here to offer public comment on the proposed HCP. I reside in Cottage Grove, located in Lane County. What I have to say today is a slimmed-down version of my complete written comments, which I have submitted. It is my hope that I might pique your curiosity enough that you might read my submitted written comments. It is only 4 pages in length and contains 3 large graphics that I use to illustrate my conclusions. You have spent untold years analyzing data, running computer and simulations, tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of man-hours to arrive at your conclusions. I have arrived at my conclusions by using your data from the last 110 years. The past data shows that what has happened and what will likely happen again. Without the knowledge of your past history, you cannot stop it from repeating. Your elegant plan, filled with graphs, tables, figures, summaries, and lots of verbiage, fails to address any of the major shortcomings and questions we the people have proposed from the beginning. The vast majority of our questions can be surmised in one simple question. What in the world has possessed ODF to contrive such a debacle? Might this be the answer? The numbers are out, and they're not good. They're terrible. It was revealed by Mike Wilson, ODF's division chief, that to cover the cost to manage our forest, they needed to start harvesting at a much higher level, and the taxpayers of Oregon will need to subsidize the management of a $6 billion asset. Because of the HBC coupled with the new forest management plan, it will bankrupt a $6 billion asset by choice. ODF is not required to enter into the HCP. They want the HCP to fend off the continued lawsuits brought by the environmental groups, and in so doing, will bankrupt our $6 billion asset. It seems you're willing to throw Oregon's taxpayers under the bus, burn down our state forest lands, and wreak havoc on our GDP, all because of a lawsuit. Ever hear of fighting back? Wow. Thank you very much. I wish you really would read what I wrote, because there's a lot of information there. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Up next, Pam.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and Board. I'm Pam Birmingham. I live in the North Oregon Coast Range in Clatsop County. I am a former park ranger and a longtime real estate broker in Clatsop County. In the interest of time, I will say I support Michael Lang, Nadine, and others within the environmental community's comments. I won't repeat all of those. As a former park ranger within a rural county, I understand the importance of funding. This most robust version of the HCP will hurt some rural county funding, but I think it's a good compromise where we meet the federal requirements and still provide timber for the counties and the industry. You can't please everyone. No one will like whatever decision you come up with, but I think the most robust HCP possible is the way to go for climate change and for the timber industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Joseph.
Good morning. Joseph Yorn, Audubon Society of Lincoln City. 50 years ago, almost to the day, the Endangered Species Act was signed into law. Our chapter and its members celebrate this milestone and encourage the Oregon Board of Forestry to honor both the letter and spirit of this act. The Endangered Species Act was designed to protect and recover species at risk of extinction and to promote the conservation of ecosystems and habitats necessary for their survival. Each of these species is a part of our own human ecosystem. Each has a unique cultural and biological value, performing services essential to our combined well-being. Guided by the best available science, we're charged with conserving them and thus protect healthy air, land, and water for everyone. You, the Board of Forestry, manage lands critical to the survival of not one, not six, but 17 species, either listed or about to be. Your responsibility is clear. We believe leadership in the Oregon Department of Forestry respects and accepts its responsibility to conserve these species, and we fully support staff efforts to develop an HCP for Western Oregon State Forests. The ESA is designed to protect critically imperiled species from extinction as a consequence of economic growth and development unchecked by adequate concern and conservation. The 17 species covered by the proposed HCP are at risk of extinction in Oregon. This is the direct result of excessive economic exploitation of our public lands. We believe these species' survival hinges upon adoption of conservation measures at least as strong as those described in Alternative 3. We urge you to stand up and meet your responsibilities to the ESA. We urge you to temper your decisions with an adequate level of concern for the conservation of these species. Thank you.
Up next is Mark Cosby, and before you start your comments, sir, I did make an error in order, so we are going to have one more on deck and hear Rep. Ed Beal, Joyce Sherman, Josh Estes, and Tyler Ernst before we go to virtual. Thank you. Please proceed when you're
That'll help. I'm Mark Cosby, 63-year resident of Lane County, Oregon. And it's a decree that we have to have a HCP. But as you see by numbers, people aren't happy with this HCP. I recognize the one sheriff I've seen at every one of these meetings. And I asked, where are the other 13? I've talked to my sheriff, he doesn't come around here. I don't know why. So I look at the failures in the system. We must follow the law. Army Corps of Engineers was mandated to follow the law. And they devastated the fish in Green Peter Reservoir. They ruined communities downstream from Lookout Reservoir and Green Peter Reservoir because they followed the law. And the judge is going to be sued. And the Army Corps of Engineers is going to be sued because they got caught between the judge and the law. Laws that were based not on science, but on agendas. And since 1970, I've seen that. with the National Forest Service. I've been going into the bedrock. I guess it's against the law. No, it is against the law to lock me out, and they have. They had 4 gates on National Forest Road 18, but they had to put a new one in and lock us out of our lands. Is that to protect us? We're going to draw these dams. We're going to draw these dams down for the next 5 years. We're going to get a more expensive power source called solar panels. That's not working for the citizens.
Thank you. All right, Rep. Adil, Joyce Sherman, Josh Estes, and Tyler Ernst. Rep. Adil, whenever you're ready.
Chair Kelly, Board, Chief Forester, my name is Ed Beal, Oregon State Representative for House District 17, East Salem through the majestic Santiam Canyon, and I represent over 70,000 Oregonians. And I'm here to speak against the proposed habitat conservation plan as currently modeled. As a legislator, one of my duties is to pass a balanced budget, and the fiscal impact of the HCP to the state must be considered. The reduced harvest called for by the HCP models, and I read the report in full, result in about $60 million of loss to the state in the first biennium and increasing for every biennium thereafter. That's over the life of the model's time span, that's over $5.4 billion of impact just in state revenue. Most of this revenue is transferred to the counties for essential services. So what is the ODF expecting the state legislature to do to make up for this loss? You want us to raise taxes, short the counties of essential funding, pull even more money out of the state's general fund to prop up the ODF? And if we pull more money from the general fund, what state programs do you want us to cut? Housing infrastructure, drug addiction treatment, schools, youth mental health services? These are serious issues and they must be considered in this plan. The HCP will turn our forests from a $6 billion asset into a liability. Now, what's worse, and I'm a legislator for a year, I'm an engineer by degree, I've spent my time studying science and data for my career. I'm doubtful that the HCP is even going to achieve the desired outcomes. In my opinion, the HCP is doubling down on failed forest policies of the last 30 years. And the theory is that we can achieve our environmental goals by increasing forest habitat and curtailing timber harvesting. But there's mounting evidence, however, that shows we won't. As an example, carbon storage is mentioned multiple times as a priority. And the assumption is that locking up our state lands in harvest conservation areas and stretching out harvest cycles 90+ years in other areas are important strategies for carbon storage. But I'd argue that these strategies do the opposite. Forest researchers have consistently found that locking up forests ends up emitting more CO2 than sustainable harvests. And the science shows that a 40 to 50 year timber harvest cycle is optimal for carbon storage. And whether Oregon cuts another tree down or not, the United States will continue to use wood products. And we are currently a net importer of overseas lumber. In other words, every tree that Oregon doesn't harvest is one more tree that must be processed overseas and transported on a diesel-guzzling, carbon-spewing freight ship halfway around the world. Or, instead of lumber, we build our homes with steel and concrete, two very carbon-intensive building products. In other words, every tree that Oregon takes out of a harvest cycle is increasing the global carbon footprint. We've already talked about the spotted owl. We don't have to increase habitat to increase the spotted owl population. In fact, every acre we increase in Spotted owl population is a barred owl habitat. I will in closing, thank you. In closing, our state forests are the gem of the Northwest. Not only are they a beautiful resource for recreation when actively and sustainably managed, they provide jobs and generate much needed revenue for our state and our counties. The HCP doubles down on turning our state forest from an asset into a liability. What's worse, it will not achieve the environmental goals that it claims to support. I urge you to rethink the HCP and engage your local communities in this decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Joyce.
I represent one of thousands of us who make our living by providing various products and services to the sport fishing industry. Oregon is a state of small business. And many of us have made our living all our lives by providing services to the sport fishing industry. I would like to urge you to adopt a stronger habitat conservation plan for Oregon State Forest. I'd like to protect the remaining mature and old growth forests, plus add the Cook Creek watershed to the conservation areas. I'd also like to see ODF establish terms for things like steep slopes. I've not found any steep slopes as described by an ODF employee anywhere on the forest. I've also not found, I found a lot of intermittent streams that are running 2 feet wide midsummer. That's not right. We need some definitions for things are bad. Standing mature and old growth forests are far more valuable for addressing climate change, pollution, lack of adequate stream flows, and coastal water for towns and fish all along Oregon's coast than they are for generating short-term income. 80% of the west side of the Coast Range is managed for short rotation.
Thank you. Up next, Josh.
Morning. For the record, my name is Josh Estes, and I come before you today as a representative of the 4,000-member strong Association of Western Pulp and Paper Workers Union. We encompass hard-working men and women of the timber, pulp, and paper industry here in the Pacific Northwest. Our community has long thrived on the sustainable balance between industry and environment. However, the proposed habitat conservation plan, as confirmed by the recent Forest Management Plan Modeling Report, threatens this balance, posing a dire risk to our jobs and our way of life. The draft HCP's restrictive measures and significant reductions in allowable harvest will not only impede our industry, but also undermine the economic backbone of our rural communities. You've heard much of that today. We acknowledge and support the need for conservation, but implore you to reconsider the current trajectory of the HCP. In closing, I ask you to consider the gravity of our situation. Each decision made here echoes through the lives of thousands, communities built on the foundation of our forests and our industries. Let's pause for a moment in solemn recognition of the jobs and the dreams that may be lost if this draft board continues unchanged. And let's ensure that this moment of silence is not a precursor to the silence of vanished livelihoods, but a turning point towards a future of prosperity and stewardship. Thank you.
Well, Chair Kelly and members of the Board of Forestry, for the record, my name is Tyler Ernst, and I serve as General Counsel and Director of Regulatory Affairs for the Oregon Forest Industries Council. I would like to offer comment this morning on the modeling scenarios that were presented to this board and to the FTLAC last month, and to ask the board, in light of what that modeling exercise revealed, to reconsider its approach to the draft Westside State Forest HCP. With this modeling exercise complete, it is now unequivocally clear that the 225 million board feet of annual harvest projected when the board decided to move forward with Alternative 2 in 2022 is not attainable given the management restrictions required by the draft HCP. Additionally, as has been noted, the modeled scenarios also demonstrate that the proposed plan will generate far more habitat than is necessary to accomplish biological goals and objectives, generating nearly 150% of target habitat acres in the first 14 years is not called building in a safety buffer. A divergence of that magnitude pushes the concept of risk reduction beyond the point of parity. What is clear from this updated modeling is what we have been saying for months. The present draft HCP is too conservative and must be amended. There is simply no evidence that this is the only plan that would receive federal agency approval. And in the context of a 70-year commitment, a year or two spent revising a plan in order to better balance objectives and minimize social and economic impact seems more than worth it, particularly with new information that undeniably affirms the data which informed the board's prior decision was faulty. OFIC implores this board to task the department commencing work on revised HCP and framing a solution that works to the benefit of all Oregonians. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I've been getting audio notes that our microphones have been a little finicky. So we'll do our best to share my mic because it seems to be working. Do I have some head nods in the gallery there? Okay. Number 14, lucky 14. All right, so next up, we're going to be moving over to our online folks who've been waiting patiently, and then we'll return to the final 5 or 6 that are still joining us in this parlor. So we have up next is Steve Griffiths, Tyler Reed, Heather Eckler, Chief Rod Lintz. So if Steve, whenever you're ready.
All right, my name is Steve Griffiths. Good morning, Chair Kelly and Board of Forestry members. I'm retired and live in Lincoln County. I'm here this morning to urge you to support a strong habitat conservation plan for state forests in Western Oregon, in particular, our Alternative 3. I'm asking you to do this because Alternative 3 serves all Oregonians. It is based on the best available science as mandated and would help preserve our state forests and provide healthier habitat for imperiled species, including salmon. Alternative 3 would enhance recreational opportunities, promote economic diversity, provide for continued and sustainable timber production, and help protect municipal water supplies. A vote for Alternative 3 is a vote for our future. Please do not take action to open up the HCP. Opening it up would cause more delays and might even endanger the HCP itself, which must be approved by federal agencies. Thank you for the work you do on behalf of our state forests, and please support Alternative 3.
Thank you. Up next, Tyler.
Good morning. Happy New Year, Chair Kelly, State Forester, and the board. I'm Tyler Reed, Superintendent of Neahkahnie School District. On behalf of Neahkahnie, I'm writing to express concerns with this current HCP. It's just disappointing that this current plan significantly reduces timber harvest on our forest lands, and this results in less funding for our kids. Our district does not receive any state school funding, so we heavily rely on timber revenue to support services for our students. If this current plan is adopted, our students will lose millions, and this goes to core curriculum and extracurricular services. During a time of rising teacher strikes, the need for more funding in our schools is now, and we do not need to take revenue from our school districts. While I appreciate the ODF, this board, other decision makers taking great care and consideration for wildlife in our region, I also want you to consider the thousands of kids, teachers, staff members that will be heavily affected by this plan. I know you must follow the law, but surely this law has a floor. Can we work to implement minimum requirements so that schools can make necessary changes like raising taxes on our residents? Because that is what we will have to do to make up this windfall. Our hope is that you will take a better balance of the economic, environmental, and social values for these state forests. I have a volunteer board myself. I appreciate the work that you all do. You go unpaid and you get a lot of criticism from the public. And so I just appreciate you taking the time. This is not an easy decision. So thank you for letting me speak to you today.
Thank you. Up next, Heather.
Good morning. My name is Heather Eichler, and I do climate justice activism with 350 PDX. I'm on the forest defense team. Thank you, Chair Kelly and members of the board for the opportunity to present comments this morning on agenda item number 2. In this first week of January, we know that 2023 was the hottest year on record and that 2024 is likely to be hotter still. I've been attending these meetings and submitting comments for almost 3 years now because I'm concerned about the existential threat climate change poses to a tremendous number of species, including our own. The science is very clear that human-generated carbon buildup in the atmosphere is driving climate change, and also clear on the fact that forests, particularly the mature and old-growth temperate forests of the Pacific Northwest, are by far the best systems for sequestering and storing this carbon. It could not be more clear that the logical and ethical path forward is to keep these forests intact. This past fall, I participated in a well-constructed survey from Oregon's Kitchen Table, just one of many opportunities the board has offered the public to voice our concerns and opinions about how our state forests should be managed. I appreciate the time and effort that the board has invested in listening to Oregonians and coming up with a habitat conservation plan that balances multiple needs. I urge you now to act with urgency and move forward with an HCP at least as robust as Alternative 3. I further ask that the board move forward with the climate change and carbon plan, making its implementation your highest priority. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment this morning.
Thank you. Up next, Chief Lentz.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and board. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Rodney Lenz. I'm the fire chief of Banks Fire District in Washington County. The Banks Fire District strives to deliver a high level of service of EMS, fire suppression, fire prevention through 3 and 4 communities within our area. We were established in 1954 to provide that service to those communities of Banks, Manning, Buxton, and Timber. We provide over 60 miles of rescue and fire and EMS service to 60 miles of state highway, Highway 6, Highway 47, and Highway 26. We do this with 65 dedicated volunteers and 3 paid staff to deliver service to those 900 calls. We're 96% volunteer. Direct revenue from ODF timber sales is a primary source of our revenue for our fire department budget, which supports our staffing, our equipment, and our apparatus. We need the operators and the foresters from the private landowners and the ODF to have the boots on the ground for that initial attack to help support our firefighting operations to have those positive outcomes. The forest sector is critical to Washington County's economy and communities, as 52% of the county is forested. When jobs go away, emergency calls increase, and with longer response times, that decreases our positive outcomes. The rise in housing shortages, public health challenges, and the need for public services always increase when shortages begin. With the decrease in funding, that is very concerning. In conclusion, the new modeling from ODF released in December shows that the HCP dedicates an overwhelming amount of acres for the habitat and the expense of harvest, volume, and revenue. This direction is too costly for Washington County. We ask you that you make meaningful changes to the HCP to balance the habitat commitments and harvest revenues outcomes to ensure that the taxing districts can remain strong and funded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Stephen Gettle, David Reed, Emily Atkinson, Madeline Cohen, and please correct any mispronunciation I provide you. Up first, Stephen.
Hi, thank you for hearing me today on HBC Alternative 3. My name's Stephen Gettle, the owner of Spicy's Fishing and Outdoor Excursions. I've donated hundreds of hours volunteer to the state's declining fisheries. I reside in both Clackamas and Tillamook counties. Times have been rough for me as a newer guide and even longtime guides as we try to navigate diminished fishing opportunities throughout the whole state, not to mention Tillamook County, where the economies and tourism industry are suffering the greatest. I remember the abundant 60-pound salmon that used to get pulled out of Tillamook rivers and have seen nothing but dwindling conditions for the last 30 years due to clear cutting and other irresponsible forest management practices guided by special interests. We're at a tipping point, in my opinion, and as trees can be replanted in many scenarios and conditions, native fish stocks cannot. These fish need their home rivers to spawn and thrive in, and the water conditions have been depleting for way too long. Millions of dollars used to be injected into our economies from the Tillamook fisheries. This money supports a very large and important part of our state's economy that seems to be getting ignored due to special interests, benefiting a select few. Tourism dollars from fishing have been shrinking every year as waters warm up and fisheries die off, not to mention the issues with unstable regulations that make it far too difficult for fishing tourism to be even seasonal, let alone planned, when the regulations change even weekly at times. A robust habitat conservation plan, Alternative 3, is one of our last chances to give the fishing community and industry, the true stewards of our waters, a chance to recover from some of the runs that have been abundantly decimated by irresponsible management and special interest guided regulations. There are several factors that have been crushing our beloved fisheries, with lethal summer temperatures in the streams being probably the most significant by promising both juvenile and adult Chinook salmon. I can't stress to you enough the immense urgency and great importance of having the most robust riparian areas in Tillamook County to reduce the imminent summer kill-offs. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Emily. Emily, if you can't join us, we're going to move on to Madeline and come back. Madeline, are you ready?
Yes. Good morning. Chair Kelly, members of the board, for the record, my name is Madeline Cowan. I am the grassroots organizer with Cascadia Wildlands, and I'm commenting today in support of the Habitat Conservation Plan for State Forests. I have a background in forest ecology. I am a fourth generation Oregonian. I'm an avid angler, forager, and a young person who has spent the majority of my life concerned about the climate and biodiversity crisis. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to testify and provide public comment today. Today is not the first time I have spoken to you all about the HCP. In the past, myself and others came to you as representatives of imperiled species whose habitat would be impacted by your decision-making. The northern spotted owl, the Pacific martin, the marble murrelet, and the coho salmon are to name a few. To many, these critters may seem elusive. Many will never come in contact with these or any of the species impacted by the HCP in a lifetime, let alone think about them in daily life. But what many forget or seem to deny is that their survival on this planet is just as important as our own. If ecosystems die, then we die with them. Tragically, so much of the habitat in the Tillamook, Clatsop, and other state forests have been overcut and unprotected for a generation. We know that the animals know that clear-cut timber harvesting is the greatest limiting factor to their survival. Thankfully, the board and the state forester are not required to manage state forest lands to maximize revenue to the counties via harvest, but the board is required to base its management decisions on the best available science. Thankfully, the board has the opportunity to choose HCP Alternative 3, where you will not only bring more certainty to habitat conservation, but also enhance recreation, economic diversity, and even ongoing timber production. Indeed, new timber harvests and habitat estimates show that the HCP will begin to restore some balance to state forest management, protecting an adequate amount of habitat. Thank you so much for your continued dedication.
Thank you, Madeline. I'm going to go back to Emily. Are you present?
Yes, we're present.
Great. Proceed when you're ready.
Hi, Chair Kelly, Forester Mikamoto, members of the board. For the record, our names, I'm trying to get video. Sorry, that's not working. There we go. For the record, our names are Nancy Webster, Richard Felly, and Emily Okdedian, and we're residents of the North Coast representing ourselves and North Coast communities for watershed protection. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the Western Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan and the modeling report. As residents of Tillamook County, we support the HCP as a necessary improvement after decades of overharvest on our state forest lands, and a compromise that will bring more balanced management of these public lands for the benefit of all Oregonians who need clean and abundant drinking water, life-supporting biological diversity, buffers for climate change, drought, fires, protection and recovery of keystone species like salmon, and recreation opportunities, of which all are forest products too. While the modeling reflects that the HCP will offer a better balance for our forests, we continue to be concerned about the amount of mature forest and important watersheds that are left out of the conservation areas, and that the modeling does not take into account climate change, which we know will greatly impact the viability of these areas to support necessary habitat as federally required under the plan. In addition to habitat concerns, we want to reiterate that the forested areas that our coastal communities rely on for drinking water have been more than 50% clear-cut over the past 20 years. 46% of people living in Tillamook County receive drinking water from Oregon State Forest. The HCP will add more protection to some of these drinking watersheds, but we cannot afford to compromise water quantity and quality for short-term economic benefit. We hope that the ODF will take necessary steps to carry the HCP through without delay, with consideration for the science supporting 50-foot stream buffers and protection of critical habitats such as Cook Creek, as well as take important steps to protect and safeguard drinking water sources within state forest lands. We advocate for no clear cutting or pesticide spraying within our drinking watersheds. We recognize that a true win-win balancing conservation and funding for sustainable forest management and robust county services will never be achieved under the current model linking county funding to the extraction of critical publicly owned natural resources. We hope that our collective creativity, cooperation, and advocacy can move us beyond this conundrum. There's still much to do, but this is heartening to see that the HCP is a necessary first step in the right direction towards balancing these values. Thank you for your efforts, and we look forward to seeing a strong HCP through.
Thank you. And I did do misstep. We missed Mr. David Reed. If you're ready, please proceed. Unfortunately, I can't hear you. Could you unmute yourself?
Chair Kelly and members of the Board of Forestry, my name is David Reed. I'm Executive Director of the Astoria-Warrenton Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to talk about HCP. Our chamber represents more than half of all businesses in our two towns, 600 local businesses and institutions across all major industries. And I remind you of that fact every time I testify, because we're not just here to talk about what the currently proposed HCP is doing to the forest products industry, but what it's doing to our whole community. I hope my continued presence and testimony serve to underscore how dire this matter is to us and should be to you, because what harms us harms the people of Oregon. There is one more chance to correct the enormous problems with the HCP as currently conceived. One more chance to implement a plan that preserves critical habitat, exceeds federal requirements, maintains Oregon's leadership in environmental stewardship, and still leaves room for careers and families in a critical industry. It is not a choice between people and wildlife. You know there are solutions that balance both. Solutions that improve greatly on the status quo without doing irreparable harm to rural families and communities. If the goal is to heal the planet, which it should be, then closing off production in one of the most best managed forests in the world in the face of increasing demand does nothing more than push harvesting to areas where forest and habitat management practices and oversight are inferior to our own, and where replanted trees, assuming that there are any, grow much slower, compounding the negative effects for years and even decades longer. Much attention has been paid to the idea of reforming the funding mechanism of forest trust counties to decouple them from timber revenues. That, frankly, is a red herring. It speaks to only one aspect of this erroneous HCP, government and district funding. It ignores entirely the social, economic, and personal costs, and it innocently glosses over the pure illogic behind instituting 70-year limits based on bad math but good intentions. Please take this off-ramp from this disastrous course this HCP has been on these past 2 years. Doing so does not mean giving up on the environment, but rather serving it with the participation from those who respect and rely on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. All right, our next set will be Jenna Ayers, Greg Jacob, Jay Browning, and Commissioner Pam Webb. Up next, Jenna.
Hi, my name is Jenna Ayers. I am a member of the Shoalwater Bay tribe, which is going underwater currently. Our reservation is being lost due to climate change, which is causing a social and economic disaster for us, which we are funding the move from our traditional land up to out of the sea level rising. And we are funding that. It's about $500 million for something that we didn't even cause. And I want to bring that to attention. And I also am graduating from law school this year, so I'm very passionate about environmental and climate justice. And I want the board to consider the economic viability to include the climate liability and the billions of dollars that will be cost from climate change, including many deaths, billions of deaths due to we are predicted to almost get to 3 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial temperatures. And we've already had the 2021 heat wave, which killed more than 100 Oregonians who were cooked alive, cooked in their homes, mostly elderly, vulnerable people and disabled people. And the trees are really important for carbon storage and lowering temperatures. And climate change is not linear, it is exponential. And replanting trees is not the answer. We need to, this would take hundreds of years, and there's no guarantee that they will grow with the heat waves and the drought. And who is going to pay for the trillions of dollars of the climate disasters that we're going to have? And then also the wildfires. I studied the effects of particulate matter on the lungs and heart and how it causes death, particularly among vulnerable populations. And this will increase with the wood products because the number one carbon polluter in Oregon is the timber industry. And they need to be held accountable for this. And we're also in the 6th mass extinction. So we need habitat, shade, and to protect our species. Thank you.
Up next, Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg Jacob, and I'm testifying as an environmental representative of the State Forest Advisory Committee, and I'm a member of the Oregon Chapter Sierra Club Force Team. Discussion about an Oregon habitat plan has gone through a careful 3-phase study of initiation and scoping, negotiation strategies, and conducting a NEPA analysis. It is now time to finalize the HCP without delay. Under HCP Alternative 3, ODF can restore balance to our state forests by providing protection for old-growth forests, for salmon, streams, and for wildlife habitat. It is a plan that balances timber with the above-mentioned protections. HCP Alternative 3 provides fairness and a certainty over a 70-year period. This HCP will provide regulatory assurances, and ODF can increase the predictability of its costs related to listed species. The ODF will not be burdened with annual survey and monitoring costs, and an HCP can reduce average annual Environmental Species Act compliance costs. I ask that you oppose actions aimed at blocking the state forest HCP. It's in keeping with managing Oregon forests for the greatest permanent value. As a concluding comment, we know that there is movement in the Oregon legislature to identify alternative sources of revenue to fill funding gaps for county services. And I'll also point out in closing that if the timber tax had not been repealed, an estimated $3 billion could have been given to local governments between 1991 and 2019. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Up next, Jay.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Jay Browning, Clatsop County, local logger, been in the logging industry for 53 years. I do not envy you, the board. Your decision will have a huge impact on the communities affected. People's lives, businesses, not just the loggers, but mill workers, foresters, tree planters, firefighters, sheriff's deputies, school teachers, ma and pa diner, hardware store, everybody. I lived and worked in a timber-based community where the timber giant Crown Zellerback was the main employer. They had vast timber holdings, mills, logging, and trucking. The federal government decided they were a monopoly, which had to be broken up. Forced to divest of properties, Clatsop and Tillamook were hit hard. Operations being shut down, equipment auctioned off. Over 1,000 of their employees in just Tillamook and Clatsop County lost their jobs. It didn't take long for the domino effect to start bankruptcies, foreclosures, forced to live in cars, tents, in the woods, having to pull kids out of schools to try and find some sort of work elsewhere. Some of these men had special needs kids, children with physical disabilities. I worked with these men. Some career loggers, mill workers gave up, turning to alcohol. Domestic violence went up. Suicides were frequent. I went and worked in the logging camps of Alaska for years, when things dried up around here. Not all could, especially family men. That option is no longer available for the loggers around here. This will add to more homelessness. And in mid-90s, when a judge in Seattle put the spotted owl on the endangered species list, shutting federal forests down, destroying communities and lives. And I don't see how a decision like this,
Could you provide a closing comment, please?
just a few seconds. I don't see how a decision like this can be made without spending a great deal of time in these forests, seeing all the projects and habitats set aside for over the last 30 years that we've been doing. It's thousands of acres already. I have spent over 50 years working on Clatsop and Tillamook counties forest, and I haven't come close to seeing it all. Every county's forests are different, and we have been doing a great deal to protect the species, the watersheds. Nobody's logging in the
We
watershed.
need you to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you.
We've have a number of people who can't testify because, we've had too many people running over.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Up next, Commissioner Pam Weave.
Good morning. Is it still morning? I think so. Yeah. My name is Pamela Webb. I am one of the Clatsop County, one of 5 Clatsop County commissioners. And you have received a letter from the Clatsop County Board that does not have my support. That's because I speak on behalf of the people of Clatsop County who believe that we live in a fragile and imperiled ecosystem. We face water shortages already. We are 80% forested in Clatsop County, which means every watershed lies below forests. We're facing a warming climate, increased severe weather events, ocean level rise along our significant coastline. Plus, we are long overdue for what is a predictable and inevitable seismic event. Our ecosystem is very endangered along with its components. I think that one of the things that we need to be looking at here is that our economy is entirely resource-based. We have forests, we have farms, we have fish, we have fisheries both within our county, in our many tributaries of the Columbia River, and of course, we have the ocean fishery, which actually is a larger part of our economy than forestry is. Unfortunately, we have lost the wisdom of our native population, who has been abundantly prospering in this ecosystem for thousands of years. And I think it's time for us to turn back to them for some good shared information. I have written a longer letter, which talks about the specifics of what I was going to talk about today, that includes the fact that that we do have some time. We've got a couple of years before the awful, dire financial consequences, which gives us time to talk to the state and the federal government about a restructuring of our tax system so that we're not so dependent on cutting every tree down.
Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
The next one. Up next is Carol Valentine, Mark Kahala, also Commissioner, Ted Chu, and Grace Brailer. Carol, are you ready?
I am ready. Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board. For the record, my name is Carol Valentine. I'm a volunteer testifying on behalf of the more than 70,000 members and supporters of the Oregon Chapter Sierra Club. Our organization is on record in support of HCP Alternative 3. And I live in Josephine County, which is historically very timber dependent. And I do understand the financial conundrum that commissioners face. I was setting out to endorse 3 specific actions that our chapter believes are critical for the success of the HCP, the climate plan, and the viability of Oregon fisheries, tourism, and recreation industries. And I'm just going to go through those very quickly. The first is an increase in stream buffers. And we, along with other organizations, urge the board to implement 50-foot buffers on headwaters and tributary streams. The second is the inclusion of mature forests adjacent to habitat conservation areas. And the third is to protect the Cook Creek watershed, which is designated as an aquatic anchor by ODF and provides critical habitat for salmon. With the rest of my time, I just want to say that I've heard from many, many paid representatives of industry, and I represent those who are not paid and often don't have a voice with the board, but who are very, very concerned about 70 years from now, what will be left for our children and grandchildren, and mainly are concerned about water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Up next, Commissioner Mark.
Yes, Chair Kelly, Forester, Mokomoto, and Commissioners. My name is Mark Wheel. I'm the Chair of the Clatsop County Commission. I did send some written comments along. 4 out of 5 of our commissioners fully endorse those comments. You know, growing up in Clatsop County, I appreciate the beautiful and thriving habitat that our forests and our state lands provide. And I also appreciate, you know, the speed in which the habitat is reestablished after harvest. You know, I know several foresters that have spent their entire careers, you know, managing our state lands, and we're so proud and appreciative of the great stewardship that they have provided. You know, Clatsop County deserves a habitat conservation plan that, 1, protects the financial wherewithal of local taxing jurisdictions and the essential services they provide. 2, protects the services and service levels directed to the most vulnerable in our community. And 3, protects the greatest permanent value as the cornerstone principle between the state and trust counties. And 4, complies with the issuance criteria for incidental take permits defined by the federal services. You know, for Clatsop County, this is a matter of equitable public policy. If the proposed habitat conservation plan is approved, it is clear from every analysis that Clatsop County residents will pay either through higher taxes or reduced services and service levels. You know, the median income in Clatsop County trails the Oregon average by more than 10%, and we are home to the highest per capita homeless population in the state. You know, the projected loss of family waste jobs in our county due to reduced harvest will only further erode our economic base and weaken the fabric of our community. And you heard Jay Browning speak to that. Clatsop County respectfully requests the Board of Forestry direct ODF to reduce the impacts on Clatsop County and the other Forest Trust land counties. We want to collaborate. We want to partner with you on changes to the draft HCP and protect the environment and reduce and mitigate impacts to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Up next, Theodore.
Thank you. My name is Ted Chu. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Alternative 3 of the proposed Habitat Conservation Plan. I live in Tillamook County, close to state forest, and part of the watershed that supplies myself and my neighbors with drinking water is on state forest. I consider Alternative 3 to provide the minimum necessary protection to our forest lands. It's a glass half full compromise, and I cannot support a weakened version. Thank you for your work on this plan. However, it's disappointing it took this long in a federal law to get the forest to create a HCP. Alternative 3 protects a small percent of state forest and a much smaller percent of Clatsop and Tillamook County's total forested area acres. The lands at issue are state forests, not county forests. In my county, when we have a good salmon run, it fills our hotels and restaurants with paying customers, extending the tourist season. When runs are low, that has negative social and economic impacts, and those negative impacts have been quietly occurring for decades. Still, the state does not set harvest levels for salmon, or for that matter, deer or elk on state forest lands based on projected financial benefits to the county, nor should that be the metric used to set timber harvest. As a property taxpayer in Tillamook County, I'm concerned about county revenues from forest land, and I am relieved to learn the harvest projections under Alternative 3 will maintain current levels of shared funding to counties. I am aware the Jewel School District and perhaps others may lose some level of funding, but I learned recently that the State Department of Education has committed to make up those reductions where they occur. I believe the most valuable product of our forests is cool, cold, clean water for drinking, for crops, for our dairies, and for valuable fish. With a warming climate, this resource is already threatened. We all know what clear cutting did to the Rockaway Beach community's water supply. There are huge areas of private land dedicated to single-use tree farming in our area. Our public lands should be managed to maintain overall healthy forests and all that they support. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Grace.
Hi, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. My name is Grace Brailer. I'm the Wildlands Director with Cascadia Wildlands, and I'm commenting in support of a habitat conservation plan for state forests that is at least as strong as Alternative 3. The board has listened to hours of testimony and received thousands of messages pertaining to the HCP, including hundreds from supporters of Cascadia Wildlands. So thank you for that. This engagement illustrates the significance these public lands hold for so many Oregonians, many of whom get their drinking water from or take their families fishing in the streams and rivers that flow through state forests. I, for one, was fortunate to spend the recent holidays with my little niece, Morel, yes, like the mushroom. While not yet a year old, I dream of the day that she comes to visit me in Oregon and I can take her out to see our cherished state forests, go foraging for mushrooms, hear the cures of a marbled murrelet, or show her spawning salmon. Securing a strong HCP will help make this dream a reality. To be clear, the proposed HCP is a compromise. At best, it will protect an adequate amount of habitat for imperiled species, especially considering future uncertainties such as fire, disease, and climate change impacts, which are concerningly absent from the department's updated estimates of harvest outcomes. Still, these estimates show that the HCP will create and protect much-needed habitat that will draw down and store carbon and allow for more predictable levels of timber output over time. Any less habitat will doom at-risk species to extinction throughout the region and would be rejected by federal agencies who must approve the plan. Public lands must be managed for the good of all Oregonians, both current and future generations, and the HCP must be grounded in science, not swayed by political pressure to increase clear-cutting on public lands and reduce habitat production. So thank you for the opportunity to comment, and we really look forward to helping our members and supporters participate in the future listening sessions so the board can continue to hear the strong public support for an HCP that protects habitat for imperiled fish and wildlife on state public lands.
Thank you. And the next set will be Dwayne Doyle Jr., Nora Sherwood, Kevin Leahy, Bridget Bauman. Dwayne, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne Doyle. I own a fourth-generation family business employing approximately 1,000 people in Oregon. Some of our people live in rural communities that will be heavily impacted by this HCP, such as Tillamook, Clatsop, and Washington counties. And for the record, our headquarters is based in Hillsboro, Oregon. There are two key points I hope the Oregon Board of Forestry will consider prior to deciding on how to vote. First, social and economic. We are very concerned about the significant loss in funding. ODF averages $118 million in revenue from timber harvests, which will only decline as a result of this HCP. The loss of hundreds of jobs in counties like Tillamook, both direct and indirect, will result in high unemployment. It's estimated that for every 1 million board feet, that equals 11 local jobs. So we can do the math on that. Even ODF will likely have to cut staff. We have seen this too many times throughout rural Oregon when mills are closed and the community never fully recovers. My second point is that the HCP goes too far. ODF's recent new model report shows harvest ranges from the proposed HCP will be a minimum of 50 million board feet less than the original target. They have also set aside tens of thousands of acres more to habitat than their initial proposal to the federal government to gain approval of this HCP. For those that say that timber dollars are an outdated way of funding local budgets, I'd offer a different perspective. The funding source isn't the problem. Wood is the most environmentally friendly building material, a natural resource we have in Oregon, and global demand will only continue to increase. The current model is sustainable and supports both working families and the services they depend on. So the question is, what's the funding alternative? Will the Board of Forestry leave it up to state politicians that are out of touch with rural Oregon? In closing, I'm not against the HCP. What I'm saying is the current HCP as proposed is not as balanced as it could be. We ask the board not to settle on an HCP that is highly compromised and does not meet the original stated objectives. Let's keep working together to find a better solution for all stakeholders involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Nora.
Thank you. Chair Kelly and members of the board, for the record, my name is Nora Sherwood and I'm with the Audubon Society of Lincoln City. I'm back here again commenting today on agenda item number 2 in support of the Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3 for state forests. I'm asking the board to support a strong habitat conservation plan that is grounded in science and specifically HCP Alternative 3. The state forests have already been overharvested, and opening up more area to create more clear cuts is a terrible idea. We have enough clear cuts on private land already. Out here on the coast, the hillsides are deeply scarred by extensive clear cutting. It would be a terrible shame to see more of that on lands that we all own, leading to more erosion, landslides, and contamination of the water supply, among other problems. The costs, both monetary and otherwise, need to be considered. Local salmon numbers are also affected, which is a direct hit to the economy, as was so eloquently stated by the fishing guide just a few minutes ago. I understand that the revenue from logging is important for funding local services and schools, and that makes this conversation very difficult. It is unfortunate that this is how those services are funded, and it's also quite rare. But I would remind the board that funding local agencies is not their responsibility. Other states do not fund critical services by continued destruction of natural resources, and funding mechanisms do change. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is necessary. Alternative 3 represents a lot of hard work by the stakeholders. Industry is never going to be happy with it, but it's time to move forward. Oregonians want their state lands preserved for wildlife, habitat, and recreation. I urge you to support a strong habitat conservation plan that achieves this permanent value we all want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Kevin.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry. I'm Kevin Leahy. I'm the Executive Director of CEDAR, which is Clatsop County's economic development organization, and also Vice President of Clatsop Community College. I'm here to testify against the proposed HCP. I'm here again. So the average wage in the forest product sector in Clatsop County is $70,600, over 80% differential between the annual wage in our county and the forest product sector. This is especially critical as we are a rural and underserved community. We're continually being challenged to reinvent ourselves away from natural resource industries. But with the average wage so much higher in the sector than others, reinventing equals more poverty and lower paying jobs. The proposed reduction in ODF harvest will have a tsunami effect on our local economy. Our Clatsop County economy is under siege. Other challenges currently faced are proposed DEQ wastewater discharge permit regulations impacting our seafood processors. Generational decimation is not only possible, but probable if these measures move forward. We already have the highest number of houseless per capita in the state of Oregon. Even if other public monies can be diverted to supplement state and local budgets, that does not make up for the loss of jobs and economic activities tied to logging, hauling, and milling timber from state forests, as you've heard previously. I won't go through the modeling on ODF, you've heard it many times, but the direct impact would be 311 direct jobs lost here in Clatsop County. When you add the multiplier effect, the job losses are much greater. Many individuals in our community earn a living in the natural resource industry, including forestry. With this plan, several large employers, including Georgia Pacific Mill, Hampton Mill, Warrenton Fiber Mill, along with other family-owned businesses like J. Bryden Logging, depend on harvesting to keep the businesses afloat. With the proposed 35% reduction, the economic impact on our community would be significant and immediate. The poverty rate of our schools would rapidly increase, and our student enrollment would drop as families relocate to find work outside of our rural area. Spending the majority of my time in my career in the private sector, it's unacceptable there's not been an intentional partnership with all the parties at the table. Please get back to the table. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Bridget.
My name is Bridget Bauman, Chair Kelly and members of the board. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity for these comments. And I appreciate all those who have brought their expertise and their care of the Oregon forests. I've lived here my whole life. I've used the forest. I've been in the forest. My special interest is no clear cutting. I support alternative 3 for wise management and planning and attentive management, and think anybody taking any tree out of any forest should be required to replace it unless it's a damaged tree. Okay, thank you very much. I give up the floor to the next person.
Thank you, Bridget. We will be moving to our next group, Bob Rees, Herman Fishman. Up first, Bob.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, Forester Makamoto, members of the board. My name is Bob Rees, Executive Director for the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, Conservation Director for the Association of Northwest Steelheaders, now on the Board of Directors for the Northwest Sport Fishing Industry Association and National Wildlife Federation. I'm a part-time fishing guide because there is no longer such a thing as a full-time fishing guide. Our sport fisheries have been devastated. Sport fishing, once a key economy in Tillamook County, is on the ropes. 2023 was the 4th year in a row where we've witnessed the press returns of fall Chinook, once the most robust run remaining on the North Coast. Poor water quality killed half of the spawning population of a returning wild adult in 2019 through cryptobia, and we have yet to recover. Steelhead numbers are depressed as well. Spring Chinook are being considered for listing as we speak. The loss of sport fishing opportunity in Tillamook County once provided a valuable economic engine during shoulder seasons for tourism, representing one of the greatest transfers of wealth from urban to rural communities. Now the sport fishing community is taking their recreational dollars elsewhere. It's been a devastating blow. A 2019 study from Travel Oregon indicated that there was $1.4 billion in trip-related expenditures on the North Coast, including specifically calling out Tillamook and Clatsop counties, employing over 10,000 people, creating over $52 million in state and local taxes annually. As I've testified many times before, every single major North Coast river system fails to meet the minimum temperature standards for the successful spawning and rearing of wild fish. Each summer, these river and stream systems oftentimes exceed 70 degrees Fahrenheit, killing juvenile salmon, steelhead, and trout when they should be putting on some of their best reserves of their freshwater life cycle. I'll conclude there with the support of Alternative 3 as the best option forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Herman finishes this off on the online, can I announce the last deck here that will be in person? That will be Rand Schneck, Rebecca Roth, Tim Cohen, Gary Bois, and Walt Drysdale. So if you'd like to proceed to the front. Herman, whenever you're ready, close this out. Unfortunately, we're not able to hear you, Herman. Is your mic working? If you unmute yourself, one moment. Let me try to unmute you.
There it goes. Yes, thank you, Chair Kelly and board members. My name is Herman Fleischman with Northwest Fishing Adventures. I'm a member of the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, CCA, and NSIA. As a native Oregonian river guide, I've enjoyed Oregon forests and rivers for over 50 years. I'm commenting in support for a strong habitat Conservation Plan for Oregon State Forests. I urge you to make a decision based on science and oppose any efforts to reduce habitat protections and clear cut thousands of acres, additional acres. HCP Alternative 3 is supported by the best available science. This plan will benefit wild ESA listed coho salmon, wild Chinook, and steelhead with cleaner and cooler water for better spawning habitat. These runs of salmon and steelhead are slowly recovering, but a minimum of a 50-year permit plan is necessary for the future of these species. Please support the HCP Plan 3 for better managed forests for fish and wildlife that'll benefit Oregonians for generations to come. Thank you for your time, Chair Kelly and board members.
Thank you very much for those joining us online. I'm going to be coming back to the room. Let's go ahead and proceed with Rand.
And board members, my name is Rand Shank. I'm the Forestry and Natural Lands Lead for MCAT. That's Mobilizing Climate Action Together, an all-volunteer group that's focused on the climate. And I really appreciate your work as volunteers, spending an enormous amount of time moving forward the HCP. About 30, well, first I want to recommend a book to you. It's the remaking of the Northwest Forest Plan, highly relevant to the work you're doing on the HCP, and it's a great read. About 30 years ago, Judge Dwyer told the Forest Service that it needed to stop breaking the law. That law, of course, being the Endangered Species Act. One of the forests that I'm very familiar with is the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. And for the 45 years before the Northwest Forest Plan, that forest had been harvesting about 400+ million board feet a year. After the plan, it has been for the past 25 years harvesting roughly 25 million board feet a year. It's a big significant drop. It was primarily due to because they had been over harvesting beyond sustainable levels for decades. And so what's the big change now in the past 30 years, of course, is the climate crisis. And so every national forest right now is required to amend its national forest plans in response to the need to protect mature and old growth forests. And so that's what I'm encouraging you, obviously, to stay firm with the HCP, but with the Forest Plan for Oregon, to strongly encourage you to integrate the climate change and carbon plan so that we are optimizing carbon sequestration and storage, so that we are protecting our mature and old growth trees and maintaining a diversity of species, ages, and structures. So do the right thing for Oregon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Rebecca.
Good morning. I'm here because Bill Clinton signed the Biodiversity Treaty and got all this started years ago. At the time when he signed the Biodiversity Treaty, it was never ratified by the Senate. And over the years, I've watched the Democrat Party push the agenda of the Biodiversity Treaty, which is a UN treaty that is designed to restrict resources, air, water, land, et cetera, to the people of the United States. And the Democrat Party, I've watched pushing this agenda in the city councils and at the state level. You can go read the Biodiversity Treaty and all of its agendas, and you will find that the Democrat Party pushes it across the board. As for this lie that there is global warming, the climate goes up and it goes down. The hottest year on record recently in the last 100 years or so is 1936. It just was a year that was very warm, and it was way warmer than what we just experienced recently. And yet everybody survived and we went right back to regular weather patterns. And then recently we had another warm year. I mean, I think the climate does change, everybody. And Antarctica is still frozen. And it's very, very frozen. The Democrats have pushed this line.
Rebecca, can you?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the native population, there was a tribe up in Washington that seeded salmon fry. And for several years, we had a huge harvest of salmon. Now that there's all kinds of tricks that are going on with this. And the Democrat Party is pushing agendas that destroy the salmon population.
Thank you, Rebecca. We have to move on to the next.
Oh, a really good book. The Democrat Party Hates America.
Well, that's a good one.
And that is a good book.
Thank you for that share.
Everybody should listen to Mark Levin.
So let's go ahead and shift to Tim. Are you ready? All right, Tim, ready when you are.
Chairman Kelly and Commission, thank you for your time. I think it's been an excellent meeting. I spend my time over at the Capitol testifying and haven't done so for about 15 years, and it's a great program you've put on. I think the testimony has been very good that I've heard since I've been here, so I've scratched off a lot of the stuff I had written down before. I spoke at a seminar at Harvard called Changing the Game, Negotiating and Competitive Decision-Making in April 16 through 21 on 2001. And I spoke about how you can negotiate, and we had two teams, and we would go into a room, we had to negotiate and try to come out with a bigger piece of the pie than the other team did. I went in there and said, look, we're both very talented. If we use that talent together, instead of increasing the amount we come out with by getting 1% away from you, let's just double the size of the pie and we'll come out with a lot more. So with this group that's been testifying, they need to get together and contribute in a manner that would help the communities and the tax base and everything else, and still help with their particular special interest. And that can be done. Because one of the things I wrote down as a note, they have to participate without having an impact, a negative impact on another group like the communities. And the last thing that I would mention is if there's any areas that I can do or that can be done that would help you provide the resources for managing the forest lands with the intent of HCP without affecting the timber harvest. Is there anything that the state can do to support you in order to do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Gary.
Yeah, go Ducks. Looks like we had a better year than you did. I've been here 69 years next week. Seen the forest basically be destroyed. Unfortunately, you've got the unenviable task of destroying it in a manageable fashion. We've got two groups here. Obviously, same groups that we were talking about, those that worship the trees and those that want to manage the forests. You have the ear of they have the ear of the people that worship the trees, and I understand that. I've lived in here all my life. But one of the things we talked about last time was the spotted owl. It was a fraud. 50 years ago, that research, as you all know, was fraudulent. It was the barred owl that was killing those spotted owls and continue to kill the spotted owls. And now that it's been revealed, some cockamamie idea has come up that you can kill the barred owl and protect the spotted owl. And that's what this whole plan is about. You've decided that you can kill 500,000 barred owls on the West Coast to protect the spotted owl. That's your plan. I don't see the Sierra Club killing all those barred owls. Are they going to grab a shotgun and kill them? No. They're going to have out-of-work loggers go out in the middle of the night, in the middle of the forest. Probably smart ones will go into the clear cuts and kill 10 of them and bring them into you guys, and you give them $500 to kill the barred owl, to protect the spotted owl. So you'll have your weapon to keep the loggers out of the forest who only want to manage the forests and keep them healthy. And that's what you're going to do. That's your plan. Kill the barred owl to protect the spotted owl. 500,000 of them you want to kill. Who's going to do that? Which one of you are grabbing a gun, going to grab your shotgun and go out and kill those owls? You better raise your hands, and these environmentalists better raise their hands, because they won't do it. They want the evil hunter to do it. And then they're going to get blood on their hands to protect you for your stupid little plan. It's a bad plan. Boards are where good ideas go to die, and this is a perfect example. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next, and closing us out, I believe, is Walt Drysdale. And I just wanted to call in the audience. Do we have a Steve Goss or Herbert Olsted that had signed up, who showed up finally? Oh, okay. Well, Walt, you officially close this out from public testimony. Proceed when you're ready.
Well, thank everybody here for their testimony, and most of the things that I wanted to say was used up, but one of the things that wasn't mentioned, is when I first walked in, I heard a statement that you need to go and complain to your federal government because the devil told us we had to do this. I've talked to people, I've been in Oregon for 25 years now, and I've just talked to hundreds of people over these 25 years that had their lives devastated by the false narrative of the spotted owl. And now we have policies that have failed us miserably. That we were supposed to be protecting our environment, but donating our wildlife to the annual wildlife barbecue that happens in our forests because our forests are not being managed properly. That didn't work out so well, and now we're back in the boardroom here, and we're going to double down on the policies that have already failed. Last time I heard that we had our sovereignty given to us in 1859, and that we need to be pushing back, and we need to be protecting the people of the land, because the people of the land really want to take care of the land, because that's their living, and that's how their families survive. And the people of the cities, they need to understand that they have hurt these people severely in the last 40 years. And I'm just going to close at this point and thank you everybody again for their testimony and their opinions. Take care and have a good lunch.
Thank you. Testimony providers, we appreciate your participation in today's board meeting, whether online or with us in the gallery. Chair Kelly, State Forester Okamoto, and members of the board, this concludes public testimony portion of the January meeting agenda.
Okay, on behalf of the board, I want to thank everyone. We know it's a lot of work to come out, and really appreciate the testimony, and I think you can all understand what a difficult decision this is for us, listening to testimony on both sides. This is democracy in real time, and democracy, as I think we all know, is not the most efficient form of government, and we are well beyond our time. Also, just, we did have challenges with microphones and others, and our board administrator, I think, was overwhelmed at times. We did have some folks, some of you elected officials, who got to speak well over the allotted time, and so I want to apologize to to others who would have liked to have been able to testify today. We'll try to do better in the future. Meanwhile, a lot of my board members have snuck out at points for the bathroom. I have not done that. We are going to take, and we are not about to have lunch. We're about to have our Operator of the Year awards. So let's take a very quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back for that award time.
Testing, testing, testing. Okay. Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing.
just barely. But all right, we're on to the next item on our agenda, which is the 2023 Operator of the Year Award. We will recognize our Operators of the Year who set an example for the forest industry by consistently going above and beyond the requirements of the forest practices. Megan Cogswell and Jason Pettigrew are here to present on this topic, and I will hand it over to you.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. My name is Megan Cogswell. I'm the Forest Resources Division's Adaptive Management, Civil Penalties, and Enforcement and Training Manager. Today we'll start with the staff presentation detailing the Operator of the Year Award program and the award recipients' work. After the presentation, we'll ask each operator to the front to receive their awards and recognition. We'll take photos after we adjourn for lunch. Board members are invited to join the awards recipients, their guests, and the staff in the Clatsop room for refreshments.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Jason Pettigrew, a Stewardship Forester serving the Klamath Lake District. This morning, we'll first review the Operator Recognition Program, then we'll play videos capturing the work done by the 2023 Operators of the Year. To conclude, we'll invite you to recognize the operators for their excellent work. Now let's take a look at the recognition program goals, which are to recognize operators who consistently and voluntarily perform above the Oregon Forest Practices Act minimum requirements, and to improve public understanding of the Forest Practices Act, its administration, and its effectiveness in protecting natural resources. These are derived from the Oregon Revised Statutes and the Forestry Program for Oregon under Goal B. ORS 527.630 states that the Oregon Forest Practices Act policy and Goal D strives to protect and improve the physical and biological quality of the soil and water resources of Americans' forests through the administration of the Forest Practices Act. The department's efforts to honor the work that exceeds in a good way natural resource protection requirements includes recognizing excellent performance at 3 levels. First, the department and board may recognize Operators of the Year for each region, Eastern, Northwest, and Southwest. The board typically relies on the Regional Forest Practices Committees with assistance from Forest Resources Division staff and Stewardship Foresters to review the Operator of the Year nominations. Second, the regional committees may grant merit awards to recognize an operator's outstanding work, but only if the operator was nominated for Operator of the Year award. Third, commendation letters provide local recognition by an ODF district for high quality work. Operators may be nominated by anyone, but typically stewardship foresters, various logging association members, industry members, landowners, and community leaders nominate operators that are seen doing an exemplary job, like Michael Williams of Roseburg Forest Products Company, stewardship foresters Marcus Havnier, Ben Whalen, Kirk Oslin, John Kraus, Craig Sorter, Bryce Rogers, Jaron Robbins, and myself. The Operators of the Year are selected based on 5 criteria, which are consistency. The committee assesses whether the operator has a history of performing above the Forest Practices Act minimum requirements. Difficulty. Did the operation include streams, lakes, or rivers, challenging topography, or critical habitat? Essentially, was this an atypical harvest that required particular care and skill to be successful? Innovation and extra effort. The committee asked whether the operator implemented a new technology or strategy in its operation, or did the operator exert extra caution and effort to ensure it both complied with and performed above the Forest Practices Act minimum requirements. Results. The committees and department staff assess whether the nominees achieved the intent of the Forest Practices Act and the results you asked the department to achieve through the roles and your leadership. Financial risk to the operator. Nominees are also graded on whether, in addition to their business risks, they took on additional financial risks to achieve exemplary results. The Regional Forest Practices Committee members select the Operators of the Year by either touring the sites or reviewing videos that capture the operations and reviewing the nomination applications. They then deliberate as a committee to select the Operator of the Year and name any merit award recipients. After the recipients are selected, the department works with various outlets to achieve the second goal, educating people about the Forest Practices Act and how it works. The department recognizes Operator of the Year at the Associated Oregon Loggers and Oregon Small Woodlands Association annual meetings, the Oregon Logging Conference, through media coverage and using the various ODF venues, including social media. Before we look at the 2023 Operators of the Year, we'd like to share with you the 2023 Merit Award recipients. The Merit Award recipients for 2023 are from Eastern Oregon Region, Reed Logging LLC of Prairie City. From Southwest Oregon Region, Don Hammond Incorporated of Butte Falls. And Weber Logging and Construction Incorporated of Roseburg. Finally, from the Northwest Oregon Region, Big O Logging Incorporated of Birkenfeld. And Pelham Cutting Incorporated of St. Helens, Oregon. Chair Kelly, members of the board, before we turn to the videos that highlight the operator's work, I'd like to thank Jim Gershbach, ODF Public Affairs Specialist, for his excellent work preparing these videos. And before we show the videos, are there any questions we can answer about the recognition program?
Any questions, board members? Move to the videos if not.
Now let's take a look at the 2023 Operators of the Year. The Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year, Leanne Vradenberg of Klamath Falls, who earned the award for her efforts collaborating with members of the Klamath Lake Forest Health Partnership, landowners, operators, and cooperators to accomplish multiple forest health projects. Leanne has demonstrated the willingness time and time again to take the lead to address the various challenges associated with forest health and stewardship in the area. She exhibits tremendous energy, effort, and knowledge to the work that she does in improving Oregon's forests. Leanne continually leverages creative thinking as it relates to the necessities of the forest, the operator, and the operations for many successful outcomes. Leanne's success is through the relationships she's established with local contractors and operators. She's been a true steward of the forest, coordinating multiple operators and projects while working to educate non-industrial and industrial forest owners to benefit the Klamath Basin forest.
We've been here almost 30 years. We love the wildlife. We have deer, we have black bear, we have cougar, and it just pleases us. We like the woods.
The Klamath Watershed Partnership is the watershed council for the Upper Klamath Basin. Our purpose is to work as a liaison, working with private landowners and finding funding sources to help them address ecological issues.
When we first bought the place, we didn't really know that much. We had been townies.
Non-industrial private landowners are looking to do what's in the best interest of the land. But what we found is a lot of times they don't know what that is. And these forests have been out of whack for over 100 years. You know, even when they were little, the forest was probably thicker than it should have been. And so there's an educational piece that we have worked into a lot of these projects. We've done workshops, we've done lots of outreach meetings to help these landowners understand that what they're seeing is not what should be out there. This is out of whack. This is the result of fire exclusion and lack of management.
So we started learning. We went to tree schools at OIT, water conservation people, they would come out. What are we looking at? What are you trying to accomplish? And they started pointing out the trees were very thick. And they said, that's not healthy. With more we looked, the more frightened we got about the fire danger.
A lot of the non-industrial private lands have been logged in the past, but since then have really not had a lot of management on them. And so a lot of cases, they have excessive growth of the underbrush.
The bitterbush was thick. It was like a wall.
The bitterbrush, the overgrowth, the needle drape, that's another, I guess, side effect of fire exclusion.
And we saw an ad in the paper for a meeting to address fire safety in the woods. And Chuck goes, we're going there. They were talking about this fuels reduction program that they wanted to get done. They were looking for a grant. She worked her butt off to get that grant.
In the last few years, her workload has drastically increased with the fire load, post-fire recovery. A lot of Leanne's work was in the green tree thinning and helping landowners with forest health and overstock stands. And then since 2020 wildfires, 2021 with bootleg fire, she's been a prime resource for our landowners for technical support, and then bringing great capacity to the landowners and the land itself of operators and that community, and then working, hand in hand with the Department of Forestry. The plans for alternate practice, written plans, restoration work has been phenomenal.
We're able to come in as a non-regulatory, non-threatening partner for these private landowners and help educate them and start bringing them to the table and understanding what their forests could and should look like to be healthy and to reduce their wildfire risk.
Leanne called and said, we have the grant, we're going to do the fuels reduction program.
This project in particular was funded by the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, and so they are funded by lottery dollars. This was a great package, being able to put 8 landowners together.
Leanne brought us so much information and gave her her cell phone and said, I'll come out if you want me to come out. We'll talk about it. And we would read stuff, and then I'd call her and go, Leanne, what does that mean? Blah, blah, right here. And we need to understand more what you're going to do here. And she was just always available.
The smaller acreages, the 50 acres, the 80 acres, even the 160 acres, it's hard to attract a logger. So in terms of what is needed for forest health, that submergible, that non-commercial thinning component, there's not enough commercial to offset the cost of removing that material as well. And so these landowners are stuck.
She contracts with forestry, the loggers in the industry, local loggers, operators, from fence builders, post-fire restoration, tree planters, start to finish. She has a portfolio of local contractors that she works with, and she facilitates that. Great communicator, working with those folks to dial in what the landowners are talking to her about, and then working through the technical side.
They have a great aspen stand on this property, and they really value that, and we really value that. And so where we found conifer encroachment into aspen stands, we work to set that back, remove that. We also, with their meadow, we removed some of the conifers from the edge of that meadow to reduce that encroachment. The meadows and the aspen habitat are limited habitats here for wildlife and diversity on the landscape. And if those turn into a lodgepole pocket, then it's a great loss.
She worked across the board with landowners, different forest stands, from overstock lodgepole stands that have been hit with Pandora moth, sawfly, different bark beetle overstocking, to our post-fire, completely devastated stands set to zero, where site prep and reforestation is needed, and she's dove into all of that.
We were able to look at each tree, and so it was a real in-depth look at not just the forest as a whole and density as a whole, but also the relative health of every tree out there. If there were trees that were overstocked, that had beetle infestations, or we had many areas that had lodgepole with mistletoe, and where we found significant pockets of that, we really looked to remove those.
And they found a small area that was bug infected, and the logger and Leanne both come up and said, those need to go. And they hauled those out and burned them. So the bugs are gone.
We've seen that these areas have been very healthy since. We've reduced that density, we've reduced that stress. These trees will really start thriving.
Our forest is healthy because of what she introduced us to and helped us work out and get done. It's just, to me, is amazing.
Her ultimate goal is to deliver a great service to the landowners and the land itself, and you can really see that in the work she does.
I tell you, she's on our Christmas card list forever.
Next is the Southwest Oregon Region winner, Plickett Logging Incorporated of Camas Valley. Plickett Logging earned the award for its diligent planning and harvesting practices. The company has a record of long-term conscientious logging practices that meet or exceed the Oregon Forest Practices Act. Plickett took on an operation with many protected resources in Douglas County. The operation bordered 3 fish-bearing streams, had numerous challenges, including winter logging, and required multiple harvesting techniques, including downhill yarding. Their thoughtful planning and innovative techniques allowed them to protect riparian management areas and successfully harvest a unit with no damage to any of the soil and water resources. Additionally, Plickett had challenges managing for public access to the Dorner fir in an adjacent timber stand during their operation. That's one of the tallest known trees in the world, which is not a redwood. Plickett maintained excellent communication and coordination with the BLM and the landowner to manage public access and safety while maintaining the roads for public use when the operation was complete.
Plickett Logging started in, I believe, 1979. My dad got a small loan, took out a small loan from his dad to buy a Forest Service salvage sale. Made enough money to pay his dad back, and then turned around and bought another salvage sale, and then slowly developed into what Plickett is today with, I don't know, 75 employees, three full-time yarder crews, 2 full-time shovel side. We've got a piece of equipment to do just about every job out here.
Wally Plickett's been logging for us for a long time. He knows the ground, he knows what we like, so it's just a lot of stuff goes unsaid with him because he just goes out and does the job. There's also Jeff Plickett, who's usually on site making sure things run smooth. That's Wally's son, and having that continuity between father and son in the business is a real benefit. So we're here in the Coast Range, in the Brummett Creek drainage of the Coquille River drainage. So this was a 55-year-old predominantly Douglas fir stand with some mixed hemlock in it. So the challenges with this unit, there's a medium fish stream that they had to log a portion of the unit over top the fish stream, and there's not a lot of lift, so they had to take extra steps to ensure protection of the fish stream.
So the difficulties in the Coast Range mainly are protecting water quality and leaving the buffers on stream. So there was one large fish stream and it covered 2 sides of the unit, and they had to log over it. They had to leave a buffer on, and they had to tail hold over it. They didn't necessarily have to log over it, but they still had to get their lines through it.
Using that upper landing, we got over the buffer to keep it from logs dragging through the trees.
On the third side, there is a medium fish stream that had low lift that they actually had to haul the logs through on the carriage when they were cable yarding. And they did that with minimal impact on the buffer. It looks pretty good.
Because we used a lot of natural holes where there was windfalls. So we got as much lift as we could in the back, but we also found the straightest shots through the holes.
Logging this unit in the winter presented an extra challenge for Plickett Logging. You got to take extra steps to ensure you're protecting the land and not causing any damage to any public resources. And Plickett Logging excels at that. They always shut down when the soil's saturated and things are too wet. They'll shut down. I don't have to tell them, they just do it. They shut down and wait for things to dry out.
You know, it was raining like crazy, so there was a lot of water coming down the ditches, and we'd always try to keep it open as much as possible. And even if we had to stop and open up a culvert, we would do that.
Behind me, there's a downhill logging piece. It is very difficult, very dangerous, very steep.
Couldn't buck it all where it was laying because it's so steep. It was just hard logging.
With this being a popular public use road, we wanted to protect that road infrastructure to make sure the public is able to go visit the Dorner for.
We had a road closed sign. It didn't always keep people from coming in. Had a flagger with a radio and to communicate with the cutters while they're cutting above the road. We yarded across this road right here on the downhill piece. We always had it up there to keep the road open.
They always take the time to make sure everything looks better than before they got here.
We just cleaned up as we did each road and laid logs across the road so it wouldn't have logs dragging big old slide tracks and all the big old holes that logs do drag, you know, downhill, and you don't have lift over a road. So we laid tree links down where it would skid across those each road line, and it saved the road really well.
The downhill portion, like the logging's very clean. There's not a lot of waste here. They took extra steps to ensure that things were fell in an appropriate manner so that there was minimizing breakage and damage to the timber resource.
They did that without rutting the corridors out while they were logging, and they also kept their brush cleaned up so there wasn't big piles of brush piling up in the road, maintaining the public's access to the donor trail. And by them not having ruts anywhere in the unit, even in the uphill yarding area, there was nowhere for the water to channelize and go down and deliver sediment to the stream.
They did a nice job, and here we are. You can drive the road. The ditches are clean, culverts clean, buffers intact, brush is piled nice.
This unit, the cleanup is excellent. I'd give it an A+ on the cleanup. All the piles are piled really well. There's no slash in the ditches.
So ditches are really important for us, especially for protecting waters of the state, in that we want them to be disconnected. We don't want a lot of brush in there that's going to pick up sediment or possibly blow a pipe out eventually and back up. And we want that brush mainly below the roads where it will actually catch the sediment. And they did that very well here. So that's something they really excelled at on this job.
This unit's in excellent shape for replanting.
And they really do go above and beyond to protect the resources.
There's a right way and there's a wrong way, and let's just do it the right way the first time and get the job done and get it done right.
Always do a good job, always do the best you can.
Finally, the Northwest Oregon Region winners work done by Ron Staley Incorporated of Sweet Home earned the award for their efforts as a consistently diligent logging company. Owner Ron Staley walked the unit prior to operating to review the site and plan how to protect resources involved, as well as reviewing road and landing locations. The company is innovative in their use of new tools and technologies for harvesting. The operation had numerous protected resources, including multiple segments of medium and small fish-bearing streams, existing roads with fish crossings located within riparian management areas, and several areas with steep, shallow soil slopes adjacent to the RMAs of streams. Staley elected to move his yarder multiple times, working from both sides of an RMA to avoid yarding logs over or through an RMA. 3 road crossing culverts that were blocking fish passage were replaced with fish passable culverts, opening access to additional fish stream habitat. Staley empowers his staff to make calls to shut down hauling to prevent sediment delivery to waters of the state from wet weather conditions.
I've known Ron Staley for over 20 years, and he has just been someone that's capable of doing a whole array of tasks, from road building, rock development, all the way through to clear cutting and commercial thinning.
So Ron, I've worked with Ron. He's been here the whole 25 years. I've been cell administrator, and I think he's been here, close to 40 as well, doing road building with his dad.
My dad worked in the industry for years, so yeah, I was immersed in it yet from a young age.
So all the new road construction was summertime use dirt road, mostly ridgetop roads, so not a lot of problems with resources, streams. With that road building experience, the post-harvest cleanup of drainage, shaping, water barring things, that's where they really strive above others. This was a pretty complex unit from the get-go. There was a lot more planning on this unit than the normal units. They came to me and said we have multiple streams, fish-bearing and non-fish-bearing, and some roads in the RMA.
This job has 3 prominent ridges with 2 prominent draws with big cricks in the bottom of both of them. And so it was determined that we needed to be on the center ridge so that we could pull straight back away from the creek. And so some road building was necessary to get us here. We wanted to sit on one side and reach across to the other for optimum lift.
Logging methods needed to be tweaked to not have to fly the wood through the RMA, but rather each side of the RMAs. So that posed challenges of moving the yarder and building more roads, and it just took more time and more effort, more planning.
Fortunately, the ridges actually were somewhat of a benefit to us here. We had good lift.
Majority of the unit was cable logged, and they used a swing yarder with a grapple carriage. So that poses a challenge when they're running the lines down every turn and trying to keep those lines out of the RMAs. In this case, they were pretty successful with that. But in the areas they did need to run the lines down into the RMAs, they were really cognizant of where they were doing that and didn't end up damaging any of the required structural components.
The management objectives for the Hill family are where it makes sense. Let's go above and beyond those forest protection rules. And so oftentimes our layout crew will lay out a buffer wider than what is required. And then we communicate with Ron on these things, saying, hey, we want to be good stewards here and we want to protect this slope. And so there were some trees that were identified by Ron Staley and his crew that were leaning over the creek, and they had value. We were able to harvest them, but he just said it's going to create more of a resource degradation to the soil and to the stream by cutting those. And so we ended up agreeing to leave those.
We had a really wet spring last spring, and so the whole unit itself was postponed a while from the original plan because of how wet it was.
Rainy conditions, wet conditions, I don't have to go out there and beat them with a stick to send them home. If I'm going to check to see if they're thinking about shutting down, they'll already be shut down. It's a testament to them because when they shut down, their wages stop.
The financial risks were getting in and pushing it when you shouldn't push it, maybe, and having that flexibility and moral compass to say, hey, let's take a pause for a day or a week or move things around, even though, moving equipment around takes extra time.
He's looking at it in the long run of protecting our water and protecting our soils and compaction, and so he'll often shut down his operations, or even his own people will shut down operations if it's too wet.
There was multiple segments of fish stream, and there was roads within the RMAs, pre-existing roads, and they were very light-footed on those sections of roads. We hauled during dry periods. In this case, we actually did less maintenance of those roads than we would have on a typical road, so that we didn't incur additional disturbance.
Even in the felling process with the tethered system, there was just very little rutting.
Ron's never afraid to try anything new, and he likes to jump in. He's smart, and if he sees a good idea, he'll run with it. And as soon as drones came out, he was one of the first ones to get a logging drone to fly his lines. He could fly the haywire across, and it was safer for his employees.
There's been a couple of, that's a neat way to go about that challenge. I've seen that a number of times on Staley's units.
Just seems like if we have a challenging area he needs to do, he'll come up with some material or equipment and get it done.
I'm very pleased at what we see. I'm standing here in the riparian area. We have exceeded the Oregon Forest Practice Act on the requirement of the width of the buffer. We've gone beyond that. and gone up the hill to where the slope is more stable. And I can see for future generations we're going to have recruitment of large wood into this medium fish stream.
I come back out here after Ron did the job, and it just really thrilled with what it looks like. We had some very steep roads. He water barred them ahead of time, and they survived the winter nicely, got all the water off. We were able to do the whole unit on dirt, and like I said, he's got a grader, so the ditches and the roads were all put away. The streams look very nice. All the RMAs are green and doing great. We haven't had any slides or any issues that we're concerned about. The ground's not compacted, and so just really happy with the way the job ended up.
The end product, I think, couldn't have really asked for better.
I think all in all, it went pretty well.
Chair Kelly, board members, and State Forest Mukomoto, these are your 2023 Operators of the Year. Do you have any questions?
Okay. Always impressive, and what's really amazing is to see the incredibly different challenges depending on what climate and part of the state being dealt with. Joe?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for that presentation. That was great. This is one of the things, while I've been on the board, I really enjoy, probably enjoy more than anything, is these operator recognitions. You know, it's hard to really understand, unless you're in the business, how difficult these things are to do. And the stewardship foresters out there working with loggers, we're going to train loggers. We don't talk about that a lot, but our trained logging professionals out there and understanding, they talk a lot about water, they talk a lot about what they're doing with roads. That's training, right? That's work that AOL is doing, that's work that professionals are doing, work that stewardship foresters are doing to make sure that our logging professionals really have the right information. And they want to do the right thing, they do. And we're getting that information. I'm really proud of my industry when I see these presentations, and I just want to thank all the operators here and ODS staff that put this together. Thank you.
And,
there we go. Liz, I was going to make a comment for both of us, and that is that it was really rewarding to see OWEB being a part of one of these awards as a kind of a joint agency contribution to getting work done on the east side. So that was really cool. Thank you.
That was done under Brenda's time on the board, so I think that's pretty cool. I'm just new, so thank you, Brenda. You know, I'm just struck a little bit this morning, and this is that, you know, we are in this, like Jim said, we're a democracy, and people coming from all different viewpoints to say what they can say because it's something that we value is really important. The other thing that I think that living in this country is that unlike a lot of other countries like China and Russia who are told what to do, you know, from the top down, this is innovation. This is what we see here are people who see a need to get something done, to help a community, to try something different with the drones, to just fulfilling a need. I mean, I think that's who we are as a community, as a state, as a nation. And this, I just want to say, you just exemplify that. Thank you.
I agree. I think this is my favorite presentation of the year. Maybe next to the silviculture that we're going to hear in this meeting. But I want to be sure we also give Leanne an award and her efforts on that, on that first presentation. When I served on the Governor's Wildfire Council, all these scientists came and talked to us about the need to mitigate these forests and get these burnable fuels under control. And Senator Wyden spoke in December about his support, at the Governor's Economic Council for this very thing, and to see that, so well employed. And we know in the Bootleg fire how valuable that was. So it was just, just a pleasure to listen to these presentations. Thank you.
I think I'll echo Joe, and this is, I really enjoy this part of being a board member and getting to see these videos and meet you guys and just see these really fantastic stories. Yeah, innovation was already said. You guys have been going above and beyond and figuring things out and problem solving out there in these amazing landscapes, and it's just really cool to see. And I'm really proud to be part of this group and honor you guys here today. So thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Well, this is always, I agree with Joe, this is one of the more fun things because we get to take the best of the best. And, you know, with logging community and the loggers we have now, they're a profession and they really show that. I remember, and I even had that experience as a young teenager when I was setting chokers behind a cat. Think about that. And it was a pretty large cat too. And Eric Bertlin, he was the cat operator. He hands me the choker. He goes, "Son, you are now on the dummy end of the choker," which he probably was right. But the hard work and the ethics those guys that I've seen over my career and seen the improvements in the technology and the efforts made, not only to keep your crew safe, but to do good environmental logging needs to be applauded. And I really appreciate your guys' effort. Thank you.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the recognition program and share these operator stories with you today. That is photo time.
We're going to give out some awards.
And now we'd like to recognize Leanne Bradenberg for the Eastern Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the award committee, the board, Chairman Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto. I think I represent maybe a non-traditional awardee in this situation, and I appreciate that. And I represent many others like myself with watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts that are doing a lot of hard work on your behalf and on behalf of the land and our private landowners. So thank you. I also want to thank the great operators down in South Central Oregon, some great partners with ODF, as well as our funders, such as Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. Thank you very much.
Next is Plickett Logging Incorporated for Southwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
Next generation. Yeah. As Dad always says, you know, success comes with good employees. And we feel we have some of the best in our area. There isn't a logger in our area that shouldn't be up here getting this award. We're just the ones that were chosen. Saw the video, but what you didn't see in the video is there is a part of the company that nobody really gets to see, and that's my sister. She's the one that makes sure the bills are paid and the checks are mailed. So, thank you.
And finally, we have Ron Staley Enterprises Incorporated for the Northwest Oregon Region Operator of the Year Award.
I'd like to express my appreciation. Thank you. It's an honor. It was stated that plenty of companies in our area that are more than capable of standing right here. So we're honored to be here. We are thankful for an awful good crew that's self-moderates himself and takes care of these things and buys into the fact of what we're trying to accomplish. And I also appreciate believe it starts with the landowner. You heard from some of them are represented here, and the fact that they're here is testament to that. So that's where it starts. We're thankful for the opportunity.
All right, I think we're ready for lunch, and we want the operators to join us. So we are adjourned until, what time are we back, Hillary? 1:30.
1:30.
All right, great. Thank you all.
Testing, testing, 1, 2.
Gonna get you to return to your seats. Yes, I mean you, Deputy State Forester. Welcome back, everyone. Great, it's such a highlight of the year to do those Operator of the Year awards. And so everybody's had a smile on their face. That was a good way to in the morning. And so, welcome back to the January 3rd Board of Forestry meeting. Reminder for members of the public that if they would like to submit written testimony for the information items presented at this meeting, to send in your comments by January 17th so they can be included with the meeting record. And we will move now to item number 4, the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee testimony. And I believe Commissioner Scar is going to be joining us online.
We're ready for you at any time you're ready, Commissioner Scar.
Thank you. I'm having a very hard time hearing in the room, so I don't know if there's a microphone issue, but I will just go ahead and start. So, good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Mukomoto, and staff. For the record, my name is Erin Scar, and I'm the Tillamook County Commissioner and the Vice Chair of the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. I'm here today representing FTLAC pursuant to our statute responsibility to advise the Board of Forestry and the State Forester on matters regarding the state forest lands, ORS 526.156. Since being elected as the Vice Chair, I've spent a great deal of time talking with Chair Sweet and Trust Land County Commissioners, reflecting on the relationship between FTLAC and the Department and the Board of Forestry. As we look to the future, I want to spend just a few minutes to reflect on the past and then set what we hope will be a new tone for our communications. You've heard us say many times how financially damaging the impacts of this HCP will be to counties, schools, and special districts. We've detailed out for you the social impacts. In our last meeting, Chair Kelly tallied for us all of the number of comments and hours of testimony you have received. We know that you have heard us, and we must trust that the impacts we have shared will be factored into the decision that lies ahead of you. As such, we will continue to be available as local experts on these topics and encourage you to come to us for more information as needed for your decision. Moving into communications for the future, I want to begin by thanking you for organizing the Joint Board of Forestry and FTLAC meeting on December 14th. That meeting gave us the opportunity to talk broadly about what we are trying to achieve with an HCP, as well as allowing us to jointly discuss the harvest and revenue projections based on the updated modeling done utilizing the assumptions from the Habitat Conservation Plan and Forest Management Plan. I felt that some of the critical pieces of common ground that we achieved in the conversation were establishing that both the Board of Forestry and the counties understand the need for the HCP to comply with the Endangered Species Act and to protect the department from costly litigation. In addition, I was heartened to hear many of the Board of Forestry members were expressing concerns similar to those of the FTLAC members as the results were reviewed. It seemed that we shared concerns with the uncertainty. While the modeling was done with the best information available, in modeling there is inherent uncertainty. The harvest and revenue numbers coming from this modeling show a significant decrease, which, if accurate, creates uncertainty and ODF's ability to fund itself at anywhere near current levels. As State Forest Division Chief Mike Wilson noted in the joint meeting, lack of funding results in reduced activity by ODF, which could put implementation of forest management plans at risk, hindering ODF's ability to manage for greatest permanent value. I believe we all left that meeting understanding the challenge of implementing a policy that could lead to significant financial distress for the department, the counties, special districts, and local economies. Yesterday afternoon, we received an email from Mike Wilson quoting the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Our understanding is that Mike Wilson's email has been shared with all of you. The email, while answering a question posed by the board and the counties about what appears to be excess habitat created inside the HCAs in the modeling, raises additional questions for all of us and ones we hope the board will ask of ODF to answer. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is quoted saying, "The Fish and Wildlife Services has not negotiated or evaluated the proposed HCP using the habitat represented by the dashed line as a target, goal, or objective. ODF has presented a habitat commitment since the draft HCP first came out. We learned during the joint meeting that the projected habitat exceeded the commitment due to various uncertainties. However, just yesterday, in the service's email, we found out that the services are not basing their analysis on this commitment. We hope you will ask for clarity on how the HCA acreage and habitat commitment was selected. FTLAC let you know during the joint meeting we want to work with you on the management of state forests. We cannot help you make decisions on how state forests should be managed for greatest permanent value if we don't have the complete information. So in order to know if this HCP is appropriate for state forest lands and the citizens of Oregon, all parties need to know the metrics ODF has been using to ensure it achieves the issuance criteria and greatest permanent value as required by the HCP handbook and Oregon Administrative Rule and Statute. The modeling is good information, but there is still more we all need to understand about the information and analyses ODF used to develop the HCP before we can tell if it's right for Oregon state forests. In our role as advisors to the Board of Forestry and the department, FTLAC suggests the Board of Forestry to direct ODF to fully explain the metrics that have been chosen and why they are the right metrics. In addition, given the revenue reductions, we ask the board to direct ODF to explore any and all solutions that can reduce the financial impact of the HCP before moving forward with the decision. This leaves us trusting our experts at ODF to take one more long, hard look at the HCP and any options that exist to increase harvest to reduce the impacts as much as possible. While we know these actions will not allow for revenues equivalent to those in the past to be fully realized, this work will support the next set of actions we are suggesting we would need to work together to accomplish. We must have a shared understanding of why this is the right configuration of HCAs and harvest areas in the HCP, and we must minimize the negative financial impacts of the HCP prior to moving forward. Because once it is complete, we expect there will still be a shortfall to the department and trust counties that will need to be filled by a monumental change in how we are all funded. We expect that the people of Oregon will need to support the department and the counties through an act of the legislature that allocates general fund money. There is no precedent for this that I'm aware of, and it will take a great deal of work by all of us if it's going to happen. We must be able to easily and fully explain why this is the right HCP and it is worth the investment of our taxpayers. FTLAC seeks to work with the board and ODF to tell our shared story to the legislature in order to assure that everyone has the funding they need. Also, we need to ensure that the department has the funding they will need to accomplish all aspects of greatest permanent value. We believe, however, the bigger the ask, the less likely we are to get the funding that we need. We must work to reduce the financial impacts first. We've heard from the department that there are timeline concerns if we make changes at this point. A bigger concern is that if we do not take the opportunity to fix the HCP to lessen the impacts on the department and counties and better retain the ability of the state to manage for greatest permanent value, the 70-year commitment to this HCP will be for naught, and the goals will not be achieved. I believe we all want to ensure that if we do this, we do it right. We are ready to help in this endeavor and look forward to continuing open and collaborative conversations with the board. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Commissioner, I just would want to first state that I think I can speak for the whole board how much we appreciate the efforts of you all trying to do a reset here in this relationship, and for us all to be able to not be talking past each other but working together as partners, just as you said. So we're pleased to try to go down that road with you as partners. Questions?
So Chair Carroll, I'm still having difficulty hearing. And I've turned up all of the speakers that I have. Is there a chance that there's a microphone that's not on?
No, we have microphone problems.
Well, there you go.
today.
Now I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm worried I'm blasting everybody else out of the room, but anyhow, I was just trying to congratulate you guys on the attempts at a reset with us and look forward to working with you as partners as we should.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not hearing any other questions, we will move on. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Yes. Happy New Year. Okay, that leaves us just a couple minutes ahead of schedule. The next item is an update on the Oregon Forest Resources Institute. And we've got Jim Paul with us. And Jim, come on up. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim, I'm sorry. I blew it. I was looking down my page here. We haven't, go back down, Jim. Sorry. We have an update on the Adaptive Management Program Committee at this point for the next half hour. Josh Barnard.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mikomoto. I'm Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief. We're here to provide an update on the Adaptive Management Program, which is a new program under the Forest Resources Division established by the recent updates to the Forest Practices Act and the Private Forest Accord. I'm going to turn it over here to Terry Free, who will be joining us online. He's our Adaptive Management Program Coordinator. He's going to provide some context for the program, and then we will turn it over to the co-chairs of the Adaptive Management Committee to talk about their work. With that, Terry, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Josh. Are we displaying the PowerPoint?
It's forthcoming. Please stand by.
Okay, thank you, Josh. If you could please advance to the next slide. Okay, great. Greetings, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukumoto. I'm Terry Free, as Josh said. To place the Adaptive Management Program Committee, also known as the AMPC, to place their work in context, I remind everyone that this Adaptive Management Program is required by Senate Bill 1501 and is a necessary component of a habitat conservation plan. Next. As specified in rule, the program's purpose is to ensure timely and effective change as needed to meet the biological goals and objectives of the private forests habitat conservation plan, provide predictability and stability of the process of changing regulation so that landowners, regulators, and interested members of the public can understand and anticipate change, apply best available science to decision making, and effectively meet the biological goals and objectives with less operationally expensive prescriptions when feasible. Next. It's important to keep in mind the difference between adaptive management program, which assesses the effectiveness of the rules, and compliance monitoring, which assesses the implementation of the rules. So just to keep that in mind as we go through this program. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the adaptive management program process. Note that built into this process, but not shown here, are timelines to ensure the process moves forward continuously and in a timely manner, as well as defined points for participants to go on the record with decisions, rather than potentially having a non-vote be the decision. This slide illustrates the long-term process. However, the rules specify a ramp-up period for the Adaptive Management Program Committee to develop an initial list of research topics, the Independent Research and Science Team, or IRST, to develop their standards for determining what is considered best available science, and both groups to develop their respective team charters. In the first step of the process, the Adaptive Management Program Committee identifies a preliminary research question, including key contextual information, such as the objective of the research, then sends all this information to the Independent Research and Science Team. The board may also direct the Adaptive Management Program Committee to develop a preliminary research question. In the second step, the Independent Research and Science Team refines the Adaptive Management Program Committee's preliminary research question and confirms with this committee that their intent is maintained. Independent Research and Science Team then develops a scoping proposal for doing the research that includes a literature review and a project scope of work with estimates of deliverables, timeline, and budget. Next. In step 3, the Adaptive Management Program Committee prioritizes these Independent Research and Science Team scoping proposals into a research agenda, then forwards the associated budget to the board for your vote. Next. In step 4, the Independent Research and Science Team develops an annual work plan to implement the research agenda. They will contract this work via competitive requests for proposals. Next. In step 5, the Independent Research and Science Team sends final reports and summaries of these reports in lay terms to the board and the Adaptive Management Program Committee for their respective considerations. Next. Finally, in step 6, the Adaptive Management Program Committee assesses the reports from the Independent Research and Science Team, then sends a report of their own to the board for consideration. The Adaptive Management Program Committee may recommend no change, rule change, additional scientific inquiry, or other policy actions, such as modifying technical guidance or training. Also, Adaptive Management Program Committee minority reports may be included in the reports sent to the board. The board will then decide on the Adaptive Management Program Committee recommendations. I will now hand it over to the co-chairs for the Adaptive Management Program Committee, Stacy Detweiler with Wild Salmon Center, and Seth Barnes with Oregon Forest Industries Council, who will kick it off. Next slide.
Thanks, Terry. I think that's my opportunity now to take the mic as the first of the co-chairs to present. Happy to be here with you. My name is Seth Barnes, for the record, Oregon Forest Industries Council, and co-chair of the Adaptive Management Program Committee. Stacy and I are here to give you an update on what we've been working on this year and what our plans are for the next year. This has been a very eventful year, to say the least, and in no small part, an eventful time for the Adaptive Management Committee or Program Committee. We established formally, had our first meeting in January. We met monthly throughout the year of 2023. When we first came in, you can see the list of the organizations that we represent around that table. It's a diverse and widely ranging a set of organizations that put forward names such as myself and Stacy to represent them. I think most of these, this group of 13 represents a large swath, if not the vast majority of interested parties that are typically around the table around these forestry issues. And so it's been an interesting few months getting to know each other, working together, and then trying to come together to make decisions. And we've been successful in that. And I think that itself, and the reason why I asked for this slide to be on here is so that, again, to underscore all of the accomplishments we've done this year, we've made this year, it was with a group of individuals with diverse interests and representation. And I think it's no small feat to say that, you know, it has been a real learning experience and opportunity to work together as humans on some issues that are sometimes we see differently. I think we've gotten off to a really good start on this committee. So I really appreciate the work of everyone that's taken part so far. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll give you just a snapshot of what we've done over these last 12 months. So I think go ahead and click on the next one there. First off, they elected co-chairs, and I would say they did a great job with Stacy and I, but we first had to decide whether we needed a chair or a co-chair, right? And these were decisions that were largely just left up to the group to decide. And a lot of this, you know, the devil's in the details, and a lot of those details were not perfectly spelled out. And that's going to be a theme you'll also hear. We're still working out a lot of how this is going to actually come together and work. And so far, we've made good progress, but there's more to go. There's more to come. We developed our charter. We've also, over the last few months, seen that our charter needs to be tweaked here and there as we've learned some things. And so we'll continue to learn and do some tweaking. We nominated IRST members. That was no small feat and took a lot of discussion, a lot of time to hear each other and hear concerns and thoughts and feelings around individuals and expertise. And we brought those names to you. Appreciate the board's acceptance of those and establishment of that independent research and science team. We agreed on an initial slate of research topics. We completed the Forest Roads research questions, which was one of those topics. And now we're presenting to the board here, and we're developing, we've developed, I think, a pretty good rapport between Stacy and I as co-chairs of the Adaptive Management Program Committee. I would also say that the spirit of the PFA continues into this work. And I think that, you know, in some respect, that's, I think, a reflection of the reason why the committee chose Stacy and I was to try to continue that collaborative nature, and that we've worked together to establish the adaptive or the private forest accord, and now move into the realm of the Adaptive Management Program Committee. So it's been a lot of work monthly. These are typically half-day meetings, and it's taken a lot of investment of time. And I think it takes that to be able to hear each other, try to solve one another's problems, and try to meet in the middle and find consensus on research topics and questions and the wording of those questions and all of the rest of it. And it's been an eventful and I think effective year for the Adaptive Management Program.
And I think I'm up next to talk about what's ahead in 2024. So next slide. Thank you. Oh, one more. My name is Stacy Detweiler. I work for Wild Salmon Center, co-chair of the AMC Adaptive Management Program Committee. And I just want to echo a lot of what Seth said. I think really the heart of this committee has been really driven by collaboration and a strong effort to really get to consensus. I think everyone on the committee has really strived to get to that. And that's been really powerful as we figure out how we work together. We had that list of all the different stakeholders. There's a wide range of perspectives, and I think we've tried to build a structure where everyone feels heard and we can have really transparent dialogue and address some of these challenging issues and questions. Looking ahead into 2024, I think really a key theme for the Adaptive Management Program Committee is continuing to be flexible as we work through some of the uncertainty. Terry walked us through the structure and the timelines that are in statute, in rules, but there's still a lot that we're working out in the details of actually how long it takes us to work through things, how we make decisions, how often we meet. Small things, but that cumulatively really make a difference in our effectiveness. So we're kind of still figuring that out a little bit. And also flagging, I think Terry mentioned as well, that the IRST is really just getting up to speed now, up and running. I think they've had maybe 1 or 2 meetings so far. And so, you know, once we're kind of on the path, that committee will be fully functioning. They'll have their charter, but we're not quite there yet. So that's still kind of what we're looking ahead into 2024 with. We'll actually kick off in January with our very first joint meeting with the IRST on the 22nd. And that'll be kind of part of that process of how we figure out how we actually work together and how we communicate. A couple key things to note in addition to that, you know, we're finalizing research questions. Seth mentioned we made really great progress in finalizing our research question on forest roads. And we have 2 other big topics ahead of us. We've had some really good conversations around Eastern Oregon steep slopes, and we still need to tackle amphibians. And I think we learned a lot going through the development of the forest roads research question that we can carry through into those other topics as well. We'll also need to confirm those research questions with the IRST, review scoping proposals from the IRST for those research questions, that kind of iterative dynamic back and forth process between IRST and AMC. Develop our research agenda based on that scope, and then likely, like we did this year, kind of do a look back at the end of 2024 to really learn, as I think we'll have gone through by then a full cycle of these interactions. Both committees will be up to speed, and we'll be able to get some really important lessons learned, I think, about how we work together. And as Seth mentioned, we've already learned a few things about our charter, planning kind of for the end of next year as well to really take a good look at that, since by that point, like I said, we'll have really gone through the full cycle and we'll be able to know if things need a little tweaking here and there. So I think with that, we'll turn it over to any questions, unless I missed something, Terry. Oh, actually, I did want to really thank Terry and Megan and David, I think on behalf of both of us and the full committee. This has been a ton of work. And just really appreciate the support from staff. It's been a lot of time. It takes a lot to really be thoughtful about creating these agendas, working through these tough questions. So thank you.
I think I can speak for the board that no one is more appreciative of the private forest accord and the work that you are doing than this board. And that question, Chandra.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. This is very exciting work. I am curious, and I know I should probably know this, but what is the decision-making process with the committee? Is it completely consensus-based on research questions, or how do you handle dissent or disagreement within the context of your committee? And then my second question relates to the list of research topics. I believe that was the list that was predetermined as part of the PFA, and I just wanted to confirm if that's correct or if any new topics were added to that list. And then my third question just has to do with the board involvement, that we have the ability to direct research questions, it sounded like, and I'm just wondering how you anticipate that might happen from a logistical standpoint. You know, we're having conversations about things, we see some maybe gaps in information. How does that funnel back over to you? And I don't anticipate that being a really short-term need or process, but I'm just kind of curious if you guys had thought about that as well.
Sure. So I'll answer your first question if I can remember right. So there's and Terry, correct me if I misstate anything, please. But in the statute, it requires us to determine when something is going to be a substantial decision or not, right? In substantial decisions, it says, require a 7 vote, am I right there? 7 votes to pass. That's 7 votes total. It's not a percentage of those present, it's 7 total votes to pass. And so that was one of the things we had to discuss and come to terms with was what is a substantial decision? And that we created a definition in our charter for a substantial decision. In essence, it's anything that would require a formal vote is a substantial decision of the committee and requires seven to pass. So the second part of your question, you asked, what if there was, so in that seven, we have had several substantial decisions, by the way, over this last year, and not all of them were easy or unanimous either. And so how did we handle that? We're not required to have consensus, but we are supposed to strive for consensus. And so in one of the decisions that I'll just, in thinking back, where we did not have a consensus, we had one motion on the table and it received 7+ votes. It received more than another motion was made and it received less, but it still received 7. The committee opted to go back to that one that was more of a consensus. And even with that, tested those that were not, you know, how strongly is your you know, distaste for this decision. We're trying to foster where we actually are not just passing something past somebody, but rather trying to figure out how can we get to a place where the majority is satisfied that we're, you know, 7+ are in favor of it, and those that maybe are a little bit less comfortable can understand and move forward, and we've got a plan for how we might address, you know, concerns down the road. So I don't know if that answers your question, the first part of your question. The second part, and maybe, can you repeat it? And maybe I'll hand it over to Stacy.
Sorry, is it? It was a statutory requirement or where you had already listed the research topics. I was just confirming.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And you're right, those were the 3 required in statute. Although the language doesn't preclude us necessarily from adding additional ones. And so that was, you know, as we dive into the details of all these things, questions start coming up. And so we spent some time around, well, does that make sense? You know, do we want to add additional ones? What would those be? We need to kind of think through a process of how we prioritize those and how we incorporate, you know, public comment on those too moving forward. And so that's where we landed. And again, in that effort to really strive for consensus, that seemed like the clearest path, the clearest direction. And we were able to get to a place where everyone, I think, felt good about moving forward with those 3, which, you know, again, we've had a lot of in-depth conversation about them at this point. There's a lot. Some of them are more directed. Forest roads is pretty specific. It refers to specific methodology and other past research studies. Some of them are really open-ended amphibians. We could really take that in a lot of different ways, and we haven't quite tackled that one yet. But yes, to clarify, long answer, sorry. But to clarify, those are the 3, and that's where we landed.
Sandra rarely asks less than a 3-part question.
I think your last one, oh, sorry.
Brenda.
Thank you, and thank you, Stacy and Seth. I'm really sitting here struck by such a diverse group of representatives working together toward a common goal, and how successful it appears to be from the outside. So this is not a fair question. But legislation got us to here, plus some other things. But we're going to have issues going forward that are going to be as difficult in the future. Is this setting a precedent for how we resolve some of these difficult issues in the future? Sitting down together, working together?
Well, I think the creation of the adaptive management program, the vision of the private forest accord authors was that this would be the table that is set to tackle these issues moving forward. And so what I would say is that I don't believe that the authors envisioned another PFA, right, sort of process, but rather that the PFA created a table to have these discussions, and this is it. It's the adaptive management program. And so we're very mindful of that on the committee, which is why we're really working hard to create a foundation that can be useful in those conversations that will not be easy, that are coming. No doubt, we're talking about a multi-decade HCP that we're currently working on at another table, but Stacy and I are both involved in that as well. And the idea is that this adaptive management program will stand for that same amount of time, if not longer. And so in order to do that, we have to have a pretty solid foundation and really thoughtful how we get this thing moving. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stacy. Sorry.
I think we also, in establishing the Adaptive Management Program Committee, really looked to Washington, like we did in a lot of ways through the PFA process, and tried to understand what worked, what didn't work so well. And so hopefully we've incorporated some lessons learned from that process, where there are a few more timelines, a few more kind of structures baked in that help us as a committee work through those hard issues and decisions. And I agree with Seth's comments as well. I think kind of carrying on the spirit of the PFA as much as we can, and really from the beginning, as we set this committee up, taking the time, if an issue has more conversation, really giving the space as we can to have those hard conversations, so that we build that culture of transparent dialogue as much as we can, anticipating we'll only have tougher issues to tackle.
Success of this effort, I hope, can be the precedent for future solutions to problems that we're going to be facing. Thank you.
So this committee makeup was made up by the legislature for you guys. You may not want to answer this question, but do you feel the legislature did a good job? Are there voices missing that should be there? I gave you an out.
Yes. I think it's a very diverse and solid group. And I think the humans that have been put forward by the different groups to represent their interests have been taking a very thoughtful approach and working really hard to establish good relationships. I mean, if I may, a lot of these issues, and I think the private forest accord just underscores all of this. When we actually come together as humans, it's a lot harder to get so stuck in your rut that you're unwilling to see the problem that somebody else perceives, right? And I think that's the spirit of the PFA.
Other questions?
Oh, if I could just add very quickly, wanting to flag the IRST as well, which, if I'm remembering right, and Terry can correct me, there's not a cap per se on members either, and it's a small group now, but there's an opportunity for that committee to expand as well. And I think that can only benefit from other voices from that science perspective too. So just thinking ahead as we try to bring in talented folks with that expertise who could be part of the IRST as well. There's a lot of interaction with this committee and the IRST, so thinking about that in the future.
We'll be interested in that, particularly, there's some scientific points. I don't see any other questions or comments coming forward. So in that case, thank you very much for this presentation. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda. Tried to start it.
Board Chair, can I make one quick technical note?
Yes.
We've been working through some microphone issues today, so I'm just going to remind those using the microphones in the Tillamook room in Salem, try to place their microphones within 8 inches from their mouth volume instruments. So just a friendly reminder. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. All right. Next item up now, finally, is the Oregon Forest Resources Institute update. We are welcoming Jim Paul. Jim, go ahead.
Okay, this is Cal Mukamoto, State Forester, and I asked Jim to come to this meeting to give us a little overview of the Oregon Forest Resource Institute. And, you know, I've known Jim since about 2007, right? And I've watched him, he used to work here at ODF, and then he moved on to Department of State Lands, and I think it was Department of Corrections after that. And now he's been at the helm of the OFRI for over a year, right? And, you know, one of the things about OFRI is that they support the forests and stewardship of sectors, forest stewardship sectors of our state through advancing understanding of the social, economic, and missing one here. Social, it's a three-legged stool. Social, economic, and environmental. Sorry about that. Benefits from the forest. And, you know, as a state forester, one of the things I've used a lot is that little facts book. And I think it's really been good, but that's kind of a small thing that OFRI does. I think you've probably seen films and videos, and one of the, you know, more detailed and more difficult subjects like climate change, new forest products, the Forest Practices Act. I mean, the illustrative manual from that was very helpful in explaining a very complicated subject. So today I thought that Jim could come to us and tell us about the vision, the mission, and the goals of OFRI. And then one of the questions I always have for him is, how do you measure effectiveness of the things you put out? You know, we always struggle with that here at ODF. You know, when we do educational things or we put out media press releases, how effective we are. And I think I'll just hand it over to you, Jim, and let you go with your presentation.
Thank you, Cal. And thank you, Jim, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here today with you all. I think it's been, I believe, 2019 since OFRI last was in front of the Board of Forestry. I think a few of you, maybe 4 of you were here then. And actually, historically, up to that point, OFRI would appear a couple times, once or twice a year in front of you. And there's been a little lapse in the last few years, and I'm hoping this is maybe a restart to recreate those connections and have us back more frequently to share the work that we do, and hopefully what we can share and what we can provide to the board and the department can help in the work that you all do. So today I'm going to do a couple things. One, start back from the beginning, sort of the beginning of OFRI and what OFRI is about, and then also go over our, see if this pointer, oh, should I use the keyboard? Okay, great. Start by just quick recap of OFRI, what we are about, and talk about our major programs that we have to do our work. And within that, thank you, that's the first slide. I'll weave in, and there are a number of places where I will talk about how we do measure or attempt to measure our effectiveness. We're not too dissimilar from other state agencies where it's a continual challenge to do that effectively, but we do have some measures, we do have some things in place over time that we use to attempt to measure that, and I'll share some of that with you today. So what is the Oregon Forest Resources Institute? I like to start at the source, the statutes, the origin, the intent of the legislature around any agency I work for, this being the 4th that I worked for in my career in the state of Oregon. I won't read that entire paragraph there, but this is the intent paragraph that the legislature drafted that is currently the current statutes. And that's that last sentence I will read. The Oregon Forest Resources Institute's objectives support this important industry, the forest products sector industry, and the wise stewardship of natural resources for the benefit of Oregonians. You know, one thing I think is that this one sentence does that actually was a real reason that was a draw for me to come to OFRI is that it says that we are not just about supporting this important industry, the forestry sector. We are not just about the wise stewardship of natural resources for the benefit of Oregons, but we're here to advocate for that sweet spot, as I call it. There are benefits that the public accrues from a strong forestry sector, and that is where our focus is primarily, and making sure that the public and the industry and all Oregonians are as aware as possible and educated as possible about the sector, the importance of the sector, about our forests in Oregon and how important they are to us as a state. Next slide. Sticking with the statutes, under the general authority, there are 4 main general authorities that we'd operate under, and these are just abbreviations of those. The first is to increase public understanding of forestry and its public benefits. 2 of our 3 major programs actually fall under this general authority. The second is support education within the forestry sector. This is the anchor for our landowner education program. And then the next 2 are authorities that we weave into our 3 programs. So conduct research and help facilitate continued improvement in wood utilization, and provide publications and other materials relating to the Institute's work. Interestingly enough, that second authority around education within the sector is the only one that has multiple subcategories in statute that direct us around what we are to be doing, which includes ensuring that landowners are aware of regulations around forestry in Oregon, that we are there to assist them as we can and as needed to understand those regulations and to assist them in terms of the forest management questions they have on their properties. Next slide, please. Working now, great. Thank you. We at OFRI just completed an update of our strategic plan. So I wanted to share with you our mission, vision, values that was just approved by our board in October. We got to work on that last spring, completed in October. Our mission is to support the forest sector and the stewardship of natural resources by advancing Oregonians' understanding of the social, environmental, economic benefits of our forests. You can see it echoing some of the statutory language, but not quoting it. Our vision, Oregon's forests and forest sector are healthy, sustainable, and thriving. And we have landed on 5 values in this plan: perseverance, creativity, integrity, collaboration, and accountability. I don't expect you to read this slide, but this is our strategic plan on 1 page. We have a booklet that comes with this that gives the context around it, gives what we did, the whole process we went through to arrive at this. We hired an external company to facilitate this and walk us through it. Coraggio was the company based out of Portland. We did a number of different points where we reached out to the public or provided them the opportunity to comment. We reached out to as many of our stakeholders as we could to provide input. And so a lot of this was built off of the feedback that we got through that. We also had the entire staff of the agency at the table in terms of on this project to help weigh in to make sure everyone had a voice in terms of where this plan ended up. So we ended up with 4 major priorities. We have 7 measures that we are going to put into place to measure our progress towards affecting those priorities. And then we have specific actions there associated with those priorities that we are focusing on as well. I think the one that I would note here without reading this that's relatively new space for us to move into is the one at the bottom: support the forest sector workforce development. And this came out of a lot of the public input we got around how important, how we're struggling in this area as a state, as many sectors are, I know. But if we don't have the workforce out there to do what's needed on the forest, it doesn't matter what our dreams and expectations are, we won't be able to get it done. So that's a big one. This is not to say that OFRI is going to be on point and be the leader in workforce development, but we are going to, true to our mission and the way we operate, we hope to be a facilitator around the development of creating a process and ultimately, hopefully, the development of something more concrete and long-lasting that can help with workforce development, that OFRI would eventually be a part of the bigger picture, but not be at the tip of the spear and take this on as a whole new scope of work long-term. We're going to try to jumpstart it over the next few years and see what we can accomplish. Agency structure and budget. As I mentioned, we have 3 primary programs, our public education program, our K through 12 program, and our landowner education program. We are funded by a dedicated portion of the forest products harvest tax. Currently, that's $1.12 per thousand board feet. We receive no general fund money. We're funded completely by that specific portion of the harvest tax. And we operate on an annual budget, a fiscal year basis, that is approved by our board and certified by the state forester as directed in statute. So this is just an illustration to show that we are typical of a lot of state agency budgets in the process. Taxes are collected by Department of Revenue. They get deposited into a treasury account, and that treasury account is our operating budget that we work off of. That we do maintain a reserve so that we can get through the ups and downs on a quarterly basis, because the harvest tax collections do go up and down that don't always align with our operations. And of course, I know, as all of you know, the forest products harvest tax is distributed. There's a lot more than just our $1.12. We're just a piece of that. Of course, there's harvest tax collected that help fund ODF, OSU, as well as the Forest Land Protection Fund, and OFRI is just one piece of the overall harvest tax picture. This just gives you a sense of the size of the revenues that we have had at our available to fund the operations of our program. Looking back, last, 6 years or so, between $3.6 to $4.4 million, we have been collected through the harvest tax to fund OFRI, depending on harvest levels and the harvest tax rate. Our board of directors, we have a 13-member volunteer board that governs OFRI, bigger than our total staff, which is new for me. 9 members represent small, medium, large producers, and 2 members represent small woodland owners and industry employees. Those 11 members are appointed by the state forester as dictated in statute. We also have 2 non-voting members that include a public representative that's actually selected by the House and the Senate, and the dean of the college, of the OSU College of Forestry, that sits on the board as, by definition of the role as dean, that you can sit on the board. And then finally, we also have an Oregon Department of Forestry liaison that sits on the board and assists the board as well. And I think in the near term, Cal may be sitting in that role for the next few meetings as we figure out the long term. So this is probably my favorite slide. This is OFRI. We have 9 staff members, and they are some of the most professional, dedicated people I've ever worked with. Our newest 2 are there on the bottom. We haven't gotten them in the photo yet. We actually have just hired them within the last couple months. So we need to take a new staff photo there, all of us. But we are we're not a large staff, we're not a large agency, so we rely on strengths in our partnerships. As you'll see as I walk through this presentation, we really have to leverage the resources and the people that we have with other partners and stakeholders to get the work done that we do. So to go through, I wanted to walk through overview each of our programs. First I want to walk through is our public education program. This program makes out about 50% of OFRI's operating budget. Our public education program has a number of different pieces to it. We do special reports. Our most recent one was Finding Common Ground, recently released. That was all around the private forest accord work. We also have educational advertising. That's probably the most visible work of this program. We have an ad campaign with fall and spring ad campaigns we run, both digital and TV. We have a ton of web resources. We do public tours, interpretive signage, some of those signs that say planted this year, thinned in this year. We provide those signs free of charge to any landowner that contacts us and would like to have a sign. And we do public awareness research, values and beliefs research that I'll talk about here in a little bit. On the bottom of the slide there are some of the past topics that we've covered in terms of our special reports, as well as our educational advertising, and that you'll find in our materials online. I did mean to note at the start that I have brought a few samples of publications in hard copy. They are also find them very easily on the web. So if you're an all digital person and would rather not carry them, won't be offended if you leave them behind. But if you'd like to have hard copies, they're there for you. The Carbon and Oregon's Managed Forests is one of those that's in that packet. I've also included a copy of our Finding Common Ground report on the PFA, and then a copy of our most recent annual report, and copies of the Forest Facts book, which I think most of you may already have, but I thought I'd bring some of those by just in case. So our educational advertising, we strive for consistent statewide exposure. We have a long-term focus on the basics of sustainable forest management. What that means is that we come back to the same core topics that we've seen in our research that the public finds most important, which is wildlife, water, and reforestation. Talk a little bit more about that as well. We use broadcast, radio, digital, and other, anywhere we can easily advertise what we do and that we can accommodate. Our Oregon Forest Facts book, we call it one of our best sellers. We have over 70, I believe, active publications of a whole range of topics. The Forest Facts and the Illustrated Manual are probably our #1 top sellers that we get asked for all the time. We do this one every 2 years. It's a statistical, obviously, book around reference for facts around the forest sector in Oregon, as many of you have noticed. Every issue, we highlight a different forest issue that has come up for the preceding 2 years since the previous version. And actually, OFRI is the only entity currently compiling all of this forest sector data in one place in Oregon, which probably reflects why it is such a popular document. So as I mentioned, digital and social media is a big outlet for us to provide our information to the public. As the public's getting harder to reach, digital content will be increasingly important to help communicate even just the basics of forest management. We have 160 plus videos on YouTube. We have 4 different websites we maintain, 5 social media platforms, and we also use blogs and newsletters as a vehicle for getting the word out and the information out. We use something we call the ladder of complexity in terms of how we provide information so that we are meeting people where they're at in terms of the level of detail or not that they are looking for or open to, starting with very complicated, in-depth scientific synthesis and research type of publications, tiered down to a scientific report, tiered down to a even smaller special report. And then we have fact sheets, video supports, and then social media highlights, all with the same topic, so people they don't want to read the 150-page book. They just want a quick hit. They can grab the fact sheet on that topic. They can decide what level of information they are really looking for in any given topic. The last piece I wanted to cover on our public education program is around our public research. So one thing that OFRI's been doing for over 25 years is this ongoing research to basically just make sure we have a good idea of where Oregonians are at in terms of their understandings, their values, and beliefs around forests. For at least a couple of purposes, I think. One, so we know where sort of our work is. If our work is to educate and ensure Oregonians have an awareness around the sector, we need to see where the gaps are. But also so we know how to meet people where they are. What are the topics that are interesting to them that is sort of the opening for sharing forest facts and forest information that they will be interested in hearing about and want to hear more. So we do our values and beliefs research every 4 to 5 years. We're actually due to start the next one. It's been since 2019 since our last one. We do ad messaging research to see about the effectiveness of our ads every 2 years, post-ad campaign research, and then, of course, we do special topic research as well. A couple of our most recent ones were mass timber as well as carbon in the forests. On the right is just a sample of some of the results from our values and beliefs that I'm gonna jump to, just sharing a little bit so you can get a flavor for what that values and beliefs research produces for us. I've got about a dozen slides in here. I'm actually going to skip through pretty quickly because I could spend a whole hour on them, but you will have copies of these slides in the minutes and can look at them in more detail if I jump over something that you really want to talk about. So this is an excerpt from a presentation to the board back in 2019 from our contractor DHM that has done this work for us in the past. We make sure we're clear on the research purpose. In this case, we stated it was to gauge our values and beliefs, assess opinions about forest management, and benchmark attitudes across time. The methodology is similar to what you might see in political polling. You want to get a big enough sample so you can say it's representative of the state and hopefully representative of the diversity across the state. Margin of error plus or minus 3.5% with some rounding, so they may not add up exactly 200%. So again, just some samples. One question we've asked is what do Oregonians recognize as the top industry in their part of the state? In 2019, forestry and wood products popped up at the top of these choices. We ask about what are your views about forestry, favorable, very favorable, not favorable? Because we've asked the question slightly different over time, I believe in the first decade or so, we asked it a little differently than the last 10 years or so, where we chunked it up into bigger elements. We lumped together whether there was some sort of favorability feeling, either favorable or very favorable. We squished together for all these sectors. And this compares 2015 to 2019. So one thing that this allows us to do is to really look at the change over, not only since the last time we did it, but we can look at the change over 20 years, as I'll show in a slide here coming up. So we see on this particular question, it's grown, it's gotten bigger, the favorability between 2015 and 2019. This is around knowledge of forestry and wood products. And in here we saw a decrease from 2015 to 2019. The black percentages was the 2015, excuse me. We did see a decrease there. Apologize for that slide, that's not clear. Which is really interesting because it's in contrast to this slide that says, are you basically aware around the protections that Oregon law requires? We saw a decrease in awareness around protections of what the law requires. This one is fascinating to me. This asks, what do you believe is the percentage of forest lands that are state, federal versus private? So blue is what Oregonians think. Their perception is it's about 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And of course, as we know, it's anything but that. They got the private right, but the rest they didn't get quite right. So that really tells us sort of that we don't know. We haven't gotten into cause and effect on these. It's just sort of what are we hearing from Oregonians? But it could have to do with where people live, where they drive, what they see in terms of these perceptions. So fewer Oregonians believe current regulations are strong enough to meet their concerns about management of private forest lands. They are increasingly unsure. So this is yes, no, not sure that the regulations are strong enough. We saw a decrease from 25 to 2019. Larger on the yes, a little less of a decrease on the no, and then this jump in not sure. So less are feeling certain, more are feeling unsure about what they think about that. This is a question around clear cutting. Should it be allowed on private lands? We saw a decrease from 2015 to 2019. And about not much change in terms of clear cutting is acceptable. We asked questions around concerns around disturbance to habitats, soil, water systems, and where those rank. So we see animal habitats, soil erosion, and disturbance to water systems are the top concerns, at least in 2019. In terms of the biggest threats to Oregon forests, we saw in 2019 wildfire and, interesting, not enough forest management at the top of the list. There might be some relationship there where people associate wildfire protection and reducing risk around making sure we're managing around that. Where would you look if you had questions about safety or health of a tree near their house, ODF's at the top of the list. Sure. Followed shortly by the internet. And then your local tree care company. And then half of Oregonians see trees as essential to their neighborhood's health and well-being. We asked about recreation. What are your activities you're most interested in terms of when you think about recreating on the forest, hiking, camping, picnicking, fishing, or near the top? Again, I said it was rapid fire. I wanted to give you a flavor for kind of the range of questions that we've asked in the past. We're going to be doing this again. We work very closely with ODF on a lot of our work, as some of you may know. We'll be working closely with them on this project as well. So stay tuned. I believe that's going to be 24, 25, probably before we get to this, the next iteration of this. This last, sorry, forgot to mention, I've got some of my staff, almost half of my agency here. No, I've got 4 folks that are here from our public education program and our landowner education program, in case you're interested in seeing them at the break and bending their ear about their work. So my last slide on the public research is really to show that one thing that's really powerful about this data is showing data over a long span of time. So what you see on the right here is our 2002 results of our values and beliefs with our 2019. And we see over that span of time, the very top one there is around replanting laws, a significant increase in awareness of replanting laws. An increase, the second one is around water protections for forest streams and water resources. We see an increase there. And then the bottom one is overall approval of forest management activities. We see a big jump from 46% to 74%. And we started talking a little bit about how do we measure our effectiveness. I'm not about to say that this is because of OFRI, right? We don't have that kind of data. This is a statewide survey to track values and beliefs. I do believe that OFRI has played a role in this because of the strength of our public advertising campaign that we have done for years and years. I have to believe that OFRI does have an impact here, but I'm not going to say that we actually collected data that's cause and effect. This is all because of OFRI. But we definitely see an increase in public awareness over the decades, which is fascinating because we've seen, I think, 50% of, I think since OFRI was formed in 1991, if I'm remembering the numbers right, Oregon's population has grown by 50%. I think the numbers I've seen are 80% of that growth is from people coming in from out of state that know nothing, probably most of them know nothing about Oregon's forestry. So the fact that we're seeing numbers tick up like this means they're hearing something out there that's helping them feel informed about. Okay, am I doing on time? Okay, all right, moving to our K through 12 education program. So we offer in-class resources for educators in the K through 12 system, publications and resources for every grade level, and it's free of charge. And all of our resources are aligned with Oregon Department of Education state standards. That was our starting point. 20-some years ago when we created the curriculum for K through 12, we worked with a committee of about, I think it was about 30 people, mostly educators, folks from different state agencies. And our starting point was we had to meet the criteria of Department of Ed for us to be able to offer these in our public schools. And it has evolved and been updated over time, and we occasionally, those criteria have gone through a few updates. We're about to go through another major update. My understanding is the Department of Education is now incorporating climate change curriculum into every grade and every aspect of our K through 12 curriculums. So while we do have it in some of our materials as required, and this has been the case for a few years, this is gonna make sure we have it in everything to be compliant with those standards. So that's gonna be some work for us. And as I said, free of charge, we receive requests every week that we are filling for teachers and educators that are eager to get these materials. We are really the only game in town that are providing a forestry specific curriculum for K through 12, and we're very proud of that. A lot of interest and support. ONREP is one of our partners in this program. It's housed at OSU College of Forestry. We provide the vast majority of program funding for them and provide the project learning tree support. They serve over about 1,000 educators every year they reach. So they they teach the teachers, basically. They make sure that the teachers understand what curriculum is available and feel comfortable that they have the tools that they need to provide forestry curriculum materials that we have. We also have we manage a rediscovery forest, 15-acre rediscovery forest in the Oregon Garden in Silverton. And not too many years ago, we built a pavilion that showcases Oregon forest products made of different types of woods from across the state with different types of from different types of companies that we showcase. It's a beautiful pavilion if you ever get a chance to be out there. We have student education programs on this forest, outdoor school non-resident programs. That just means that they're multi-day programs where the students just come in each day instead of staying overnight on site. Teacher workshops. We also are a major supporter of Oregon Envirothon. Envirothon is a national organization. Actually, they say national, but it includes Canada and China, so it's actually an international program. We provide the training and the annual competition site for Envirothon. Last year, and every year that competition has a topic that they need to study on and compete on. This past year was adapting to the changing climate. This next coming year is going to be renewable energy for people. Here's some numbers around our education program around students reached. And these are pre-COVID numbers. We're not quite back up to our pre-COVID numbers yet. We're on a trajectory to get there, but this is where we hope to be again. So over 168,000 students we believe we've reached through our programs and our partnerships. Again, our partnerships are key, and leveraging our small staff and resources with our partners is how we get, it's how we have that reach that we have. Finally, landowner education, last but definitely not least. So over 70,000 forest landowners in Oregon, the majority of which own 5,000 acres or less, and that's where we spend a lot of our time. Obviously, the larger landowners have more resources and expertise available. While our resources are available to any landowner, we find we spend the majority of our work on those that don't manage very often, don't have the resources themselves, so they come to us when they have questions and help. We have partnerships to develop a lot of our programs, and we have hands-on training opportunities for landowners. Here's a couple of publications. The one on the bottom there, bottom right, these are some maps that we're putting out right now around implementation of the new rules in the PFA while we're waiting for our illustrated manual to be done. Our fourth edition of our illustrated manual that we're working on that will incorporate the PFA changes is very complicated and is taking some time, where people are clamoring for it, and we know that. It looks like we are going to be able to get a digital version out here in the spring, and which will allow us to work out some of the kinks, and we hope by next summer, late summertime, we'll actually get the printed versions going out. But we're doing our best. The diagram on the bottom right is an example of some diagrams we're pushing out right now that at least help folks visualize what some of these rules are requiring. Again, we have disclaimers that say these don't have all the details. These are guidelines. They are not criteria that says you are compliant, you need to go to ODF and your stewardship. But helping people kind of wrap their arms around these. Another big piece of our landowner education program is this partnership for forestry education that we are one of the founding members of. And this is, we've created a website dedicated to this called knowyourforest.org, and those are all of the partners in this partnership. This is a place where people can come to with questions, with needs that they have, and hopefully easily find out which organization they need to go to get answers. So we are the conduit to connect people to those organizations and resources that they need. Sometimes it can be us. You see Forestry's up there. Sometimes it's other organizations. And this is a website we maintain and try to keep current to make those resources easily accessible for landowners. And then we have funding for Oregon State University programs. We're the primary funder of Master Woodland Managers program and the Women Owning Woodlands program, and have been for a while. And I will move on time. I did talk about the illustrated manual a little bit, of course, created in partnership with many. We've been doing this manual since 2000, and again, one of our top 2 bestsellers. And our next version will include all the changes to the private forestry. Training and resource opportunities around the changes in rules, around managing wildlife, current research, harvest and slash management, and more. We try to touch on those topics where there's the most demand. And some more metrics here around our effectiveness, or at least our reach. Most recent statistics are showing we reach close to 6,500 forest landowners annually in different regions around the state. Really heavy on the Willamette Valley. Not surprising. Web resources, website resources. I mentioned we have 4 different public websites that are geared for different purposes. We have our general OFRI website. We have our Oregon Forest Facts website, which is essentially the Oregon Forest Facts book. If you go there, you'll find all kinds of more detailed information that the facts book that rolls up. But on our website, you'll find the broken down by counties and different more information there. Oregon Forest Laws, that's about informing folks about forestry laws, you would think from the title. And the Oregon Forest Report is a site that highlights our forest sector economic report. It's a major detailed report we do about every 5 years that we then put all the information in a more accessible form on our website. That one's also due to be refreshed again in the next year or so. So we're going to be busy with that one as well. And then we have the Know Your Forest that I just mentioned. And then we have Learn Forests that's specific to our K-12 program and material for K-12 teachers. The last thing I wanted to show you was a clear cut. No. This is actually something, this is a video. I'll give you a little background on this video. We have been putting together some time-lapse footage. We essentially set up some cameras on a newly harvested site, and we set up cameras on another site that had been planted about 7 or so years ago. And we ran those cameras for about 7 years. And then we spliced in near proximity to each other. So similar, I believe it was a similar landowner, not positive, but similar terrain, similar trees. And then we compiled those all together into one run. So you could see basically what you're seeing is a forest grow over 15 years in about 2.5 minutes, I think. That file was a little too big for this presentation. I've truncated just the first 7 minutes into about 13 seconds, but wanted to give you a flavor for it. And we're going to be rolling this out on different platforms this spring sometime. Let me see if I can get this to work. I think I need to tap on it, and there should be a bar on the bottom. There we go. Of course, in about 7 years, you can't see anything. What I love about this is that so often when we talk about our forests and we're debating sort of what's good or bad, what we need to do or don't need to do, it's so hard to step away from just one shot in time, one moment in time, one view, one photo, or a few photos, and forget that our forests are so dynamic and actually change over time. And I'm excited to see us roll out the longer version. There's some narrative over it and some explanation around it. In fact, those seedlings that were planted, I believe, were a couple years old already, and maybe a year after they had been planted, and that's in the video as well, just full disclosure around that. But it gives you the sense of, it shows you how when we have successful planting and we have a healthy site and we have, a well-managed forest, our trees grow. They grow really well. So that is the end of my slides. But before I move to questions, I did want to invite up to the table our newly appointed board chair. This is Paul Betts, and just give him just a couple minutes to introduce himself and share some words with you. Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. Thank you for having me. For the record, my name is Paul Betts. And I was just going to give you a little bit about myself and then my involvement with OFRI. I'm a lifelong Oregonian, 3rd generation working in the woods. My family is come from a logging background and also a small woodland owning background. I literally grew up in the woods of Oregon. attended Oregon State University and their College of Forestry, and I've worked professionally in the industry for about 20 years, most of that time with Miami Corporation. First as their engineer, and now I'm the manager of the property. So the company I work for is a family-owned company. They've owned the property in Oregon, sold pieces, bought pieces here and there, but since 1910. So 114 years of sustainable management in Oregon. And I have the privilege of working for a company that's always had that long-term generational view of forestry that is just unique to our industry and something that I love. And the other part about it's a privilege is it's not just a long-term focus on the ground, but also the people that manage it. We care deeply about enduring relationships with good contractors, neighbors, agencies, and others that we work with. And so you might get it from that, but I'm intensely proud of the folks that work in the forest support. I'm intensely proud of them because of the stewardship of the lands that they care for growing and manufacturing the best building material on planet Earth, and also for setting an example, I think, to the world of how to responsibly utilize this tremendous resource that Oregon's been blessed with. And so my involvement with OFRI began well, I've used their materials on and off over the year, probably like most of you have, but I became a board member in 2022, and I'm, now 3 days into being the board chair. So that's relatively new. But, Jim walked you through the nuts and bolts of who OFRI is and got her introduced to some of the staff here. But if you've experienced many foresters, and most of you have, they're not the most, get out in front of people folks. They're kind of shy about getting in front of a crowd and telling their story. And even when they do, just because, they're very technically accurate people and scientific minded, they sometimes get wrapped up in the minutia of what they do. And so maybe they're not the best storytellers from time to time. So I am thrilled to be working with folks that's what they do, is to tell the story and tell it well. And I'm excited to work with OFRI to share what's going on in the woods, because I do believe to my core that when Oregonians are shown this, become intensely proud to learn about all the wonderful work being done in this state, to be the #1 producer of wood products in this country, a leader in the world, and a constant innovator in land management, wildlife management, and care of the ground. And so I'm proud to be a small part of helping in that, and that's what I was here to ask to come and talk about. So I'm happy to take questions along with Jim.
Thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate your publications. I refer to them, and thank you for that. My husband and I farm in the Willamette Valley, and we pay the same harvest tax into, I don't know, 6 or 7 commodity commissions. What I expected to hear you tell me today is, that's how we fund maybe disease problems or new cultivar research, mostly through Oregon State or WSU. Or those commission dollars, they really help us with market competitiveness or trade issues or tariffs or duties or helping develop or open new markets or product R&D. They help us at food shows. So I was a little surprised how focused this is just on education, when all these commodity commissions as growers, man, we're pushing on them to help us with problems. So why are these so different? I'm just curious, and maybe I'm happy to take that offline too, but I'm just curious.
No, thank you, Carl. I appreciate the question, because I guess historically, OFRI is often compared to commodity commissions, but at the same time contrasted with them in terms of, because it's not technically a commodity commission the way it's constructed in statute, although it does serve in some respects like a commodity commission. I call it a commodity commission sort of on steroids, maybe. We are, as the statute, and the statute languages I showed you are the same as when it was passed in 1991. So the purpose and the intent, legislative intent, hasn't changed. I think the best I can sort of answer that is to try to go back in time and sort of recall what was the intent of the people that were behind the initial passage of the legislation for OFRI. And it's very much dependent on context, right? In 1991, we were just in the midst or coming out of, we'd hope, but the timber wars. Big changes in the sector in Oregon, big changes in workforce, big changes in regulations, big changes in federal management practices, and big changes in the population as well. There were fewer Oregonians were actually living in or near the woods, and new people that lived in and near the woods. And I think that explains why the focus is as much about, for the agency, it's as much about informing Oregonians about forestry itself to make sure Oregonians didn't lose their knowledge and understanding of how important healthy forests and sustainable forests were, as well as the industry. So, yeah, I guess that's my best answer to that, as well as the general authorities are really specific to the education side. So it was about making sure Oregonians really understand why healthy forests are important and why a sector, to have healthy forests, you have to have a healthy sector as well. I think one thing that continues to surprise me is every few years how you see those numbers of people that don't know if there are even regulations. Right? We're those of us that are in this, you know, how can you not know? But there's this continual need for Oregonians to understand the landscape around forests in Oregon as well as the sector.
Yeah, Ben Doimling for the record. Thank you so much for this presentation and for being here today. And I too am an avid user of a lot of your publications, and especially your illustrated manual's been, I've used that for many, many years. I guess I've got a question as sort of you're tasked with promoting the industry and education. And how do you, as a board, maybe this goes to Paul and to you, Jim, as well, how do you discern what perspective to sort of put forward? And this is forestry in Oregon. This is complicated. There are a lot of perspectives. How do you navigate that? How do you figure out, because you have a lot of authority and a lot of power with the work you do. How do you navigate that?
Great question, Ben. I mean, first and foremost, the same way I've navigated my work in every agency I've worked for, I make sure that what I'm doing is grounded in my statutes, my rules, my authorities, and not going beyond it. And with OFRI, you saw how small we are, and our budget is very small as well. Most of what we do is we're sort of a conduit, a communicator, sort of a broadcaster of what's happening in forestry amongst other groups, other organizations, what other people are doing. So I can't think of the word on the tip of my tongue for it. For me, it's about making sure we are, so why forestry is, ODF is such a big partner of ours is because when it comes to the laws as well, we're not here to advocate or judge our laws. We're here to say, hey, if you want to know about the laws in Oregon, this is where you have to go. And here's some general information about the type of laws we have. But go to ODF to find out about that. If you want to find out about water quality standards and protecting wildlife, you go to DEQ or you go to ODF&W. So in terms of information that we generate ourselves, is relatively small versus information that we pass along. I think the fact that we're governed like every state agency, we have a public board. We're governed by the same public employee ethics type of rules, regulations. We have to be very transparent in what we do. We have public comment at every meeting. So similar type of things that other agencies use to make sure that they're getting all the perspectives they need to before they make decisions around moving forward with whatever their statutes tell them they have. So I'll stop there. Short answer to a big question. Yeah.
And,
Thank you.
One of the other parts of that too is from the board perspective, we have a diverse group of people on the board. There's different size of landowners, there's labor representative, there's representatives from Oregon State, from the department and other places. And so you get a pretty broad cross-section of forest products just right there. Small woodlands is part of it. And so and one of the kind of fun things about being on the OFRI board compared to other boards, maybe even this one, is we don't deal too much with super controversial topics. One of the things that you may have seen in the slides was one of our key messages that we do in public education is reforestation is required in the state of Oregon. Harvest trees, you have to reforest. That seems pretty basic, but we had a period where we paused that message years ago where OFRI was trying to do other things. And when you measure effectiveness, you saw that public awareness of that just nosedived. And so that's a pretty basic type of message that we can get out and all agree that, hey, this is an important message. We want people to know this about forestry in Oregon. So to Jim's point, we're passing along a lot of information, but you know, forestry and how you taking ground management, for example, you know, forestry teaches you the toolkit about how to go out and achieve your goals on the landscape, depending on your ownership goals. I would bet like your guys' ownership goals are different than ours because different type of forest and all this stuff, right? So a lot of what OFRI does too in the landowner education piece, for example, is providing the toolkit and asking the questions. Well, what are you trying to achieve? We can help point you in the right direction. So it's not as controversial maybe as it might seem because a lot of the stuff is just like foundational level. And then from that, it's just helping people with the knowledge they need to get.
Hey, Brenda.
Yeah, thank you all for the presentation. Jim, that was great. As I was reading your vision statement in your strategic plan, and I don't remember the words exactly, but it was something about sustainable, healthy forests. It struck me that I didn't see in, although I may have missed it with the writing, small font in your strategic plan, a reference to mitigation, adaptation, climate smart forestry. How do we think going forward to maintain some sort of sustainability, or more basically, perhaps, how do you define healthy in the face of some of the changes that we're facing?
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. I guess the best way to answer that is that, you know, ultimately the notion of ensuring our forests are sustainable and we are practicing sustainability. That's still there, right? But in terms of how to achieve that now, given the issues around climate change and everything you just said, that's where our focus is going to be in a big way, the dominant way. So we didn't, in the strategic plan, we stayed at a higher level and as well as sort of an operational level around how we do our work. But in terms of the issues that need to be focused on for making sure we're practicing sustainability, those are issues, as I said, we're a conduit for putting information out, for coordinating, for facilitating, for helping people understand what the issues are, for assisting other agencies in getting their messages or information out that they're working on those issues. So that's how some of our special reports came out, the carbon and managed forest report that came out, the work that we do with Envirothon around adapting to a changing climate. So we are sort of an interloper and we assist with those issues that are most important that all of the folks in the sector are actually on the ground working on. And we're there to just make sure they're transparent and open and that people know about them, I guess, to put it in a very simple way. Yeah.
I will also say is going through the strategic planning process, you want to shove a bunch of stuff in there and then you realize it's not very pithy and it loses its meaning as it gets bloated. And so what we tried to narrow it down to, because there was a ton of other things that we could have gotten into that higher level vision statement. But we tried to choose words intentionally that captured the different suggestions of people at the table, including things that you'd mentioned got brought up during that process. And to address those, I would say like the key slide and what Jim went through, that's the beauty of what OFRI does is that ladder of knowledge that they had from super deep to very cursory, depending on your interest and your education level. Like because of my education, I can take a scientific paper from Oregon State or another institution, read through it and understand it, but a lot of the public doesn't have that training and capability. So that's what OFRI does is to take some of that knowledge and distill it down into levels that can hit grade school kids, high school kids, can hit landowners that are trying to figure out, I just bought 5 acres, I never owned a forest, what do I do with it? Because maybe I have those goals in mind as I manage it. So I'd say that's how we achieve like what you're talking about that's under the framework of that strategic plan.
Yeah, just one other piece to add to that, we're here to, having ODF as a liaison on the board is incredibly valuable. We are always here and open to any input around any of the special reports that we're doing, any of our topics on our websites, anything that we are working on and having to figure out what issues do we need to highlight, what work out there do we need to highlight. We're an open door for doing that. So historically we've done that as well. So we can, all the important work you are all doing and the department's doing, we can continue to work together to try to highlight that as well in terms of information that we provide and put out to folks in the sector.
Brenda, with our strategic plan, we're wrestling with that and the ODF. How do we implement that? What is climate smart forestry? That's why I find these partnerships with people who are dealing with similar issues in that area would be very beneficial. ODF implementing our strategy. The other thing I just wanted to say is Jim told me about this, that he got his strategic plan down on a piece of paper. I would love to see something like that happen. Anyway, maybe not, but I would love to see it.
Cal, Joe is working on that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I don't have to worry about it? Thanks.
No.
Thanks, Joe, Justice for the record. Thanks for the presentation. I have a specific question about K through 12 kind of outreach and education. Jim, you talked about a lot of demand for those publications and such. And I'm just curious, is that from specific districts? Is that kind of concentrated in people who know about the program? Is there districts, I think there's 197 districts in the state of Oregon. Do you think about all the districts and how you provide and people know about the availability of those publications? I was curious, just a little more color on how you guys think about that education, because I think it's really, really valuable for kids in the state. And I'm just curious how you think about the broader outreach to that.
Yeah, no, great question, Joe. We do, a lot of it has been through word of mouth, sort of my understanding in the past, and we do partner with the Department of Education. They do provide some level of exposure for us, but one of the priorities in our new strategic plan is actually to increase, to broaden OFRE's partnerships as well as our reputation across the state. So I've recognized that there's more we can do. I think because we are so small that we've only been able to pretty limited in the past, and it's pretty focused. A lot of the work is in the Willamette Valley and the west side, just because that's where we're located, and it's just logistically easier to connect in person with folks. But of course, our website is available to anyone that does hear about it. But we're going to be working on, that's the type of thing we're going to be working on, is how can we be more proactive, just more intentional around broadening that program as well. I mean, all the programs as well. We estimate 75,000 landowners that are out there, 5,000 acres or less, and you saw we reached maybe 6,500. So there's plenty of work out there to try to broaden our reach, and that's a focus of our new plans.
Yeah, I think you said in your strategic plan, or one of your goals was to broaden that outreach or look for opportunities. I mean, one thing, like Oregon School Board Association has a big meeting annually, a booth or something of that nature. I mean, there's opportunities like that exist out there that might be just an idea.
Great, thanks.
We're a little past time. On the other hand, we've got a fairly early end of the day scheduled. I see that Chandra has a question. I'm going to have a question, so I'll hold off on my obnoxious question until Chandra asks.
Thanks, Joe. I have one question this time.
Gotcha.
Thank you for the presentation. I also really value some of the educational materials. So my question has to do with some dialogue that happened at the legislature a couple of years ago that resulted in the Secretary of State audit that did identify some areas for improvement. And I was just wondering if some of the things that you had presented on today, like, do you feel like as an organization that you made some adjustments in how things were operating or whatever to address some of the critiques that the organization was sustaining around that time? And I'm sorry, I can't recall what year that was. I think it was like 2 years back or so. Is that, and maybe
Yeah, 2021. Yep, yep. No, glad to answer the question. We actually, a few months after I came on, we were asked to provide an update to the Secretary of State on the status of our response to the audit. And actually last spring, I provided some information testimony to a legislative committee on that very question as well. At that time, we had completed responding to all but 2 of the recommendations. There were 5 major recommendations and some subcategories. At that time, the 2 that were left were updating our strategic plan, which we can now say is done. The last piece that we hadn't completed yet was making sure we document and compile in one place all of our policies and procedures. That they pointed out we did not have a good record of those and did not have those in writing. That was a whole body of work in and of itself, because OFRI had never taken on that task before, and we were waiting until our additional staff person that one of them I highlighted there came on. Now that that person's on, she is already starting on that task. So hoping it'll be quite a task, but hopefully a year from now, if not sooner, we'll at least say we're well down the road to doing that last piece of the audit. But yeah, so those were the last pieces that we had not put in place yet that were on the verge of completing.
And right when I started on the board, we were finishing up approving several of those policies. So it's not that the work hasn't started. Several of them are done. There's just the trailing ones left and compiling it all in place. But there's a quality information policy that got complete right when I started, stakeholder checklist, public involvement process. So a lot of that work has been done. And I'd say 95% of what was in OFRI's capability in the audit has been completed. When I say that, there was a couple things that the legislature, they pointed out, things that the legislature could do, which is outside of anything we can do. So yeah, substantially complete.
And just one other piece too that I had shared with the legislature last spring. I've been working with the state of Oregon for 28 years. I've been at the executive leadership level for 17 years now. I've seen a lot of audits. I've worked with the Secretary of State's office a number of times over the years. The bulk of this audit in and of themselves was not, there were topics that are pretty typical of performance audits. It went a lot deeper than they usually do. And I think that's because it was the first time OFRI had an audit in the history of the agency. So it made sense that there was a lot to unpack. And as I testified last spring, on balance, it's been a real positive thing for the agency to have that and be able to respond to it and to put things in place that are going to make us stronger in the future. So once we get, and actually as we're finding, not surprisingly, as we're starting the rest of the work on this, the policies and procedures, we're looking to other agencies, sister agencies, to see how they've done it. We're finding we're not alone. Other agencies it's a work in progress for them too. So our goal is to get the structure in place, those policies we have that Paul mentioned, some of them, we have it in a structure and a format that are easy to get to. It may take a while to get all of them done, but at least we will have a place we can go to where we know to find them and know what we have left to do in terms of documentation.
For the record, Jim, those headlines and that scandal predated your leadership. Am I correct?
Thankfully, yes, they did. Yeah, came in a year and 4 months ago, so on the heels of it all.
So now I don't have to ask the obnoxious question I was going to ask, but I did want to just mention I was very much struck by the one slide that you showed about citizens of Oregon believing that Oregon forest consisted of 1/3, 35%, I think, of the forest. And it ties to a poll that we saw recently that Oregonians viewed the management of federal forests and Oregon forests, their approval ratings were essentially the same. And of course, we all know things couldn't be much more different between the current management of federal and the Oregon forest. So I guess this is not a question, this is a request. We have been dealing with incredible intensity on both sides around our state HCP, which one element there is that they're 3% of the state of the state's whole forest, but if that perception is that, no wonder we're dealing with such a high level of intensity if a number of those people are thinking that, that we're controlling 1/3 of the forest. So we will support any efforts you do in terms of public education about who owns forests in Oregon.
Well, if they look at the forest facts booklet, they'll see right away. Yeah. No, thanks for that.
Okay, with that, thank you very much for a great presentation. We really appreciate you coming here today. And at that point, let me look at the time here. Okay, we're a little bit behind schedule, about 15 minutes behind schedule. I think we're fine to take a break now and come back at in 15 minutes, 3:30.
Share your screen. Hi, Elizabeth. Thanks for joining us today. Apologies for those tracking us on YouTube. We're just doing a quick test with our captioner for the next item. Elizabeth, if you want to share your video just to make sure we're tracking you correctly, or whatever you prefer. You want to contact us through chat?
Yes, hi, this is Elizabeth. The captions are not coming up. My captions are not coming up.
Okay, we'll make sure we enable it here. One moment.
It was already enabled. I'm not sure why.
So I'm sorry, Elizabeth, could you repeat that one more time?
Yes, I said my captions are not showing up.
Okay, so click on captions. Sorry, I'm walking our operator here through the next steps.
They did it right. They assigned me to caption and I have been assigned, but it's not coming up in your on your screen.
Elizabeth, do you mind if I call you on your phone or can you call me? I'm gonna put my name in the chat.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Hi there. So do you want to try to assign me again? I mean, I was assigned and I did everything on my end. I'm not sure if it's because you were already streaming to YouTube, if that impacted the way the captions are being displayed or not. Yeah, you're going to have to unassign me and reassign me.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get back in action here. One announcement for this last item, we had a request for closed captioning, which you can see on the screen up there. And that is happening live. Someone's actually putting that in. Boy, they can type faster than I can. And we will we'll try to wrap this all up by 4:15 with that in mind. So our last item of the day is a Forest Health Unit annual update. And Adam, you've got a team of people there. Can you introduce yourself and your team? And I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Chair Kelly. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto. I'm Adam Coble. I'm the Forest Health and Monitoring Manager, and today we'll be providing an update on new and ongoing work within our Forest Health Unit. We'll cover an overview of the unit and then the aerial survey program and tree mortality caused by native and non-native species. And yes, I'll introduce my team here in a moment. Yep. Can you advance the next slide? Thanks. ODF's Forest Health Unit consists of a pathologist, Gabby Ridakova, entomologist, Christine Buell, invasive species specialist, Wyatt Williams, and aerial survey specialist. Sean McKenzie was in that role in a developmental, and we're currently recruiting for that position. The goal of the unit is to provide diagnosis and management guidance for biotic and abiotic forest stressors for both public and private landowners statewide. They monitor forest conditions using aerial, ground, and remote sensing surveys, and they work with universities and other natural resource agencies to develop and implement integrated pest management strategies to address our most pressing forest stressors. With that, I'm going to hand it over our team, first with Christine Buell, our entomologist.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly and members of the board and State Forester Mukomoto. I am Christine Buell, entomologist within the Forest Health Unit. But these days, climate change is often the precursor and cause for many of our native and non-native insect pest issues. So I'll be talking about that first. Hot droughts have impacted all of our tree species across the state by causing direct mortality or weakening tree defenses, which reduces their resiliency against opportunistic pests. And although we are in a naturally warming phase in geologic time, the intensity of this warming and the acute events and erratic precipitation are unprecedented. Drought is characterized not just by levels of precipitation and the influence of warmer temperatures, but the intensity, the duration, the frequency, and the rate of change of these factors. So what I have here is a recent map of our drought status, which indicates that despite what it feels like, that it seems like we're in normal precipitation levels and temperatures for this time of year, relative to our 30-year normal, much of the state is either abnormally dry, those are the dry or the yellow areas, and some of the state is in moderate to severe drought, and that's progressively getting more dark orange. Next slide, please. Oops. Can you go back? Yes, that's the one. Thank you. We continue to see tree species or varieties planted in poor quality sites or in sites that can no longer support them, as you see in these pictures. These are all Doug fir, all failing at sites they've historically done well on. This is often due to increasing temperature and decreasing or inconsistent precipitation, which is exacerbated by site variables that affect microclimates such as soil type, aspect, slope, etc. However, we do have tools for landowners to understand what the status of drought is in Oregon. So that's that first link right there. That's a monthly report of where we're at and where predictions are for temperature and precipitation. And we also have tools for how drought affects our trees, how to diagnose it, how to plant the right tree in the right place, especially given the current climate change predictions. And one tool that's recently come out is by the USDA, and it's a seed lot selection tool also listed there. And that's really effective at helping folks pull from the correct seed lots under future climate change predictions. However, there are still barriers to people putting these things into play. Mostly the not availability of tools and resources when they need them, lack of awareness of these tools, lack of the availability for the preferred seed lots, fiscal costs, low market values, particularly for those landowners that primarily subsist on Douglas fir. Next slide. So what I'm going to go into now is some observations from our aerial survey that we fly every year. This is preliminary data. It will be coming out this spring in final form. The preliminary results here are shown from 2023 aerial surveys that indicate that tree damage and mortality, which increases from yellow to red to purple, is typically highest from what we've seen in recent years in Southwest Oregon, parts of Central and Eastern Oregon. These are also our most drought stressed areas and our most overstocked areas. And so, as I mentioned, the final results will be coming out soon. There is a link to our annual report that we put out, and the raw data is widely available to the public as well. Next slide. But for now, I'm just going to give you a brief overview on trends of what we have seen in the draft data from 2023. So what this chart is showing you is a 10-year trend in tree damage and mortality from insects, diseases, and abiotic stress. That's observed mostly from our aerial surveys, also some ground reports. It also includes the NWCC statewide acres of wildfire damage. So more accurate wildfire acreage damage is also reported here. And in 2023, as I mentioned, this is draft data, but the major takeaways are, as usual, the highest amount of damage across the state is from insects that directly kill or more often finish off stress trees. Typically, that stress in recent years has been drought. So if you look at the bars on this table, it's kind of hard to see the 2023, but the lighter color red at the very bottom, that is insect damage. And then the darker red above that is wildfire damage. So in most years, you can see that insect damage and wildfire damage are comparable. We also saw 2.5 million acres of damage from all insects, diseases, and abiotic stressors that we can actually map from the plane. We do not capture everything, such as many diseases are hard to capture via the plane. And this is not including wildfire damage. And this number from 2023, that 2.5 million acres, is actually 200,000 acres fewer than what we saw last year. However, it's well above the 10-year average, which is at about 1 million acres. And from in 2022 to 2023, we've seen as much as three times as much damage relative to the amount of acres flown, because it does vary per year how many acres we fly. I do want to note there is an incorrect bullet on this slide. That second bullet for 2023, it is not a 71% increase. It's actually a 57% increase. So there's your silver lining in non-wildfire damage and mortality relative to the 10-year average. The highest amount of damage and mortality was in true fir, resulting mostly from drought plus the opportunistic insect fir engraver. Next slide, please. And for a insect specific summary, and there will be more in our annual report, the status update is that in Douglas fir, we continue to see scattered mortality from beetles in our drought and storm damaged trees. Flat-headed fir borer in particular has more frequently killed trees in areas that are becoming impending fringe habitat for Douglas fir due to drought. And in true fir, we saw a historic 1 million acres with true fir dieback in 2022. That was mostly due to drought stress, and it was often in areas where fire suppression has allowed true fir to survive outside of their range. And these insects, the fir engraver, are subsequently picking off the drought stressed trees. There are also root diseases in some of those areas. But we've also been losing true fur at high elevations for quite some time due to an exotic insect that's been long established called Balsam woolly adelgid. It's hard to control. And from 2022 and 2023, we saw a slight increase in total true fur mortality from Douglas fir beetle, drought, Balsam woolly adelgid, sometimes combined. And in our pine, although mortality from mountain pine beetle that swept throughout the West has been greatly reduced from what we saw 5, maybe 10 years ago, we continue to see large tracts of pine dying both on the east and west side, mostly from a complex of overstocking and subsequent opportunistic bark beetles such as mountain pine beetle, western pine beetle, and Ips beetle. And I do want to mention that the most effective control strategies for most of these insect pests are preventative actions, the same ones that are employed for a wildfire and climate change resilience. So we can knock out 3 things at once by pursuing things such as planting the right thing in the right place, managing appropriate stand density for impending climate change. And lastly, I will discuss, next slide, please, Mediterranean oak borer. Mediterranean oak borer, or mob, is a recently detected exotic insect native from Europe through Northern Africa to the Middle East, has quite a wide range. It was detected in California in 2017 and thought to have arrived somewhere in the 2010s. In Oregon, it was first found by this guy in Multnomah County in a trap in 2018. Since then, it's been found in Clackamas, Washington, and Marion counties. And in 2022, it was also found infesting Oregon white oaks in Troutdale and Wilsonville. The Troutdale tree has been since felled and covered, slated for disposal, and about 30 infested trees have been confirmed in Wilsonville, many of which have been destroyed or are slated for being destroyed. This wood-boring insect itself does not kill the trees, but it vectors fungi that cause vascular wilt, which that kills the oak trees. We have much to learn about this insect, how it's getting here, its distribution in Oregon, management practices, but similar to the EAB effort, a multi-agency task force is working hard to monitor sources and distribution of this insect and testing and implementing control strategies. Currently, our main strategy is to burn or chip an infested tree on site. However, this is very difficult and expensive for large oak trees. And oak trees are of particular importance as one of our few drought-tolerant native trees. So we're working hard on this. And now I will hand it off to Gabriella.
Good afternoon, Chair. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the committee, and State Forester Mukumoto. I'm Gabriela Litokova, pathologist for the Forest Health Unit, and I'm here today to provide an overview of the sudden oak death program in Oregon. Sudden oak death is an exotic disease caused by the non-native pathogen called Phytophthora ramorum. The pathogen kills tan oaks by causing cankers on the main stem, as you can see on that picture, eventually girdling the tree. The name sudden oak death, however, is a little bit misleading because there is a lag period between the initial infection and the development of visible symptoms. It may sometimes take months or years for an infected tree to die. This lag period is a challenge for us and for early detection and rapid response because the disease can spread during this period. Tan oak drives the epidemic in Oregon as it is highly susceptible and produces lots of spores that spread the disease. This pathogen has a broad host range of over 100 plant species, including several plants native to our Oregon's forests. These plants only become infected when growing near infected tan oaks. Next slide, please. Thank you. The sudden oak death program in Oregon is a collaborative effort to treat and slow the spread of the disease in the southwestern corner of the state. Oregon Department of Forestry works closely with the Oregon Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and Oregon State University, including OSU Extension. We also work with Oregon's Sudden Oak Death Task Force and the Association of Oregon Counties. The spread of the disease on state, private, and federal lands is managed by the designation of SOD, which is Sudden Oak Death Quarantine Area under the authorities of ODA. The quarantine requires infested sites to undergo eradication treatments, prohibits the movement of infected plant material outside the quarantine area, specifies the best practices to apply when moving plant material from infested sites and requires a disease-free certification when moving uninfected plant material to areas outside the quarantine. So throughout the program, more than 8,000 acres in Curry County have been treated to slow the spread of this disease on public, private, and federal lands. The map that you see there, the most recent infestation of sod outside of the quarantine area has been found near Humbug Mountain, which is in that northwestern corner, just south of Port Orford, a few miles south of Port Orford, where a 3-mile emergency quarantine was established by ODA in 2021. Next slide, please. Thank you. In December 2022, a sod forester found dead tin oaks outside the Port Orford emergency quarantine in the Humbug State Park undeveloped area. Multiple trees were sampled and first sent to OSU for pathogen confirmation. Further analysis by OSU, ODA, and USDA APHIS provided official confirmation of Phytophthora ramorum from the samples. Since December of 2022, 59 samples, not 49, it was my typo, I apologize, from the area have been tested positive for Phytophthora ramorum. ODA works closely with the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department to complete treatments in this area. We've started on the treatments of 147 acres of OPRD lands, as well as 88 acres of private lands. With the new detections, ODF is working together with Forest Service, ODA, and OSU to determine the new quarantine boundaries. We will hold a SOT task force meeting next week, actually, where we will discuss the quarantine expansion. Next slide, please. The current Slow to Spread program uses early detection, monitoring, and eradication treatment in areas outside of the generally infested area to slow the disease intensification. The program consists of 5 components as outlined on the slide. Most of the original discoveries of sudden oak death were made by aerial surveys with ground verifications. The program now relies on multiple surveys methods to detect new infestations. They include aerial surveys, ground-based transects, stream monitoring, and orthoimagery to detect declining tan oak trees. And I will describe the surveys in more detail on the next slide. Thank you. The first component includes surveying and detecting the disease. Ground-based detection surveys cover over 600 acres of forests and are done year-round. Aerial surveys cover at least 700,000 acres of forests and are conducted from fixed-wing aircraft and helicopter. These aerial surveys occur 4 times yearly, with the primary surveys occurring in July or end of June, when current year tan oak mortality is most visible from the air. The current SOT program uses high-resolution digital imagery to augment these aerial surveys. Stream baits are deployed in April in high-risk streams inside and outside the SOT quarantine areas. They're collected at 2-week intervals for about 8 to 10 months. Next slide. Thank you. Delimitation and treatments are intended to eliminate the pathogen from infested sites. When a new infestation is detected, the site is treated by cutting, piling, and burning all host plants within a specified buffer. On most sites, herbicide is injected before cutting to prevent stump sprouting. Eradication treatments are most effective when carried out promptly and with the largest treatment buffer possible. Over time, treatment buffers have ranged from 50 to 600 feet from infected trees. 600-foot buffers are most effective at containing the disease. We have learned that eradication treatments can eliminate the disease from a site and stop its spread if infestations are detected early and treatments are completed promptly and at the proper scale before the disease can spread. This does not always happen due to funding, landowner permissions, competing high priority sites, and a lack of contractor availability. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions about sudden oak death. I will now hand it off to Wyatt.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. Hello, my name is Wyatt Williams, and I am the agency's invasive species specialist. And I'm here today to give you a brief update on emerald ash borer. At first glance, these young dead trees may seem quite unremarkable. These 16 ash trees in Forest Grove were host to the first known occurrence on the West Coast of the most destructive invasive forest pest in U.S. history, the emerald ash borer. At the time of the detection on June 30th of 2022, we've been anticipating the arrival of this insect to Oregon for over 10 years. EAB was first detected killing native ash trees in areas surrounding Detroit, Michigan, and Windsor, Ontario in 2002. Despite federal and state quarantines and significant efforts of eradicating populations, insect quickly spread and within 20 years had caused mortality of over 100 million ash trees across more than 35 states, leading to local extirpation of several native ash species. That is a very important for Oregon story. EAB cannot be eradicated once it's established, but there are methods to slowing its spread and lessening its environmental and economic impact. Next slide, please. Thanks to lessons learned from other states, Oregon was as prepared as possible for the arrival of emerald ash borer. Before being detected in 2022, Oregon agencies had prepared a response plan, which is publicly available and still being used as a reference for local and state resources. The response plan was activated immediately upon confirming the species identification. In the statewide plan, Oregon Department of Agriculture is responsible for overall incident command. The work of the EAB task force has been divided into these 8 subcommittees, each chaired by various agencies. Once a month, the chairs of the subcommittees meet at task force meetings to provide updates. A steering committee then discusses and decides the next steps in the immediate response. This is a wonderfully coordinated group from several federal, state, and local governments, as well as academic institutions and nonprofits. The task force meetings are coordinated through the Oregon Invasive Species Council, and the meeting agendas and links are publicly available on the council's website, making this as open and transparent as possible. Here at ODF, we have approximately 20 staff working at some capacity on emerald ash borer projects. The ODF emerald ash borer team meets once per month for internal coordination and communication. In short, there's an incredible amount of coordination happening both within and among state agencies. Next slide. We have several methods currently being conducted to survey for emerald ash borer in Oregon. Of these 5 methods outlined here, emerald ash borer has been detected through individual tree inspections, public reports, and girdled trees, which are highly attractive to flying emerald ash borer. All these surveys are collective efforts where forms and methods are shared across local, state, and federal agencies. Major contributors besides ODF include ODA, the Tualatin Soil and Water Conservation District, Portland Metro, Clean Water Services, USDA, and Oregon State University. These entities meet once per month to share data and coordinate efforts. The passion and commitment across these agencies to survey and monitor for EAB is remarkable. Next slide. The results of all those surveys by multiple agencies shows that the known EAB population is within a 10 square mile of Forest Grove. The task force has consulted with EAB experts from the U.S. Forest Service in Michigan, who have confirmed that our state is very far ahead in terms of detecting this damaging insect. We have a tremendous opportunity here to slow the spread of this insect and allow communities to prepare for its inevitable arrival, delaying and spreading the costs over time. And these costs both economic and ecological. Next slide. In 2024, over 200 trees will be selected by the task force to be targeted for girdling and stem injections. Girdling will draw in beetles, and adjacent stem-injected trees will kill the spillover of attacks. The girdled trees will be felled, EAB systematically quantified, and then the trees will be destroyed in the fall and winter. This slowing ash mortality method, or SLAM, is a proven tactic in surveying and slowing the spread of the beetles. Next slide. Because the primary pathway of spreading EAB is through firewood, a control area has been established by ODA for all of Washington County. No movement of ash wood is allowed out of this area unless certain conditions are met. These conditions include moving raw ash logs during the fall, winter, and spring when EAB adults are inactive, as well as proper treatment of ash wood by either chipping, heat treating, or other processing. To our knowledge, we have only had one commercial ash harvest, which occurred in the summer of 2023 in neighboring Yamhill County. Trees and logs from the unit were inspected by ODF for emerald ash borer before and after logging operations, and no EAB were found in these trees or logs. Next slide. Even though the preparation, detection, and response to EAB in Oregon has been thorough and rapid, this is the type of scene we can expect in Oregon ash riparian habitats throughout the Willamette Valley. The scene on the left is what an Oregon ash riparian forest looks like at Ankeny National Wildlife Refuge, just a few miles south of where you're sitting. All of these trees are Oregon ash in a healthy, intact riparian floodplain. The image on the right is a riparian floodplain in Virginia where emerald ash borer has killed black ash over a period of 5 to 10 years. The strategy in Oregon is to stay aggressive in the pest management to slow the spread, which delays costs to local governments and landowners, as well as delays ecological costs. At ODF, we have even gone to lengths to collect over 1 million seeds of Oregon ash, which have been provided to researchers who are now currently conducting trials to screen for genetic resistance to emerald ash borer. Perhaps one day, 20 to 40 years from now, progeny from these seedlings will be planted in restoration efforts. Next slide. One critical component of any pest management strategy is understanding the spatial distribution of host tree species on the landscape. What you're looking at here is a prediction of where key hardwood species occur naturally on the landscape. This is a first time ever product that was produced in late 2023 by Sean McKinsey in our unit. To produce this map, we leveraged remotely sensed data, including multispectral imagery from the European Space Agency's Sentinel-2 mission, and recently acquired LiDAR data in the Portland metropolitan area to detect the presence of common native hardwood species, including Oregon ash, in that area of interest using machine learning. Oregon ash primarily occurs in riparian areas, as evidenced by the abundance of magenta pixels in the riparian corridors of the Tualatin River and its tributaries in Washington County. Our analysis of model accuracy shows that the model correctly identified the correct tree species in approximately 95% of the pixels in our model validation data set. This map will be useful to ODF and our partners when determining where to conduct surveys and management strategies, not only for emerald ash borer, but Mediterranean oak borer and other pests. And that is the conclusion of our presentation. And with that, we can take any questions.
These work, right? Okay. So I don't really have a question, just a couple comments. I love the language of pathologist and entomologist. I just love it. I always have. And so, but I want to just say, I really like how you start with your science, but then in the solutions, you layer on the practitioner approach. So science and then just going down to how you dispose of firewood. And I like the connection that y'all made about the IPS and how you can hit, kill 3 things with 1 stone for climate change and et cetera with the right species and managing stand density. And then finally, there's only one time that I bid on a silent auction item that I regret 15 years later that I didn't get, and it was in Washington, D.C., and we're raising auctions for CFC in the federal government. And one of the international young women in D.C. had this T-shirt that was of a band in the D.C. area called Sudden Oak Death. And so it had Sudden Oak Death with the band picture. They're now defunct, but every time I hear Sudden Oak Death, I thought, oh, I wish I had gotten that T-shirt.
Yeah. Last month, a group from ODA and ODF met to just kind of have fun at the bowling alley, and we named our team the Emerald Ash Bowlers. So we like to have fun like that.
I think entomologists and pathologists have such dry, great senses of humor. Thank you so much. Great presentation.
Carla.
That's awesome. I I have a number of microbiologists on our staff, and I think you'd all get along very well. Two-part question. Christine, the last time you gave us a presentation, you talked about the need for increased mitigation, fuels control, and increased harvest. And I'd like you to give us a perspective. Are we making progress? Are we losing ground? And my second question is do you look at all of the disease and, death rates by type? Meaning federal forest, state forest, private forest. And is there anything that you could share with us that kind of shows us how we're doing on state lands versus private lands versus, U.S. Forest Service in terms of the overall disease and, tree health?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we do have some funds for mitigation that we can deploy to landowners. So for example, specific to insect-related work, we get about $80,000 a year from the feds. That's not much. So that's just for insect work. However, there's still a lack of funds to apply on the landscape. Even if we were to have more funding, where is the incentive to apply these funds? If you're being told you can no longer grow Doug fir at all in an area and that's where the market is, that's not going to be helpful if we throw more money at you. So we have some caveats there that it doesn't matter how much money we have, but we're not in that comfortable place. We just don't have enough money. And I'll let my colleagues speak to other funding sources that they're aware of, but I will just briefly answer part of your second question. Yes, all of our data can definitely be shared to show ownership throughout the state so that we can see what areas maybe within ODF are state forests versus the private forests versus national forests, where we're seeing damage at higher intensities. And so we can provide that information. We do analyze that information. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus here, but there's a lot of inactivity in terms of not managing certain lands that is keeping them natural, in quote, but we're also actively suppressing wildfire at its natural cycles that can help clear out some of that material. And so that's always going to be something that we're up against.
I would like to ask one or add one thing to sudden oak death and the proportions of the treatment that we apply to federal and to trees on federal and private lands and state lands, and about 75% of the treatments are on state and private property, about 25 on federal property. But that just goes for sudden oak death in the southwestern corner of the state.
Ben Doimling for the record. Sorry, did you have thank you for that fantastic presentation. I morbidly look forward to your presentation each year. It's a tough presentation to hear, but I'm always impressed by your work, all of you. And it's heartening to know that there's a really fantastic team out there paying attention to this. And I learned a lot. And one follow-up question, Wyatt, I was curious if you could speak any more detail about the work is starting with the seeds. You mentioned that folks are starting to figure out what seeds might be resistant to emerald ash borer. Just curious if you can provide any more detail on that work and what might still need to be done.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So ODF received a federal grant to collect seeds of Oregon ash from across its range here in Oregon, and we went to 26 populations across the state in 2019 and 21, and we did collect about 1 million seeds. Those seeds were put into long-term storage and also provided to 2 research institutions, one in Iowa and one here in Oregon at Cottage Grove. Some of the seeds have been checked out from the research institutions in Iowa and are being, they've been grown in a field in Ohio. So some of our Oregon ash is currently growing and researchers are looking for genetic resistance right now as we speak. Moving forward, actually, 1 million seeds sounds like a lot, 26 population sounds like a lot, but people have taken off with this, and the Pacific Northwest Tree Improvement Center out of Oregon State is now going to be conducting a huge progeny trial, looking at several different sites in Oregon and Washington. And so now it's out of our hands, and it's really growing enormously right now. And I heard it could be, several million seeds are going to be tested, because it is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack. Early on, when emerald ash borer was introduced to the United States, we have about 16 different ash species native to North America. Those species were gathered and planted in common garden experiments in Michigan and Ohio, where emerald ash borer was naturally occurring. And sad to say, but our Oregon ash did the worst out of those 16. About 96% of our Oregon ash died in those trials. So it is going to be finding a needle in a haystack. The good news is that there are pockets of what is called lingering ash in eastern United States. And so there is progress being made on identifying genetically resistant genotypes of other species. And we're confident that we can find those eventually with Oregon ash. But the thing is, we need to start now so that the next generation, 20 to 30 years, will have something to plant on the landscape. Yeah.
Any other questions? Brenda, go ahead.
Comment, I think Liz should work with your team on a marketing program for t-shirts. This would be great.
Agreed. Well, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Morbid, yes, but we really appreciate it, and it is impressive work that you all are doing. Very impressive. Thank you. With that, and no more questions, I wanted to remind board members that we will not do a wrap-up today. We'll do a wrap-up tomorrow. So if any of you have reactions to anything today, including all of the testimony, we will have that opportunity tomorrow for that. So hold on to all those burning issues. And with that, tomorrow morning we reconvene here at 8 a.m., not 9, 8 a.m. And with that, we are adjourned for the day.